Let me close out the game so it's no music. It's just me alone. Me alone. So I'm just gonna play some of all of it gets demonetized, but there's gonna be no one watching this. Okay. Let me. What else am I doing here? Content creation stream. I'm reading the comments on my videos saying I need to reply on anything. Do I really sound like Walter Jr.? Everyone keeps saying I sound like Walter Jr. I watched Breaking Bad, but I guess it's kind of being tone breath because I don't see it, but you can never hear your own voice. That's unfortunate. Whatever. Okay. Let's see here. I don't know why the spreadsheet isn't loading here. One Excel. Let me put on some music while I toil away at this spreadsheet. Needs to be a new fashion spreadsheet for the intro, I think. So let's put on some Friday Profits. They're a really good brand. Who do you watch for your suit videos? Who do I watch my suit videos? So there's this one men's fashion suit guy. I forgot his. Let me see. I posted it somewhere. This is one guy who has been writing about suits for like decades. What are some barrel teams? Don't have Haru. Orlia works well with her. Sort of. Orlia fuels her up. She does not fuel up Orlia. But I basically go wherever, but let me see. Okay, you're getting me off track here. I'm always gonna make this okay. Off track here. I'm trying to find the Tom Ford also has good fashion guides, but there's this one very very good Twitter. I don't have a Twitter account for him. I just use the Zitter link. I've never had Twitter even when it was Twitter before it was N. So I don't believe in having a lot of social media. But there's this one guy. Best suit reviewer. If you show me his name and his Twitter account, I answer it immediately. But I can't look him up right now. That's generally where I go for all of my suit news. But beyond that, see, here we go. So I need to clean this up, basically. This is old. The current one has a new one. I need to clean this up. Well, I think the new one has things. So let me actually go on the actual sheet. I'll update it in real time because I think this is easy. Let me open this up. As long as my work doesn't send any emails to me. So one-stop shop. Yeah, I'll just work on the actual Google Sheets page instead of the Excel. This is the original Excel file. Let me go on the Google Chrome page and update the spreadsheet here. See? Only 11 people are watching for the spreadsheet stream. As expected. Can be very boring. But let me do this. There we go. Perfect. So, unlike other creators, make this more neat. This is all over the place. These are the upcoming units. Okay, actually, change my mind. Let me keep these up. Coming news and events. So, November 17. Annie. So let me see. This is 3.9. Annie. Okay, first off, I'm going to change everything since I got turned on to this new font. Is it not here? Not impact. Fuck. I need to go into my ZZN sheet. It's this new font. I keep talking about it, but I keep forgetting. Enter. More fonts. So it's Enter that I really like right now. Yeah, it's so much better. I like Enter a lot. Okay, maybe I don't change the top one. Okay, I don't change the top thing. I'm gonna change it all to Enter. Enter. There we go. Still calibrate. Fonts. Enter none. Is it not changing it to Enter? I feel like this is Enter. Yeah, I'm gonna pretend this is Enter. There's no way this is calibrate. Sup, Chipuhu. Doing a coaching stream tomorrow if you want to drop by. I'm just updating this spreadsheet here. Confident in that. G Murphy. I wait until this, so it's not the current reruns. So I think I keep this the same. I'm comparing it to my new ZZN intro. I want to copy it basically. I like the system I currently have now, which showcases my new stuff. Yeah, I like this a lot. So yeah, with the directory and everything. So I'm gonna redo this entire section over here. So let me drag out these images because I don't want to copy these images again. These are all my images. I did a lot of 72Ks. I did a lot of this. A lot of this. I did have a 4K image, but too lazy. I can get a new one of this. Drag this to the side. So this is gonna be gone right now. Delete this. I'm keeping the memes though. The memes stay. The memes stay. Okay? Keeping these images. Changing the color of these. So this, I think this subtle gray. No. It's awful. Needs to be back. This is 2 gray. 1 gray. What do you think? Should I make this lighter or darker? Should I make this lighter or darker? I already made a TCN street. I'm working on my Mormon sheet since there's Annie coming on. So let me think. And I'm gonna merge all this. Blah blah blah. Merge. Make it clean like that. Sub to be clear. It's way higher than that now. It's 400, 400, 410. Find me on the leaderboards whenever, yeah. Unmerged cells. I don't want to type this again. I'm just gonna cut, place it down here. Yeah, these stay. Okay, so sub 2 week clear. I could place it just in the cell. I'm gonna freestyle rain it. Trapeze is right there. I did also do the death list there, but I'm too lazy to get doing these screenshots. Did do this. Deep dive. Whenever I want. I did do several videos there. Maybe I'll link a YouTube video. There's a way to link a YouTube video. I've seen some other creators do it. I'm too lazy to figure out how that works. But let me go to my channel because I'm gonna link more of my YouTube content here. Again, this is a very boring stream. Where the fuck is it? Wait, what am I doing? 72K. Oh my gosh, just searching my thing. Video, play Lolas, manage videos. So 72. Here we go. This video. Boom. There's the link. Insert hyperlink. Where is it? Insert link. Apply. Done. Right there. Let's notice this. Let me fix this up. Is I think I need to make this. Yeah, I'm deleting all of this and moving it down, I think. I think I'm deleting all that and moving it down. Hyperlink URL display text. Okay, let me try that. I tried that earlier. I tried the exact same commands, but I'll try that. URL. Let me go back to my user video. Let me check. I tried that earlier. Like, that's what another content creator. It didn't work. At least on yeah, I know this works. I know we're talking about this, but this guy who made a really, really good ZZN spreadsheet, Shishuzaka, has a Shishu Ugo. Okay, let me just pull up his thing. This other content for ZCN has a much better spreadsheet than me. Yeah, you already did that insert. No. I'm trying to find out what this guy does. Okay, I need to find out what this guy does right here. Because this femboy, that's what he refers to himself. I'm not insulting him. He identifies as a femboy.
How's it going, everyone? My name is...
Let me see. This guy right here. His Google sheet is really nice for thing. So he does this. I want to know how he did this. You know, how he did this. I want to do this basically. Like he also does equal hyperlink, and I think he does another image. So this is nice. So basically, wanna do that. Shisu Kira. He's also the guy who found out the Selena thing. So credit to him. So yeah. What was I doing here? Coaching. Do horizontal one, vertical one, text wrapping, text rotation. Enter. Yeah, make it smaller. For text wrap down. Maybe I quick make it. Maybe I I make this red. Boom. I don't sleep. No. Okay, that's good. Now let me grab the strip. I do like over 500. I counted. I can't believe I did that much coaching. So much coaching. So let me snipping tool this shit. True. Your golden path in 80% of that 500 coaching out is not real. Melwin. Welcome, Melwin, to the screen. I count it. I count it. The golden path never fails. So boom. Just updating the spreadsheet. Probably doing other things. It's going to be a long stream, Melwin. Where is it? Right here. Boom. In hindsight, maybe I make this bigger. Okay. I'm going to do this. This. Add a few more cells here. It might fuck up the side. Yeah, it does fuck up that a little bit. I'll redo that. Go back. I do have way more than this. There's a 20-hour one that didn't save. Wait, I need to go to manage videos. There you go. Manage videos actually has all of my coaching sessions. Because some of them doesn't save because they ran too long. Because if you go past 12 hours, it doesn't save a VOD, but the history's still there. Yeah, the history's still there. What are you doing today, Melwin? Did you get a job? The J word? The evil J word? It's basically a slur. Imagine having a real job. Like, yeah. Yeah, just send me over Discord if you can get it to work. Because that is nice. Okay. Probably change the color on this. People complain about this. Experiment failed. It did help with this. I'm keeping his name. He did help come up with this idea. I like his idea, so I'm gonna credit him here. He came up with this whole thing right here. I like it, so I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna credit him there. I always credit anyone who helps me. Unlike some people who fucking copy my shit. Fucking pieces of shit. Get their head bashed in. Okay, let's keep going. You know who it is. Okay. Mm-mm. Yeah, I'm changing this because I realized this is not that pretty. Do this. I think I like this so far. I'm gonna keep this though. I'm gonna keep this. Could be better though. If anyone has any ideas, just feel free to tell me in chat. I'll try my best to accommodate it. I don't think I need this. If people know I did it. I don't think I need that. The memes stay, okay? The memes stay. I refuse to remove the memes. No problem. My DMs are always open. Unlike some people. Do. So I'm actually gonna cut this. Move it down. Probably gonna change it now. So again, if anyone has any ideas on what they want this intro page to be like, let me know. I like this. So let's wrap text. Yeah, my Discord's always open. You probably have access to it. Probably not gonna have a feature Twitch channel, but I'm just gonna leave it there. I'm gonna leave there just in case I do. Okay, important bulletin. Any placeholder for any new changes. Okay. I want the image to go here, so links, and my latest YouTube releases to go here, related Mormons. Future other stuff goes here. Drink my soda. Golden path. And I don't really need this. Everyone knows I've done it. Okay, let's see here. Two. Yeah, be nicer to your wives, Frost. Can't believe Frost has a whole harem going. What do you guys think about this growing burnout of ZZN farming zero? That happens. That's why I'm making the spreadsheet. What do you guys think about this section? Should I change the color on this? Make it bigger? Prettier? What do you guys think? I am gonna do this though. So let me middle it. I'm fine with Times New Roman. Merger. I can change the font here. Enter me. Blue. Okay, that blue does not mesh well. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. I did have accident, but it works. Yeah, the whole phase. Yeah, I'm doing this section. So any suggestions, I'll keep it in mind. So boom, 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 boom. Enter. Well, since I've been calling it Costco, it's technically I'm the first one to coin the term. So let's see, pool blue. I'm gonna write a bigger explanation because people say on why. It's glad you stop pulling standard. Quick. Okay. Do Dorisine and Pikmin, I liked them, but they're not strong. They're not that strong compared to other units. I'm probably gonna lower him on the tier list, if I'm being honest. Probably gonna lower him on the tier list. The guy still hasn't sent me the thing on how he managed to make this work. So I'm just gonna put the image here. Actually, that's a bad image. Let me figure out a better image. I'm just gonna snipping tool this actually, just this. I did have like a few people every now and then reach out for me for sponsorship deals now. I'm not that big of a YouTuber, but whole 3 companies reached out to me before. It's Smilegate for CZN. It's this random shitty gotcha that wanted to pay me like 10 or 15 bucks for 4 hours. I'm like, no. And another company, which I'm still talking to. It's a crypto company. And I'm actually deep into crypto IRL. Oh, just sent it. Sorry. That's fine. It is your free labor, so I appreciate it. Sheet 10 have example of hyperlink messages. 10. A spanner history thing. Was hyperlink, image, image. Okay, I get it. So you need to place the image on a different thing and then access it. That's a lot of work. This is a lot of work. Fuck that. I have to do that every time. That seems like a lot of work. that seemed like a lot of work, Mr. Cookie Monster. I am all for that guy managing that. I'm not gonna do that every time. I know myself. I'm gonna be lazy. I only do this. I'm fine with doing like 10 plus hours on a spreadsheet. I'm not fine with doing like 10 plus hours and every week I spend 1 minute. That's how I'm wired. I rather like do like 50 hours in one go, finish the job, then spend like an hour doing the job, and coming back to it for like 1 minute every week. I hate doing that. It's basically like a weekly mission. Every time I make a new video. Thank you, Hazarin. Yep. Yep. Except DM. Okay. Updating. Okay. This meme is essential. Aurora made this meme. I think it's funny. I made this meme. I also think it's funny. That is a lot of work. Okay. You can use Google thumbnail. It's left Google thumbnail image URL instead. You have to make a script to fetch the latest thumbnail from videos, then use that link URL for link. Maybe I'll try to figure out towards the end. So let me go back to your thing that you linked. Let me see. So this, go on Google. Can I copy this? Boop boop boop. Yeah, let me try it right now. So let me. Where the fuck is it? Believe it or not, as an accountant, once you get a few years on you, you hardly touch spreadsheets. It's basically everyone under you doing the spreadsheets for you. So I'm a bit rusty. Formula is not working here. Let's do this. Eagle hyperlink. I do know how to do my URL. Grab my URL. Yeah, it's either manual work, something similar, and you can copy them. Yeah. It's a lot of manual labor here. I do know the theory, like, you would pull it so that you have a field, like, and have a hidden spreadsheet to capture the latest images. That's a lot of work for later. So, latest YouTube releases. Let me, main beginner guide. Let me remove this. I'm placing this cell for now. Main beginner guide. So, where's my 10 commandments? I linked it earlier here. That's basically the best thing I made that's really condensed. Is my 10 commandments for new Mormon players slash vets. Is this one? Ten commandments. So let me get the hyperlink here. Insert link. Apply. So let me grab. I'm just to do it manually here. I'm too lazy to do anything else. So, boom. I'll probably revisit this once I figure out how to make that thing work. So right now, it's all jank. You need Google Cloud. Get the script, maybe. Way too lazy to that. Just like the slash video tab on your YouTube page. I did. It's up here. It's the slash video link is right down here. Maybe I make this as big as possible. That's how you do it. Make this super big. I bold it. Okay, people can't miss it. You have to be a real old trash player to miss that. Latest YouTube releases. Okay. This is where I put my latest YouTube videos. So, my latest one is not the one I want to put there. My latest one is just like the update, any update. Less people want that, unless you want the Pollock review. Now, I already put the Pollock review somewhere. So let me put the latest update here. I'm just gonna hyperlink it in this. Meme frags. Here we go. It's gonna be a relatively quick video. Oh, that's nice. It's been a while. Okay, that might give away my age. Fuck it. It's been like 15 years? 16? A long time since I had to play with Google Sheets. It's been over 10 years since I had to access Google Sheets. Yeah, if you want to help out, sure. But I'm gonna do this first. I'm working on the making it look nice. So if you want, you can do that while I do this. So, but for now, this will have to do. This works. This I can do in like 2 seconds. I just copied this. It's not optimal like that other guy, but the other guy, very good work. Very good work. I'm learning from him. So here we go. Okay. Don't think I want to keep this color anymore. Think I might make it more neutral. Nope, too bright. Too bright. This is good. Let's see. Yeah, I like that color. That seems good. Okay. I like this side so far. I may have to make this a bit darker. I think I make it a little bit darker. Yeah, I'm gonna make this a little bit darker. So let's change the fill background. Maybe a little bit darker. Yeah, right there. This is not enough for the table of contents down here. I need to put the table of contents somewhere up here because no beginner's gonna scroll down this far. I know players are not gonna scroll down this far for more content. Probably put it here. I'm gonna delete this. So this is potential upcoming reruns. I'm just gonna. No one cares about that. I'm gonna remove this. I'm gonna remove this. Keep these images because I don't want to screenshot them because I want to showcase like the upcoming units. Keep this. So I'm gonna keep the calendar, but I can remake it somewhere else on the sheet. I can remake the calendar somewhere else on the sheet. Yeah. Actually, I'll keep the calendar right here. I'll keep the calendar here. I forgot that G Murphy was supposed to be released on the 5th of October. If there was no delay, Cassie has very good intent comp, yeah. Okay, I am very young, okay? But I haven't touched Google Docs. I do everything in Excel and I port it over. And a lot of things don't port over. Like, I would put this in a picture in Excel if it was Excel. But Google, you have to download the image and then insert it in. I don't want to fill up my computer with these random images and then have to delete them. I am way too lazy. I like this snipping tool and paste. And on Excel, I can do that. I can snipping tool, copy, insert into the cell. But if I do that and I transfer over to the Google Doc, it doesn't carry over. So I have to download the images if I want to place them in the cells. And that's annoying to me. Okay? So that's, if you're wondering why this is all free range, that is why. Because I am very particular about certain things. That is why the sheet looks like this. That is my dirty little secret. Dirty little secret. One, do. Just another weekend. Just another weekend. My dirty little secret. Who has to know when I love that song. Grew up on that. You guys remember that song, right? When you guys were in high school, college, Dirty Little Secret? That was huge. That was huge. Pool wheel dupes at all? Okay, I am not 40. Why is everyone saying I'm 40? I am not 40. I am young. Mid 20s at best. If G Murphy didn't happen, the any unit would be someone else entirely. It wouldn't be Pollock. People think it would be Pollock. It wouldn't be Pollock. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I really want to do this whole thing. Really want to do this cheat. I'll work with you and figure out how to do the cell later. So I'm just gonna work on making it pretty. So I do want to do the talent important upcoming events and dates here. But knowing me, I'm not gonna update this as much as I like, you know? Because I do update it in spurts. Whenever a new unit comes out. I'm thinking. Yeah, I'm not gonna put the upcoming events. So important videos to watch. This is what it's gonna be. So how big do I want each video to be? Because I don't want it to be one line. I want it to be like double line. Like maybe one be like 2 lines here. That's fine. Again, normally someone else makes all the spreadsheets at work now. This is what I did when I was like in like intern or staff level. It's all spreadsheets all the time. And relatively recently, back then, didn't have all these new features. Dirty Little Secrets? Wait, there is no way none of you guys know what this song is. Okay, I'm gonna pull up I'm not gonna, because my thing has my real name. I'm gonna pull up on the YouTube. Hold on, I'm gonna close this real quick. You guys have never heard of Dirty Little Secrets in high school? This was the high school experience. Okay? I'm not gonna... Okay, so let me do that. Hold up. Skip this ad. There we go. Now back to the spreadsheet. Yeah, see? Sazarin. Sazarin gets it. Time tells to rush to waste my time with you. You know you gone away. Find out games that you wanna play. You are the only one that needs to know. Dirty little secret. Erwin. Find out. Or you'll be just another regret. No secret. Come on. Dude, this song is new. Don't you guys remember this in high school? This is recent. This is recent. Come on, this is a very recent song. This is a very recent song. You cannot tell me this song is old. This is recent. It like this. Okay, no one has got any of my references. When I type on Discord, "Love Hurts," But sometimes it's a good hurt, and it feels like I'm alive. You guys know that song? That song was also really big. I'm literally 19 years old. I'm literally 19. This song is very big. I remember when I was a kid. Okay, this song is huge. Everyone should know this song right here. The partners know it. The partners know it. All of my bosses know it. Can't think so.
Get up, I get down, all my world turns around. Who was right, who was wrong, I don't know. I've got pain in my heart, got a love in my soul. Easy come, but I think easy go. I need me slow. All the times I move so slow. Sherry, Sherry lady, going through emotion. Love is where you find it. Listen to your heart. Sherry, Sherry lady, living in devotion. It's always like the first time. Let me take a part.
Cherry, cherry lady. Tomorrow. Like, when I was a kid, this was everywhere. Like, pre-high school. Like, on the radio at the fucking mall, the roller skate rinks, this song was everywhere, dude. Yeah, grab her. Grab to Will. I highly recommend grabbing to Will. And her sig. Yep. Grab to Will and her sig. Yeah, I am 19 years old, trust. BTS is an extremely new band. I don't know any of their songs. Alright, I know one. Never mind. I know one because it's in my Nightcore playlist. Fake Love. I listen to a lot of Nightcore. Because I'm a weeb. Nightcore is the greatest genre. That's my controversial take of the day. Hold up. Let me... No, BTS is a new band. My niece listens to them. Okay? My niece listens to BTS. I'm gonna grab another song. So, no one has the right thing to, no one has the right reaction. to this. When anyone says love hurts, this is the first thing you should think of. Like, I do this quote all the fucking time. Exactly 0 people on Discord has got it. I think everyone is like old as fuck. You have to be extremely old to not get this reference. You guys are old. Maybe you guys are the old people here.
Tonight we drink to youth and holding fast to truth. Don't wanna lose what I had as a boy.
Alright, let me open up Mormons.
But love is now a feat, as common as a cold day in LA. Sometimes when I'm alone, I wonder, is there a spell that I am under, keeping me from seeing the real thing? Love hurts, but sometimes it's a good hurt, and it feels like I'm alive. Love sings when it transcends the bad things out of heart and try me, 'cause without love I won't survive.
Okay, let me see.
Fettered and
Use,
abused, stand naked
not to
and
abuse.
used. Should I surface this one-man submarine? I only want the truth, so tonight we drink to youth. I'll never lose what I had as a boy. Sometimes when
Game launch.
I'm alone, I wonder, is there a spell that I am under, keeping me from seeing the real thing? Love hurts, but sometimes it's a good hurt, and it feels like I'm
I do, but it's a stream, so I don't care. I make no revenue from these streams. Artist. This song is everywhere, dude. Kiss my love, I won't survive. Yeah, Linkin Park is a new band. In high school, remember? The Transformers movie? Megan Fox? Come on. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. You gotta be trolling me. You guys are trolling me. Shia LaBeouf? Without love, I won't survive. Okay, I'm gonna let you guys listen to a band that won't copyright strike me. All the other songs will copyright strike me. This band will not. Because this band is one of my favorite bands. They're very, very small and they're defunct, but they're very new. Okay, these bands are very new. They're not a band anymore because no one listens to their music. Their music has like no views anywhere. It's the Friday Prophets. They are great. Okay. That's not how time works as a young Asian. Okay, Murphy.
Show, let me dance to those songs that I love the most. I got the have you caught it too? Stand silent, give me some noise, and I'll see you live. Where are you now? You're always
Talking about what's to come.
as if the future has the answer to the questions you hold that I could offer you, but stay, we could seduce tonight.
Dude, no! Chifu, I am young! I am young, I'm very young. Okay?
Desires well, feed himself in the pursuit of
Your dad is based though.
dreams.
Your dad is young and hip.
We kill it. Some things make sense only in the light of eternity. Get the love light first, breathe and worry, burning for
I'm not playing already.
as if the future has the answer to the questions you hold that I can offer you, but stay, we could seduce tonight. First, reveling the moment will bring the light. Some people living what to come, others residing times past. Do this, we all bleed guilty, seduced by the ghost of escapism. Some things make sense only in the light of eternity. Get the love light, but free from worry, burning for the right thing. As if the future has the answer to the questions you hold that I can offer you, but stay, we could seduce.
The night rounds on me, I'll make a light. Yeah, let me get images of the wheels.
From A to B to C to D. It all started.
These are all young and hip bands.
Come on, let's have a drink. Come on, let's have a drink. Put on your favorite song.
I love these songs. I grew up on these songs basically. This genre was amazing. I love this genre. Punk rock, dude. For life. Friend.
Throw me in the middle again. Push me in the middle, my friend. 'Cause there's only room for one of us, and this is the end. Take it for yourself, don't miss a thing. Leave me with a set of broken wings. As long as you can breathe again. Roll me on the outside again. How will we fight?
But then this is the end. Nothing. Actually, I can make this better. DCN sheet? Sure. Why does the music sound like the Burnout soundtrack? Burnout is also a new game. Yeah. You're older than me, Chifuhu. I am 19. You are way too old, Chifuhu. Okay, I will link these end sheets. Hold up. Yeah, Fall Out Boys. Fall Out Boy was also a big high school band of mine. Fall Out Boys was a big high school band of mine. Okay, very recent. They're very big. Okay, remember their Michael Jackson cover? I remember when Michael Jackson died. I was at a space camp when Michael Jackson died. I was a nerd at a space camp. Space camp was a thing. But of course, I know about Fall Out Boys. They were pretty big. Fall Out Boy is still pretty big, I think. I love Fall Out Boys. Fall Out Boys is great. But let me play you some things from my not high school days, from my childhood days. I remember this song when I was a wee lad.
Now on Artlist.
And you're still here? Go to artlist.io.
You now have the most advanced AI video model on the market at your fingertips. Get incredible realism with fully integrated sound.
You keep the frame, I keep the story.
Build your own world with multi-shot stories and character consistency for any genre, all based on your prompt. So go to Artlist and start creating without limits.
I'm gonna put them here for now.
There's nothing quite like the magic that comes from cooking. Whipping up a delicious meal from scratch is a fine art.
There you go. One is the loneliest number that you ever knew.
Two can be as bad as one. It's the loneliest number since the number one. No is the saddest experience you'll ever know.
I think it hits you if you did it.
It's the saddest experience you'll ever know. 'Cause one is the loneliest number that you'll ever do. One is the loneliest
time, just making rhymes of yesterday. One is the loneliest, the number one is the loneliest, number one is the loneliest number that you'll ever do. One is the loneliest.
Where is it? I think it's in the spreadsheet.
Just no good anymore since you went away. Number one is the loneliest. Number one is the loneliest. Number one is the loneliest number that you ever do. Number one is the loneliest. Number one is the loneliest.
Just a really quick video.
Like, this song was when I was a kid. Jesus was with you. There are some good Christian band. Asian food. Yeah. Asian food, any Asian restaurant. Besides Thai, I guess. Battle of Casey Lin. Okay, this will be explicit. If we weren't... I don't know if you guys have heard of Bloodhound Gang. Playing this will demonetize this video immediately. There's only 24 people watching. So let's listen to it. This is also from my high school days. Everyone knows about this song. If you were in high school when this song came out, you know this song.
Dear Chasey Lane, I wrote to explain I'm your biggest fan. I just wanted to ask, could I eat your ass right back as soon as you can? You've had a lot of dick, had a lot of dick. I've had a lot of time, had a lot of time. You've had a lot of dick, Chasey, but you ain't had mine.
Again,
Dear Chasey,
everyone knows the song if you're in high school.
you never wrote me back. How could I ever eat your ass when you treat your biggest fan like that? You've had a lot of dick, had a lot of dick. I've had a lot of time, had a lot of time. You've had a lot of dick, Chasey, but you ain't had mine. Dear Chasey Lane, I wrote to constrain. This letter is my last. As your biggest fan, I must demand you let me eat your ass. You've had a lot of dick, had a lot of dick. I've had a lot of time, had a lot of time. You've had a lot of dick, Chasey,
But you ain't had mine. That and break stuff too. Break stuff is good. But this is my favorite. Everyone likes the animal Discovery Channel one. I don't like that one as much. I don't like the do it like we do it on the Discovery Channel one that much. This is my favorite song from the Bloodhound Gang. It's just very catchy. And when you're going to the parties, you know, as a Limp Bizkit's good, yeah. Beef always. Chicken on. I don't like chicken that much. Only if it's Korean fried chicken. Only if it's like fried chicken. but I don't think chicken belongs in most dishes compared to beef. It's just too dry most of the time. But maybe it's just the restaurants. But most of the time it comes out dry.
So try my slam on for size. Drive stick with that kung fu grip. Let the banana split and watch it go right to your thighs. Copperfield style, abracadabra. That broad, do you think I can pull it off?
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here.
Just jot me down on your to-do list. Underput out like a fire cause I got
Something. And it goes something like this.
all you need is my untis.
I got something. And it goes something like this. Is my untis. Unts, baby. Do 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 do.
Edible strange, how do I get in your pants when you're TikToking them? Seriously buys so tight can't be classified. That's why I'm here to fill that opening. Make a season pass to mount that ass. And Bob, hope that I might one night stand a chance. Let's go feng shui the fuck around my digs like a Super Bowl. Bring that sunny side up and I got something and it goes thumping like this. All you need is my untis. I got something and it goes thumping like this. All you need is my untis. I got something.
It goes something like this. Need is my untis. Leave the space later. Actually, let me change the color here.
It goes thumping like this. All you need is my untis.
Oons, baby. Oons. Oons, baby. Oons. There we go.
Fish don't fry in the kitchen.
This is still true. Some dog shit people out there. Okay.
Vulcanize the whoopee stick in the ham wallet.
He went up there, so.
Rod the oyster ditch with the lap rocket.
Hey, how do I make this a little bit better?
In the gut locker. Retrofit the pudding hatch. Ooh la la. With the point swatter. If I get you in the loop when I make a point to be straight.
UN?
In lieu of the innuendo, in the end, no, my intento. I'm Brazilian wax poetic. So pathetically, I don't wanna beat around the bush. Foxtrot, uniform, Charlie, Kilo, Foxtrot.
Unicorn. Charlie. Kilo. I'm gonna chat. Recommended R2 team. I like using the Blue Will, but Gellet works. Basically, every meta team can work for R2 hard mode. So whether it's a calf team, whether it's a Gellet team, whether it's a Twill team, any meta team can work. Enemy doing too much damage on first battle. Twill, if you have her entire setup running, will help you with that, or Gellet. But Caster, you just gotta survive the first battle somehow. Caster, Jenkins, Horla, Winkle. You'll probably want to remove one of them for a Chaos unit to get the Chaos bonus for slightly more key player. So pick a Chaos unit, put it in. That'll help. That will help you far. Because I don't think Winkle is really needed there. Because you already have the weakness. You want someone that provides easy access to Vaughn. Or you pick a posse that has easy access. You need easy access to Vaughn. So your best Chaos unit can probably go in that front slot. So it could be like a G Ramona. A G Ramona would work there because of her talent, which is key flare end of turn. Check sheet again. Made epic formula. Okay. I'm gonna check. He just sent me this, so let me try this. Hold up, let me. I don't know why it's not. There we go. Thank you. First, I can't read out your Discord name. It's just a bunch of letters, but the person in chat who sent me this. So, formula. So I place it here. This parameter, I assume. Hyperlink URL. Okay, URL is right here. So hyperlink URL. Okay, where would I put the URL? Probably in another place of the sheet. Actually, I'm just gonna put the URL here. Okay, this is where I'm gonna put the URL from. So which cell is this? This is one. A01. Go. And I'm gonna put the link here. A01. Not function of parameter 1 value. Do I not put it here? I'll work on that later. G28 should be linked to video URL. So I can't change G28. I can't change the cell to jail cell G28, I assume. So G28. What is G28 here on this sheet? G28. Okay. I'll figure out how to work that later. Or figure out on stream in a bit. Okay, back to making this neat. Merge. So I need to do all of this. The table of contents. It's referenced 2 times, so change both to video URL. You can change, but it's referenced 2 times, so change both to the video URL. I did do that. I did do that, and I just placed the thing in G28 right here. G28, yeah. I did just do that, but I'll try again. Yeah, it's looking to G28 and G28. I'll worry about that later. Okay. Maybe make the table of contents down here. This works for table of contents, I think. Let me see. These two. We do the border. We do the border. There we go. Table of contents. Right here. Merge. Table of contents. I always don't like the word table of contents. I feel like it should be like index. It should be one word, index, in school when I was going, very recently, going to school. Table of contents feel too long. Also, I don't really like this phrasing. The index. I feel like they should change it so that it's the index. It's a lot cooler and it's shorter than table of contents. But everyone knows what table of contents mean, so no point in changing it. I like orange a lot. I think orange is a nice color for this. So let me do this. Unmerge these cells. Seems good. So merge. Okay. No. Not rolling down. Excel would have rolled down. Let's worry about later. Do. 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 Okay. Let's make the table of contents. Let me put on something else because this is demonetized anyway. I like that song. Ooh, this played in like every mall.
Hey, Copilot.
This song played in
What
every
mic is she
mall.
using?
Looks like the HyperX Quadcast 2S.
I don't know why my computer keeps bugging out there. It's probably because I stream. I never had these issues before I started streaming. Whatever. I'll wait till it unfucks itself. Upcoming CCN. I think I like the content here. Edit access to the sheet. My precious sheet. I'll think about it. 71 people watching the sheet. The sheet is famous. 71 people. I'll worry about adding these later. I need to fix up the rest of the sheet. You hide the rest of the cell, so. And this played in every mall, basically. You remember going to the mall after school and hanging out with your friends? That song was very good. That curious, that game. Info, yeah, there is no new info. There are devs are gonna talk about it. I talked about a bunch on Discord already. I'm probably gonna pull on Yuki. Just to get Nia dupes. Probably gonna pull on Yuki just to get Nia dupes. That's what I'm gonna do. But other than that, not much. So, because she's a order unit, I don't have the resources to level her up, regardless. So, Don't the researchers level her up even if I do get her? So, what song? Maybe something chill. What's a chill song I remember to introduce the audience to? Got nothing. Too loud. I'm going for all the songs I remember growing up on. Most of them are very loud, because I was a very loud song listener. I like a lot of Nightcore. No, 0. 0 is fine. Oh, Boyslet release. Nice. But this song is pretty famous. This predicted gotcha games. La, la. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Hide this. That. Oh, bardcore. Forgot bardcore. I like the bardcore genre a lot. Bardcore is pretty lit. As people my age say.
Fuller hair in just 3 to 6 months with an orange flavored.
Sure, you can request songs.
And minoxidil. Ditch complicated solutions with expensive costs and simplify your routine with this doctor trusted.
Drop the Nightcore. My Nightcore playlist.
$2 a day. This is convenient hair care made just for you. Regrow your hair with 1 chew a day. Start today at hims.com.
With USAA Safe Pilot, I can save when I drive safely.
With USAA Safe Pilot Miles, I can save when I drive less.
On the way to the game.
Watching the
I could probably redo this way better. That's a lot of work. Could redo all this. Sure, I'm gonna redo this.
Robert hath a swift hand. He doth gaze upon the field, and he maketh a plan. And he hath a jaunty cap.
This is pretty chill.
He is a long bowman. He did fly
Whenever I want to calm down, I listen to some barcore.
river of arrows in his
Barcore is very relaxing.
therefore I cannot say. But he cometh for thee, yea, he cometh for thee. Oh, ye bully rooks with your buckskin boots, best ye go, outrun my bow. Oh, ye bully rooks with your buckskin boots, best ye go, faster than mine arrow. Oh, ye bully rooks with your buckskin boots, best ye go, outrun my bow. Oh, ye bully rooks with your buckskin boots, best ye go, faster than mine arrow. Father worketh all day, and he cometh home late, yea, he cometh.
Can do it manually, but
Perhaps he bringeth me a gift.
battle pass. How big do I want this? Probably as big as you can fit.
I have waited ere long.
Battle
Now
pass.
mine eye is quick, and mine arm is strong. I reason with me crooked cap, and say thou art an artless, greasy tallow catch. Yea, oh, ye bully rooks with your buckskin boots, best ye go, outrun my bow. Oh, ye bully rooks with your buckskin boots, best ye go, faster than mine
Do do do
Oh,
do.
ye bully rooks with your buckskin
Charge $2 for every.
outrun my bow. Oh, ye bully rooks with your buckskin boots, best ye go, faster than mine arrow.
You want Jess? You should charge $2 for every requested song. Sure. I would charge $2 per requested song. That seems like a good rate.
Oh, ye bully rooks with your buckskin boots, best ye go, outrun my bow. Oh, ye bully rooks with your buckskin
Okay.
boots, best ye go, faster than mine arrow. Oh, ye bully rooks with your buckskin boots, best ye go, outrun my bow. Oh, ye bully rooks with your buckskin boots, best ye go, faster than mine arrow. Oh, ye bully rooks with your buckskin boots, best ye go, outrun my bow. Oh, ye bully rooks with your buckskin boots, best ye go, faster than mine arrow.
Okay, again, a Goliath romance is very not safe for work. It is not consensual. He does not respect consent. Merge this. Do. You bring a bad romance. Oh. Do.
I want thy horror, I want thy design. Thou art a criminal, wouldst thou art mine?
I want thy love. Love, love, love. I want thy love.
I want thy Nero, thy bedlam lament.
Do 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 do.
I want thy love. Love, 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 I want thy love. I want thy love and all thy lovers' revenge. Thee and me could write a bad romance. I want thy love and all thy lovers' revenge. Thee and me could write a bad
Romance. Ooh, oh, oh, oh. This is outdated, so. I think it's Faded Legacy. It's a new term. It's Faded Legacy. I think this is correct. Do 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 do.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank NA, member FDIC.
Eo solam viam meam tale municam scio nescio cursum ipset hic habito et solus eo.
This is Bardcore.
Eo aquam viam simul gradiuntur fracte spes est turbiqui sum hic unicus et solus eo.
It's just hold on. It's just modern songs sung like if it was in the middle ages, basically, which is hilarious. I love the genre. It's actually really calm. Like the old instruments is very calm and relaxing, in my opinion. I don't know about you guys. I find it relaxing when you just want to cool down. You listen to some Bardcore. When you want to calm down, relax, you go into Bardcore mode. So, back to Boulevard of Broken Dreams, but Bardcore.
Solus eo, solus eo. Solus eo, solus eo. Mea umbra est unica res iuxta iens. Res faltans unicas me
Da-da, 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 da-da.
Eolineam absquameam instivisa est finis lineam marginis in qua solus eo. Lege inter versus codes laudans quod pedicans es vite signatem ta sic me vi frescis solus eo.
Doo-doo.
Solus eo, solus eo. Solus eo, solus eo. Mea umbra est unica res iuxta iens. Respaltans unicas meo cor infirmum. Quibusque volo fari invenite. Meset solus eo.
Our core is pretty neat. Won't buy the boss. 614 looks fucking tough. Yeah, 614. What boss is that? Is that Miriam boss or is that baby boss? It's been a while since I did that, so I don't remember what boss is which. But since there are less viewers now, I'm gonna tease for the dedicated few the Murphy rap I'm working on. So the Murphy rap I'm working on is quite a piece of art. So I've been rapping into the video and using AI to modify my voice into a female voice. But I'm gonna let you listen to the raw take. It took a couple of takes. So all of you guys hear the next G Murphy song. This is the raw file. It's the 11 viewers here. Since there are a few nothing. This is a coronation and a conquest, bow or drown. This is awful. Coronation and a goddamn war song. Check the sound. I am Murphy, tentacle queen of Lemuria. Learn my name across your stars. I came from a harsher world, came here to carve in scars. The universe birthed a stronger, sharper, sovereign twin. No mercy kept. I crown the deep and drown your kin. D-Tide, endgame trembles at my name. With me is child's play. A tide you ride. I'm the only dissolution you'll fear if you don't make me yours. Okay, that is part of it. And with AI, it is quite amazing. I can transform all of that into Japanese. So this is the I did this for fun. I'm not going to do it Japanese for the real thing. But it's the same thing. I fed it through AI. Vocals only. That's when do the instrument separate. But that was the same thing. You can notice it was me because of the volume of it, you know? So that's how amazing AI is right now. It did take a couple of tries, but yeah. That was just a preview. I made it. The rest of the rap is going along pretty well. I just need to generate instrumental. I'm making my voice into a female voice. I'm trying to make a female voice, and I'm gonna add instrumentals and stuff. I'm gonna edit the music video. I write in all the lyrics myself. So I diss every Awaker because you need to top my fucking I needed to top my fucking Tulu lyrics. So these are the lyrics I came up with. Erica counts key flare like prayer beats slow. Okay? And then Pollock whimpers with just one word Bro. I think these are fire lines, okay? Just saying. Because Caster's better than Pollock's. AI is amazing. Yeah. Now back to this. Because this was my Tulu rap.
Greetings, this is the Tulu review.
Oh, that's just the Tulu review video. Here's Tulu rap. I need to top this. This was awesome me, by the way.
The boy king dreams, but his wrath still speaks. Clem buzzes loud.
Tide goes there. The tentacles rise. She gasps for air. Cradle waves. SSR Limited broke out of his cage. First Awaker, the myth, the spark. Through wave one, make your whole realm go dark. Okay.
But they won't help fly when the boy king slaps from sea to sky. No mercy, no chat, no ultra turn, just tidal wrath and a lesson to learn. He ain't just strong, he's Lemuria's flame, the crown, the trench, the ancient name. Born of coral, raised by storm, his tentacles breach in a regal form. So let her buzz, let her realm decay. The king of Lemuria don't come to play. He sleeps, he dreams, but when he turns, the insect queen gets no ultra turn. Let her buzz, let her boast. I'll slap her soul into ghost. Let her swarm, let her sting. I sleep, but I'm still king. Ultra's a joke, a puddle in disguise. Their awakers weak, their stats all lies. Wanda builds counters, that's rich, she don't. You press her skill, and the stacks say nope. Liz drops poison like she's throwing rice. While Yarm and Ferals make venom precise. They call it a realm, but it's barely a zone. While Lemuria's throne is carved in stone. No lord, no soul, just bugs in a jar. While Tulu dreams beneath trench and star. He don't need buffs, banners or spin. He slaps once and the tide pulls in. Slap, slap, slap. The throne don't bend. Slap, slap, slap. This is all.
Where's the PP guy?
Slap, slap, slap. The tides return. The king of Lemuria makes the ocean churn. Let them build their brittle hide. Let them crown their hollow queen. When I rise, they'll remember what a kingdom means.
PP, here we go. No one watches the PvP guides. No one watches PvP guides, so I'm not gonna make another PvP guide because no one watches them. No one cares. There we go. So you see the high bar I had to reach. That was my Tulu rap. I've peaked. Past players peaked with the Tulu rap. It's very hard to beat that, but I'm gonna try with the Murphy rap. It's very hard to try and beat that, to be honest. Extremely difficult. Hey. Boom. Okay, this section up to date. This section, okay, I gotta change this. Boom. Hide. Nah, don't care about that. Just leave it there. I'm keeping it there. Too lazy to fix it. So, roll mechanic. Still accurate. Change the font of these. Enter looks better. I'll work on that later. So Cassia got bumped up. I think she's C or B tier, probably B. I'm gonna place her up B. These are still terrible units. I agree with that. Jenkins got bumped up. Limited standard, limited standard. It's all accurate. I can add more here, but it's too late. AAAFD. She got buffed, so C. I think she's C now on my list. Too lazy to swap him for. She got buff. I'm fine with this. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Here we go. Yep. Done. Yep. Let me enlarge this for players to see. Just make this here. Boom. Okay. Let me merge it up here. How do I not have it black? End of turn. And let me text wrap this around. Gain 1 tentacle, end of turn. This is still accurate here. Change the font. Boom, boom, boom. Lose 1 tentacle after, peer. There we go. Let's bold this, change it to enter. Yep. Can I change all this to enter at once? Let's wrap text around. Let me merge this. Yep, here we go. Bold it. Increase the font size. Unzip utility. Roll mastery. Still true. There we go. Blood furnace. Still true. Bold, Bold, enter. Okay, good. Let me bold this. Seems good. Everything's accurate. Let me do this. Enter. Boom. Okay. It's still called inspiration, I think. It's still called inspiration. I know they do a lot of translation changes. I think it's still called inspiration. Leap effect. That's pretty accurate. Still accurate. Standards are pretty bad. Costco. I'll clean up this section a little bit. Because people always complain about this section. Hide rows. People always complain about this section. But I think it's a funny section. I want to make it slightly neater though. Slightly is the key word here. Enter. Let me wrap the text around. Boom. I believe in this still. Always believe in the magic hat. It will never fuck you over, dude. Magic hack. If it fucks you over, skill issue. If magic hat ever fucks you over, skill issue. Destroy annihilation. It's called insight. Okay, I'm gonna go back. It used to be called inspiration. They might have changed it. I remember it used to be called inspiration. There we go. No, I'm gonna keep it destroy a card, even though it's called annihilate. I do refer to it as annihilate, but for new players, they understand that. They'll understand what destroy cards. They'll understand. I trust you guys understand. Okay. Let me rearrange this, make it slightly neater. Slightly being the operative word. I should get a sponsorship from Costco, just saying, for promoting Costco. I don't even have a Costco membership. But I should get free Costco membership for making Costco a thing in this game. You guys should all write a letter to Costco. Players has been promoting your Costco for a year now in this random game, in his random gacha guide. You should give him free Costco membership for life. All of you guys should write a letter to Costco saying they should give me free Costco membership for life. Reach out to me, okay? Okay. Good enough. I deserve it. I deserve free Costco membership for shilling the Costco build. And then the link down there. It's fine. It's fine. A Flare's production. Yep. Look at this. Enter. Yep. Remember, I didn't have time to do this. I didn't have time to size this up. I was going to do this. I just never got around to it. Size up the word, basically. Counter. Hyperscale stall. Tentacles. Enter. Tentacles. Broken hypercarries. Okay. I think it's enter. Let's wrap text around. I think, Here we go. I should put calf here, actually. Calf hasn't been in. Calf is above Uvos here, so I'm going to put calf there. Calf is stronger than Uvos. So this was, when I made it, calf didn't exist. So bye-bye Uvos. Hello, calf. Okay. Baby makers. Healers. Shielders. I die anyway. Alien Mist. Discard. Want to quit the game? Yeah. Accurate. Well, let's change it all to enter. Let's bold all of them. Boom. Enter. Up this. Enter. Everything is still accurate, so don't have to change much. I'm gonna have to change these. I think I want to make the steps their own color. I'm a sucker for this orange color. So this orange color. Strength down, I think it's light green. Weakness cleanse, gonna be purple, very light purple. Immunity to debuffs, I'll make it blue. Actually, not always yellow. Revive upon death. It's sort of a green. Damage amp. Damage amp, I guess, is light rain. Symptom remover. It's kind of a little gray. Yep. Get all this. Merge into one cell. Yep. Make it a background. Here we go. Step 4. Find this funny. Boom, boom. Key flare. Let's make this. Here we go. Upgrade. Merge. There we go. A little bit neater here. Takes me 45 minutes using some of that horror score. You know, they made that horror score game. No phantasmal changes when the patch hits, so November 17th. Takes me 45 minutes every day. Should be a bit faster than that. I only PvP, so PvP is either 10 minutes or an hour. So it depends on if I get the win fast or not. Let me close the gaps here. Looks good. Minute posses. I agree. Boom. Niche picks. What do you guys think? Should I keep one tab or make a new tab for every new unit? Because I am gonna work on the limited in-depth awaker. But every time I add a new unit, I have to add a new cell. I'm having them divided into realms right now. Maybe I make one for every realm, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna redo that and make one for every realm on here as well. So yeah, I'm gonna work on that, but I need to go back. Starter endgame comps, still accurate, basic team building. Just making this a bit neater here. So let's hide these rows. Yeah. Enter bold. Boom. Enter. Could have done them at the same time, but I want to make them different colors, different size. But fill color, light pink. Yep, and let's just merge this. Get queen background. Boom. So let's this. Okay. I like it. Maybe I change this to a gray. Maybe I change these two to a gray as well. Okay. Let me eliminate these. Yep. What do you guys think? This looks neat. Maps. They gave me permission to keep using this, so I'm gonna keep using them. I'm too lazy to do it, and no one's volunteered to translate these maps. So do hide rows. Yep. These are the early maps. Case. Merge. Clear that. Okay. Cool of them to give me permission to use this. I reached them out on Billy. I got permission for using these maps. But boom. Boom, boom. Here we go. There. Okay, next. Start again. Still accurate. But boom. Too lazy to add more teams in it. I already made a good team comp guide somewhere towards the end here. Yeah, I already made this on stream and transfer over. I'm gonna move it here. D-Tide endgame team presets. This is good. Let me just hide these cells. No. Do hide. Yeah, it doesn't transfer over one-to-one because this was perfectly in line in the Excel file. Yeah, I didn't even transfer this image over. I'll fix it. So hide. So Riker, calf. Probably have a calf image somewhere. Nope, I had to grab it from the game. Annoying. A lot of work. A lot of busy work. Riker. Boom. Okay. Everything else is fine. Guess the only thing I can make it is change the arc, but I'm gonna hide these roles. This could be adding new teams in the future. I'm gonna keep it there. I don't want to unhide it in the future. Future flares will thank me. Here we go. Cash shop guide. It is still accurate. I updated there with a new cash shop. This is from my Pearl. I did the guide for BDO, Black Desert Online, the cash shop guide. I went a couple of years ago. So this is where I. No, you can't break your. That's good because later every posse you own is a 1% buff to your relics and Orison in Arc 2. So up until you get 50 posse. So don't worry about it. Do. Let me merge this. Enter bold. Wrap text around. Bold. Enter bold. Plus, plus, plus. Wrap text around. Effective item. Enter bold. I'll just type it here. So I think 50. There we go. 50 is fine. Okay, I'm gonna use my new love for font. Enter. There we go. Enter looks better, in my opinion. There we go. Enter looks better. The rows I hide, it doesn't hide in Google Sheets from Excel. Let me small this font a little bit. There we go. I don't value those, so. This is now no longer accurate. It's that minus. Well, I'm going to keep it the same. This is no longer accurate because they added this. But I am too lazy to do that until I remove this. I just want people to know the old item 1 through 3 for now. I'm going to change it next year. I'm going to remove that next year. When a new year starts, I'm going to remove this from the spreadsheet because it's not going to be relevant anymore. But for any player coming back, they're going to wonder what happened to the old packages. So that's why I'm keeping them there. So month, must buy every month. Boom. That's accurate. Enter. It's good enough. I don't want to spend more time on this. I want to spend time on something else. So let's. Done. Change the color of this. Good enough. Good enough. Wheel guide. Do. Hide rows. Okay. This is all white. I'm going to make it to a gray. Yeah. I think it looks nicer. Could be wrong. But I think it looks nicer. Oh, God. Just merge this to get rid of the annoying lines. Too lazy to do anything else. Yay. Lazy. It's good enough. Okay. Hide this. I do gray for my sheets. White is too bright. Yeah. But the problem is to choose what kind of gray. Are you Xyloca, Cookie Monster, or are you someone else? If you are, hello Xyloca. If not, hello Cookie Monster. Color. Maker dupes. Wheel dupes. Arbitrary colors. Arbitrary. Sorry, English. Again, English is not my first language. Arbitrary. Arbitrary colors. That word is a hard word to say. That word is a hard word to say, in my opinion. Arbitrary. This is me the entire stream now. I'm gonna try to pronounce that word. Arbitrary. Yeah, that is a hard word to say. As a non-English first language speaker, that is a hard word to say. This is still good. I wouldn't change anything here. Maps, E-Tide, Cash Up, Wheel Guide, Cash Up. Didn't change anything. This is also still good. Wouldn't change anything. Shift tab, scroll down. Hide rows. Guess I would change this and add an arc chapter 3, but I'm too lazy. Do it here. Too lazy to do it here. So boom. Arc 2. Arbitrary. 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 Still good. Next. Covenant. Okay, I need to work on this, so enter. Let me make it 50. 50 is too much. 45. That's good enough. Guess I can change the font of this. Boom. Bold. So these are crit. So I'm gonna color crit as this. Crit is basically that color in every. No, Alienist Recharge would be that color. Let's make crit. Yeah, crit as the damage there. Ending damage, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna basically do that color. Ending damage wise. Anything damaged is going to be that. For no reason. So, light yellow for, I guess, gray for S key. Silver drop, I would make black, but I wanted to make it blue. Actually, I'll make it also a silver. Should probably make it, okay. What color for crit? Should not be red. Let's make it orange. Yeah, I like that. Realm Mastery. What do you think of? Realm Mastery is bad, so I think of purple. Realm Mastery. Realm Mastery. It's no longer attack potency, it's damage amp. It was strong to attack potency to damage amp. So DR. Celise Revive, so I think of Celise. Corporal when I think of DR. They're different blues, but yeah. Lighter blue here. Good enough. Too lazy to find the right blue. Black sigil drop. Make this gray. Money, money, money. Alien Mist is obviously going to be a yellow. S-key charge. It's the most important stat. For sure. Make it deep orange. Yep. I like it. I like it. Nope, don't merge. Where is it? Vertical line, center. There we go. It looks good. Maybe I make the a little bit bigger. Nope, too big. Nope, it's good. It's good at 11 font. So this side, I do color it. Let's make it. Colors are the most important part. I already did orange. I like orange a lot in my sheets. What other colors are there? Just green. Just green for no reason. For no reason, I want to have green. Okay, crit. Random orange. Alien this. Right here. S key. Orange again. Realm Mastery. Think of purple. Damage amp. A red. A sigil drop. A gray. DR. A light blue. Okay. Do just color coding it for people here. I'm already bored of color coding it. I want someone else to do this. I want someone else to do this monotonous color coding here. But I'll do it. Boom. Enter. S key, sigil gain, Def res, light blue, realm mastery. There you go. Transcription is the real RNG here. Do merge, enter, up this, wrap, center, scale up the font. Okay. It's the same as above. I just copied it twice. Let me hide these cells here. Yay. Color guide. This keeps moving around because I didn't lock it, you know? I'm annoyed, but not annoyed enough to download the images and insert them into a cell. I'm annoyed, but not that annoyed to cause more work for me. There's a heart symbol supposed to go here. These keeps moving around every time I open it. Sorry, but I have to download the images and insert them for Google Sheets. If it's supposed to Excel, I don't want to download these images. It's very annoying. How many hours until your coaching stream? What time is it? It's 27 hours or whatever until the coaching stream. Yeah. It's on a thing, so it's tomorrow or today at 6 p.m. when I get back from work. I'm gonna shower and stuff first, though. Okay. Enter. This is good. Color for this. I like orange a lot. I like orange. A big gray bar separating them. Ooh, big gray bar. Could do that, but it's good enough. That's for future players to worry about. Current players are already bored about doing that piece of work. So current players is not gonna do anything about it. Here we go. Good enough. Let me merge these cells. Pull this out. Enter it out. Merge. Merge. Good enough. There we go. Good enough. Good enough, good enough. That's all I like to say. Yeah, where am I at? Tier list. I do this again later. So I'll work on that later. Wheel tier list. Yeah, I hid these on my Excel, but it doesn't hide when I transfer over to Google Sheets. This is fine. Guess I would move this over and color these two. Do I really want to do that right now? Sure. Why not? Why not? I'm doing this right now anyway. I can do it right now. So boom, boom. Standard wheels, enter. Center it. Center it. I think 50. It's good enough. Standard wheels. Pick this color. Merge. Limited wheels. There we go. This is not vertical aligned. Guess I'll make this darker. Good enough. I can change the colors of this, but I'm too lazy. I think of colors. End game scaling. Accurate. Completely accurate here. D-Tide endgame guide. I was gonna update this, but this is a lot of work every time. Maybe I have someone. Maybe I'll start doing this because I have an editor now. Because I do a D-Tide immediately. Then I forget. Everything. So I need to do this while fresh. And normally when I finish the D-Tide every 2 weeks, I make a video. How many of ZZN characters are level 60? 1. One character. All I can afford. Rose. I've been at this for 3 hours already. I've been at this spreadsheet for 3 hours. This is a lot of work. Okay. I'm gonna play some more music. Could make this neater, but It's kind of low priority. This is very low priority for me to make neater. Because it's already good enough, in my opinion. I'll come back to this later. There are other things I need to work on. It's good enough. Do. Here we go. More Bardcore. Let's see a Bardcore stream right now. The YouTuber who made this song is Hildegard von Blinging. Hildegard von Blinging. Yes, I have gone over Yuki's kit already. It's a video right now on my channel. Can improve this by a lot, but it's low priority as well. Okay, I kind of like to keep that because I froze the plane. So people just scroll down. Okay, this is funny. I like what past players did here. But whatever, I'll fix it up. Boom. It's just still mostly accurate even with PvP changes, so it's whatever. Okay, this is the big hard work today. Hold on. What do you guys think who's watching me right now? Do you guys think I should just make 4 tabs and combine standard and limited units into one? Like, for each realm. Chaos, Blue, Ultra, and Caro? Or do I still keep it standard and limited separate? What do you guys think? No responses. Okay, I'll figure this out. Do like this. Okay. These three are still good. Merge tier list would be cool to see. I do have a tier list already, so right here. So limited in day per week. I'll just make the S here because I'm too lazy to get the images. Past players wanted to be fancy with all the images, but images aren't loading, so I'm just gonna do boring style here. Boom. It's the 70 font. Past players was a workaholic. Current players is also a workaholic, insane person. It's all good. Enter. Yeah, this is the old thing. I'm gonna keep it the same so people know the old names. Oh no, I think these are new names actually. Is it? Nope. This is time strung pinion. Right now it's pinions of time. Yeah. This is passage of the silver key. The current thing is the silver key dots. Yeah, they change it so often. They change the translation so often because of AI. So it's pointless for me to refer to him as anything but skill 1, skill 2. But let's see here. Note. This. It is the fact. So this is limited units. Copy that template. Units added after yep. Enter. Vertical aligned. Horizontal. Boom. Yep. Fine with this. So I'm gonna update this a bit. Covenants I agree with. Maybe I'll add something to the further write out. Make this enter actually. I'll make all the font into enter. That's my new hotness right there. Recommended teams. I think I like this more. Recommended teams, just... No, actually, no. I'm not going to recommend teams. I'm just going to recommended roles in teams. Any team that has the will so accurate. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Mentally ill the way I do images, by the way, not gonna lie. I am. You know why? Because I would want to insert them in Excel. If it was Excel, sure. But it's not Excel. So, a Cookie Monster. In Excel, I can just... Okay, I can just do this. Merge. Paste. Boom. This is what I can do instantly in Excel. I know. Oh, wait, you didn't see that because I'm not showing that screen. So, right here. Boom. 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 In Excel, I can just do that. 3 seconds. 3 seconds, I'm done. Because I just snipping tool, put it in. If I transfer over to Google Sheets, it does not work that way. So I refuse to download images to place it in the thing on Google Sheets. It's a waste of time for me. I don't want to do that. I am way too lazy. I just want to snipping tool it and paste quickly. Okay? That is why the sheet is as such. I just want a snipping tool and paste. I don't want to download the image and insert it in a cell. It's too slow. It's too slow. if you know, I was working and this was my job, then sure, I would do it. I would hate it. But this is something I do as a hobby. I'm not going to go through all that pain, okay? Too much work. If it was Excel, it would be great. When I do it in Excel, it doesn't transfer over to the Google Sheet. I'm sorry. That's just the fact of it. So this is the way I do images. That is the reason I do things the way I do them. Because I use Excel. And Google Sheet is shit. But this is what everyone uses to share files. So, yeah. I love Excel. I'm an Excel gamer. Click the dots on image and insert into cell. Paste snipping tool. Click dots on the image. I think I did try that, but something didn't work, so let's see. So, boom. Paste. Lazy. No actions. Way too lazy. Yeah, I'm not gonna figure it out. I know how to do it in Excel. I don't want to learn how to do it in here. It's too lazy. So this is how I do it. There's no dots on the images. So, Excel gamer here. So, boom, recommended role and team. Enter. Yeah, now what I was saying. What am I talking about? I will post a video instead here. Okay. Control Alt. Cut. Unmerge this shit. Boom. This is where we're gonna place the video. Boom. Let me look at your message here. Let me try it again. So where's my to will playlist? Right here. Get shareable link. So both of them should be this though. So it's sells this. This is so tired. Okay. AC35. AC35. Images I sell. This image, put image and select to sell. This. Yeah. I'm worried about this more often now. Image formula is just for a single video. Link is a playlist. So let's try it on just the basic tool guide. Where's the tool guide series? Here we go. Tool guide series. Videos. Intro. Shareable link. Good word. It's a single video now. Worry about that later, but copy, paste, paste, paste the format. Ooh. Ooh. Keep that the same. Eh. Yeah. Good enough. Yeah, you see what I did. It's AC35. This is AC35 right here. I'll make you even make a single cell. Maybe it's a single cell problem. So what cell do I use? Let me unmerge this cell. Make it nasty. Let me copy, paste it in here. So this is cell W39. So W39. This one, W39. This mash function parameter value. Yeah, it doesn't work for me. You saw, you see me. It's like I copied it the same, right? Extra is default. Yeah. I don't know. But I'll just write up everything else here. The link for GDAL later there. He goes in almost every team. Some. Live. Critical damage. Do. Okay. Back to work on this. Text. Okay. Don't need to put that. Just run whatever. Do. There we go. I need to record a video on each one, so I need to finish this and record a video on the tier list update. Revamp the sheet. Let me get these links working. Let me just do this for now. Because I want to link the video method, but... I have videos where most of these are wakers. Cassie is now good, but this meme is funny. This meme is funny. She got buff. She's now good. Yep, I do agree with that. Still agree with that. She's dog shit. Okay. Try changing matched res default to HQ default. Okay, I'll try that. Max res default. Oh. Oh wait. Is that not right? HQ default. That yeah, it's HTQ default. I spelled it right. Not JPEG. Yeah, still not working. Don't worry about that a bit. We'll go over to standard. He's now decent since the buff, so I need to change this. Work on a tier list update. I'm gonna record a tier list video at the same time today. Well, I did in the same session. I'm gonna remove this because I'm gonna remove one of these tiers because people keep asking like, oh, so one of them is gonna be a whale and one of them is gonna be an E3. So this is E3 tier list. Maybe this could be because I kind of want like the your link being an issue. Want to try the same link I use? Sure. Just a it to me, but I'm gonna do this. Relative version. Caster deserves bot in both, but let me E3 tier list. Generally is. Let me add new images here. Because people keep saying, like, oh, you have, like, plus 12 or whatever. So I'm going to remove all the indications of what investment level I have on that. I'm going to grab the images of only them. It's too lazy. I just realized, too lazy. Let's be honest here. I'm too lazy because I have to do it on every one of them and resize it for every single one of them. Now, people will have to deal with it. People will have to deal with it. People will have to fucking deal with it. I'm too lazy. So this is the reshuffling of the tier list. Let me save a copy of this first. Because I am gonna... Where should I place it? Right here? Fuck. Didn't copy the image. Sometimes it does, but let's see. Oh. Whatever. I will remember this. I'll just go back in time on the street. Let me actually take a picture of this. Boom. That's how I'm doing it. There we go. That's how I'm doing it. Fuck that. Too much work. Too much work. I already put a lot of work in this spreadsheet and on my videos. I'm not gonna put that much minuscule work. Anyone that gets confused over why this is 7, this is just when I took the screenshot at the time. This is just when I took the screenshot at the time. I'm not redoing everything. These are all already done, okay? So, she does. I did move her up. A tier, B tier. Okay, I agree with that. Pollock's C tier. Right here. It's pretty bad. Not as bad as Pandia, but it's pretty bad overall. This is early dupe Ogier. I'm gonna go over it. Ogier is good. I use him all the time, but when you're a new player, I'm not gonna explain myself to you. I'm gonna explain it when I'm recording the video, which is on stream too, because I don't want to repeat myself. I'm gonna lose my voice during the video because it's gonna be like 5 hours long or something ridiculous. So I'm not gonna explain myself now, but I'm just gonna move this all around. Generally agree with this. I place him in A because he's not S tier until you get his E3 dupe. When you get his E3 dupe, he becomes relatively strong. I'll work on this in a second. Salvador is very good. Not as good as Gellet. I agree. Right there. These are good. Cassie already moved up. Is Pharos really average? Faint and Celeste does do more than Pharos right now. Pharos is better than Agrippa Wanda. Do I really move Agrippa Wanda to F tier? No, Agrippa Wanda is not as bad as Tingley. No, Agrippa Wanda can still be used. Now I'm gonna keep Pharaohs here as the weakest. I want to put her to the side. She's the weakest out of these three for sure. I'm gonna put her way back here. Maybe I should order it by relative strength. Maybe I should order within the like tier itself. I'm gonna order it within the tier itself. So Tank, I'll put her back here. Lay can still be used, so Tanked, then Clem. Fucking garbage. Okay, Alba is stronger than Liz for sure. Alba is stronger than Liz for sure, so she goes up front. Sorella is stronger than Pollock for sure. Okay, Nymph, I'm using her more often than the Hellet here. Dorisine is obviously stronger than all these. So I'm not gonna move them within tiers, I'm just gonna move them around within their tier. So Calf is obviously stronger than it. Calf is probably the strongest here. Then put this. Where did my Riker image go? Right down here. I'll put the Caucus above the Riker, for sure. My Caucus! No! Yeah, and also, if I have the images like this Cookie Monster, I can just drag them around for a tier list. Very easy, very convenient. Very insane, yeah, I know. I'll stop memeing and place Riker where he belongs as a support. Even though I believe in the God Riker. Maybe I have too many units in A. I need to bump one down. I need to start bumping units down. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bump units down. You're all getting bumped today, boys. Getting bumped today. One of you guys in B tier does not deserve to be in B tier. One of you guys are going to get cast to average. Who's it going to be under the support? Tulu? You've been a disappointment. You're eliminated from B tier, Tulu. You're eliminated. Fuck you and your family. Okay. Tulu, eliminated to make room. Tulu, eliminated. But I do place him above these units. Tulu, you're eliminated from America's Got Talent. Or Lemuria's Got Talent. Tulu, you've been eliminated. Okay. Because Cassia moved up. You are moving on down, Tulu. Moving on down to the brown town. Okay. Yeah, maybe I should eliminate more. More of you should be eliminated. More of you should be eliminated. Okay, if I'm being honest, Cassia only works in a technical discard comp. So you're moving down to Cassia. You're moving down to Cassia. But I will place you above these units. I'll place Faint above Solis. There we go. Okay, this is the new B tier, which makes room for the Riker. There we go. There we go. There we go. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Caucus. Great old Caucus. Salvador. Caster is going to be the strongest here. For sure. As a support. Let me move this. Caster. I value the Murphy's thing a lot. And these are both key flare bots. So Miriam, limited. Key flare bot's more important. Salvador is stronger than Winkle. Winkle's good, but okay. She barely survived the Winkle. You barely survived the culling. The culling games, okay? Cull the herd. Do I have Pollocks on here? I didn't add Pollocks yet, did I? Let me add into Pollocks. Oh, not Pollocks, Pikmin. I confused the Twink Boys. Didn't add the Pollocks here yet, so. No, Pikmin. Pikmin. I think he's B tier. My list, so. Pikmin, you go here. Pikmin. So let me reshuffle this. Aegis is the most important. Without question. Her Petrify is too strong. Lily Knot helps you live. Goliath for his supportive powers. Karen, I agree. Riker for his draw power. Then Pikmin. Okay. Problem. Another one of you needs to be eliminated. Pikmin is still B tier. I still agree with that. One of you guys needs to be eliminated. There's too many of you. Too many of you inside B tier. Too many. Goliath is good. Oh, all of these are roughly equal in power, to be honest. All of these are good. I don't want to remove any of them. Because all of them are like equal in power in B tier. All of them are very equal in power. Yeah, I'm not going to eliminate any of them. If anything, one of them should go up. Nah, I'm confident. Okay, this is the maximum. Next time a new unit land, we're going to have some serious decisions to make here. Next time a new support unit comes out that is B tier, we're going to have some serious fucking decisions to make here. Yeah. Roughly where I want it. So, roughly where I want it. Where I want it. Yeah, where I want it. Agreed. She's a DPS, basically, so. Place Lotan above Uvos. I place Lotan above Uvos. Get. Yeah, put one still below her. Okay. Boom, done. Okay. I need to clean this out because this is a whale edition relative to one another. So there needs to be a unit in F for sure. So let me copy off Pollock's here. Let me copy off. Where's Pikmin? Pikmin right here. The whale, I wouldn't place him up there. So relative. So if you have them fully maxed out, I still Gellet to Will Calf. 24. Fully invested 24 does a lot of damage. Yeah, these three are the four biggest. Uncaster. Forgot. And caster. I mean, but he is the carry. He is the carry. So, yeah, that's the 5. Remove him here because he becomes a carry at that point to make more room here. So, I agree with all this. I agree with all this. She's good, but she's not that tier. Fully invested is not that. We need to make a baseline. She doesn't really do much. Fully whaled out. Fully whaled out, you're not gonna need that survivability. Yeah, you don't really need that survivability, but Lily does a lot fully whaled out. Cassia doesn't do much fully whaled out compared to other units. Pharaohs. You rather whale out anyone else than Pharaohs. Doll is fucking. Yeah, Liz is still trash. There needs to be F tier units. There needs to be F tier units. So below average. B. What do we make our average? Let's make Sorrel average. Let's make Sorrel the average baseline. If you do more damage than a fully plus 12 Sorrel, you're above. Yeah, if you do more damage than Sorrel, you're above. Low 10% HP. These units do more damage than a fully invested Sorrel, yes. So, Pollock does more damage than a Sorrel. Pikmin does less damage, but I'll still place him in somewhere in C. You do more damage than a Sorrel. I'll still place Caucus here. Good stats. Yeah, good damage. I believe in corporal damage way more than Dorisine. Honestly, Jenkins should be up here. Let me swap these two. Caucus is very good as a support. At that point, for his stats. I place him A tier stat support. Stat stick. This doesn't do anything. Really doesn't do anything, only miss gen wise. She's still A tier, for sure. Ogier, Caucus. So, I don't need that. You know what? Shielding when you're plus 12. Yeah, okay. Panda still does shit. Nymph got a buff recently, but it's poison trigger. It's less damage than Sorrel. More damage than Sorrel. Sorrel is just the baseline here. If you do less damage than her, you're below. If you do the same amount of damage, right here. Yeah, Pollock does more damage than Sorrel fully invested. For sure. Jenkins. Lotan. Uwash. Okay. Arita. I believe in the Arita. Do I believe enough that she's more damage than Dorisine and stuff? I believe. Yeah, I believe in this. It's more consistent than Dorisine. Senga, more consistent than Dorisine. Pikmin. Here, I am out here. Here we go. Pikmin. Plus 12. Do play some both of them. Plus 12 2 even. Consider him a support, but I consider him a support at this point. So Pikmin, he deserves to be in B tier. Deciding who to pull down. Lily's so good though. Very hard to decide. Plus Winkle is a good battery. She should be here. Yeah, she should be here. For sure. I gotta put the Lily down. I don't want to. I gotta put the Lily down. Gotta put the Lily down. But she's like the strongest here. For sure. She's like the strongest right there for sure. So these have too many averages here. There's a lot of supports compared to carries, but we need more supports. Ramona, better than O'Gear for sure. Murphy, better than O'Gear for sure. O'Gear's last on this list here. Yeah, I'm confident with this. Fully whaled out. So E3 tier list. If it's E3, Calf, Gellet. Yeah. If it's E3, place these for sure. Actually, I'm sorry, Loton fan. There can only be 5 in here. Can only be 5. E3. Yep. Still the same here. Still the same. Let's move this around. It's kind of annoying now to have to order it within a tier, but I'm going to do it. Yep. Agreed. Agreed. E3. Corporal deserves to be in here. E3. She's at the same power level as these guys. Arita, yeah, she deserves to be down here. Yep, she deserves to be down there. Yep. So let's go average. We're going to compare everything to Sorrel. Sorrel is the baseline still. This is weaker. For sure. Sorrel is my baseline. Sorrel is my baseline. Nymph is worse than... It's probably the same because now since the buff, she actually does quite a bit. These are worse than Sorrel, for sure. Sorrel is my baseline. Wristband, yeah. Yeah, it's still she's still pretty shit. Liz is still pretty shit, unfortunately. Because I've played. I help people with Liz. She's pretty shit. Shame. She even got buffed too, so there's no hope for her. So there we go. Okay, she goes up for sure. She got buffed. She should honestly be here. She should honestly be there. E3, not welled out. E3, he doesn't deserve to be up there. Right here. E3. This is E3, remember. Song is still E3. E3, Salvador. Yeah. Yeah. E3 general. It was bumps up there. If they're all E3, I value the Riker a lot. I value the Gamba. The Gamba. So, yeah, I agree with all this. Lay stats are way too low. Ogier did jump up a few tiers. Oh, one tier though. Yeah, but Doll, it's pretty bad. Yeah. Think I'm set. The waifu tier list. Nah. I should add FBI, but I'm lazy. Yeah, I'm confident in this. Goliath is decent, too niche. Yeah, but he's still in the confidence. He's still that tier. You know, in-depth standard chaos. Hey. Mm. Carried by Sangha comps. That stat stick. Do. Prime time. Do. I don't know if you were telling me to sleep. Do, do, do. Yay. Should I just start the tier list now or add more? Why do you have 4 tier lists in one tab? Thank you for the thing. Put Pikmin in A instead of Jenkins. I did? Let's go back. I'm working on this update. I'm updating the tier list. So where? Pikmin. Where's Pikmin in there? Pikmin. Too lazy to add him there. Okay. Pikmin. 4 tier lists in one tab. So, this is the general tier list for most players to look at. This is the ultimate whale tier list. This is everyone at E3 because people want this many tier lists. And this is the waifu husbando tier list, which is the important one. Okay? They do not go well on the same team. Typically, you don't want 2 carries on the same team because they both require mana. Unless the sub DPS, you don't really want to play their cards that much. Because you want to play both 24 into will cards, so they don't really go that well together. So yeah. That is why. Yeah, it's... Jenkins and Pikmin serve 2 different roles. Pikmin is in the support column. Jenkins is in the DPS column. I don't see anything wrong with that. I rate support and DPS separately. Compared to other DPS. Compared to other supports. So C tier need to do as much damage as all these guys. It's poison trigger, so I still rate her highly. Yeah, it's poison trigger. Yeah, okay. Back to this. Still need to do that. Should I just start recording a video now? Start adding more. I am very tired of this. I'm not tired to go to bed. I'm just tired of this. Okay. Marsha needs to buy more suits. I was gonna say that. Mm. Okay. Report fill in as you go if needed. Now I want to include gameplay footage of all these stuff too. Okay, maybe I start recording a few sections. Okay. Yeah. Ready? Need to lumber up. Get into the Flair's persona, as it will. Okay. Again, getting ready because I like to do this in as few takes as possible. Okay, good. Window capture. Let me do this. Boom. Because I'm gonna use my videos as well. Someone just commented on some of my videos. Let me read them through. Two. Again, sorry, I'm just gonna read all the comments in my latest video because a lot of people commented. Okay. A video. So to Will Guy series playlist. Right here.
I'm Sora too.
Oh my fucking gosh. Yuki's. Do you have any info regarding Yuki's ego? Yuki's ego got leaked. It's just an image there. It's on Reddit. But people are saying that the Nooses girl is better for her or something. I don't know. No point going too deep into it.
We're not afraid. Artless got in your deck. Alba's card, for example. Deck. What if this is a garbage? What if your top card in deck very good? Is anything? Would play double. But anyway. Put up for Chris.
Yeah. I'm gonna scale this up. I'm gonna check how, because I'm gonna use my YouTube videos basically for the thing. So what was that? Basically gonna use my past Slayers content to show gameplay. So I'm gonna perfect this scaling real quick. Or perfect it as much as possible. This is full screen right now. This look good? Good to you guys? Looks good, right? Okay. Yep. That's good because I have two different windows. Okay, that looks good. So back to the spreadsheet. Okay. Takes a lot for me to get into character here. Because I do rant off the cuff. What's up? Now, this is the updated tier list for 2025. All of you guys, I made it into 3 new tier lists because people got confused about the whale edition and there were too many units, so I scaled everything appropriately. So, remember, my tier list is relative. C is average. Those are units I base everything off of. If a unit is worse than a unit in C tier, they go down a tier. If they're better, they go up a tier. That is what I do. Does that mean that people in C tier, D tier, F tier are unplayable? No, they're playable. They're just weaker than the other options. I'm not gonna have fucking 5,000 units in S to C tier like some other content creators for the other games. I see fucking tier lists with like fucking S, SS, SSS plus, SSS plus. Go fucking do something over your life. S to F only. Holy fucking shit. Make everything relative. If, let's say, the next year, 50,000 to Wheels releases, 50,000 Whaled Out Calf release, let's say the next 10 DPS units, they all one-shot the boss. You play one card, they one-shot the boss. I'm not going to make a new tier called SS. You know what's going to happen? Everyone in S tier is going down a tier. They're all gone. They're wiped out from existence. You know what happens? If every single unit from now on is better than every single unit on this list, every single unit on this list will go straight to F tier for the new age of Awakeners. That's what I'm going to do. And that's what I did. The main changes before I go into every single video, this tier list is going to cover every single unit again, 2025 retrospective, the buffs, the changes with gameplay videos. I'm not going to go talk over. This is new players. You know why? New players has gameplay footage from old players, from all the coaching sessions. I have gaming footage of every one of these Awakers. I'm going to talk over them. And talk over their kits too. So that is how I do my tier list. Now, to make this simple for you guys, it's in 3 sections now. This is the general tier list that 90% of you will use. It's what I recommend 90% of you guys use, okay? This is just general, what you should invest your resources in. This tier list over here is if you're a Giga Whale, plus 12, level 90, perfect covenants and wheels relative. Now, why is Sorrel's decent tier? I'm using Sorrel as the baseline. She got buffed recently. She's pretty decent now, whaled out. I'm using her as my baseline unit for comparing damage. So she is average. She will always be average for this tier list. In the O tier list, she will be B tier. But I realized there were too many units in the A, B tiers, so I started culling them. I culled them to shit. People got eliminated. There were tears. There was devastation. Tulu got bumped down. Tulu, right here, got bumped down. Tulu was eliminated from Lemuria's Got Talent. He's crying. Well, he will be sleeping. He's crying in his sleep. He's having nightmares of when he was a tier higher. But sorry, Tulu. You have to make room for the Pikmin. You have to make room. I have to make the hard decisions here as a content creator and a guide maker. And Tulu, you're gone from B tier. So that is how I approach this. This is just the E3 tier list. If every Waker was at E3. Relative. Remember, Sorrel is the baseline. Are they stronger than an E3 Sorrel? Are they weaker than an E3 Sorrel at E3? So I'm going to go over every unit one by one and their kits with their gameplay footage. So this video probably be a little long. Deal with it. Now, S tier. General tier list. I'm not going to talk about the other whales, so I'm going to talk about the entire Waker in order. So first, Towel. Still S tier. Still one of the best units in the fucking game. Anyone who has played her will know that. Do people hate playing her? Yes. She's one of the most controversial units, but everyone can agree she's S tier. Everyone uses her every fucking week in D-Tide for an Alert 5, either Mono Will or Blue Will. Now, her kit will never be power crept. Ever. Because of her choices that she makes, the fucking decisions you can do, her infinite utility. And as more Wakers come, and better Wakers come with her better cards, she copies them. She's the copycat Awaker. Now, what does she do? For all those new players watching my videos, for all my ZZN viewers, because my subscribership did double. So, she's a key player unit that was originally designed as a support. When she originally came out, everyone thought, oh, she is dog shit. She is probably B or C tier. If you look up the O tier list a year ago, everyone pre-release thought she was going to be bad because they did not know how easy it is to play the wings with Eski. So, I'm going to talk about her cards. Her Rouse increases the S key she gets and your key flare. Key flare is extremely important in Arc 2. It's one of the best things you can do in Arc 2, actually. And every Enlightened is also value. I recommend getting her E1 or E2, which means 1 or 2 dupes. And then going for OE if you want to. Her E3 is very good, but only in Arc 1. So let's go over every Enlightened. So E1, why it's good, is it reduces the cost of Omni cards by 1. So Omni is her skill 1 card. They keep retranslating this. I still have her old kit in parts of the spreadsheet. They have changed the names of her card at least three times. So I refer to every Awaker's cards as skill 1 or skill 2 depending on their order. Because they will retranslate things. Because, you know, AI translation and stuff. They will do it less now. I think it's already finalized. But just to be safe, I do this. Because Insight used to be Inspiration, by the way. Pinions of Time used to be Time Strung Pinion. So yeah. So it basically causes her skill 1, which is this, to -1 the top card. So Omni card, go into my videos, my guides. I have guides for every single unit in my YouTube channel in a playlist. So Omni, the top card of your deck is copied with Omni unless it is an Insight. If it's an Insight, nothing will happen. So you would always know what the top card of your deck is. That's her immense value. That's why I run her with Caucus and Hamill. Why would you run her in Caucus and Hamill and Blue Will besides the bone, besides the weakness, besides all that? Is because they have retained cards. Now, if Omni copies a retained card, it is also retained if you end your turn. And you can keep that Omni so it can transform into something else. So having a retained cards in your deck is very good. So you keep the Soul Overture, you keep the Protective, for example. Generally, you want to copy the Pinions of Times or the Wings. Now, a disclaimer. If you copy an exhaust card, like the Twin Wings, 4 Wings, 6 Wings, when you play the Omni, it gets exhausted from your deck. Some people are not fine with it. I'm fine with it. You do it. It's good value because you get the wings. And typically the boss is going to be dead by then. However, if you are in a situation where you know a boss fight is going to take a long time, you may not want to exhaust it that early. It's from a player to player difference with her Omni card. That's why this is one of the best cards in the game. And I like to Omni Caucus's cards because it copies the same effects plus 10 Alimus. So if you Omni a Shattered Halberd, you get that 20 Alimus from Caucus's Shattered Halberd and this 10 Alimus to charge her up faster. That's 30. It's insane value and it makes it a 1 cost. But generally people in Mono will generally copy the Pinions of Time. Now, that's why her E1 is very important. Besides, also the Pinions of Time also adds the Insight to your hand. So when you play Pinions of Time, which is her skill 2, her skill 2 here is Pinions of Time. Gets her Strength and 1 Insight. And it shuffles the wings. So she has Twin Wings, 4 Wings, 6 Wings. Twin Wings generates, is 2 hit, generates Alimus. 4 Wings is 4 hits, it steals Strength, better than a fucking garbage Clem, which is a complete dog shit unit. And it steals their Strength, gets you Strength. So basically you want to play a lot of 4 Wings in a turn and get her started. Now 6 Wings. 6 Wings has Piercing. It has one of the few Piercing card effects. What this means is it can pierce through most invulns. Some invulns it cannot pierce through. It can pierce through shields. What that means, it does damage to the shield and the HP of the boss as well. And pierces through invuln. It pierces through barriers, it pierces through everything. That's what piercing is in the game. It's a somewhat rare ability. And you then get one of multiple options that are one-time use, which are feed elements and stuff, which I'll show in a video in a second. Now, her Exalt, her ultimate ability, is one of the best ultimate abilities in the game, depending on what realm you are. That's why I recommend Blue Realm the most, because it has the least Awakers, so the pool is a lot smaller. And the pool of cards you can play are higher value in general to choose. Almost all the cards in Blue Realm are high value, because they have the best cards in the game, and they're not cluttered. So, depending on what realm you play her, you do a different thing, basically. Whether it's Mono Will, whether it's Blue Will, whether it's Kara Will, whether it's Ultra Will. And the cards she copies with this is from any unit in the realm. So when you play this, it copies any 3 out of 5 skill cards in the fucking realm. So she can copy Horless Joy. She can copy Caucasus card. She can copy Lightning. She can copy G-Doll's Heal. Now, why you don't want to use her in other realms is because they have low value cards. There's not a lot of cards you want to copy besides the blue realm, because blue realm has high value cards, whether it be poison, whether it be counter, whether it be lightning, whether it be shields. She becomes an ultimate utility unit if you play her in blue. In mono will, she's very good. A lot of people still use her, but it's more RNG dependent. Because remember, every Awaker in that realm's card is in that realm. Now, Chaos has the most units because they have the starter units, which is Doll, Ogier, Lotan. And they have lower value cards because they were released when the game just started. And when the game just started, most of the kits were weaker than they are now because of power creep. And you guys who have played gacha games know what power creep is. Now, since Chaos Realm has a lot of old units, their card value is lower. Like, for example, would you want to fucking copy Alva cards as to will? No, they're in the pool. 2 out of 8. Would you want to copy Doll's card? Maybe to heal, but this Outer Surgery? Not really. There are better weakness cards in other realms. Would you want to copy Ogier's cards? It's pretty bad compared to modern day cards. Now, cards you do want to copy are all from the newer units. Even 24 is newer than most of these units. Like G-Doll, for example. Or even Calf. Or sometimes Riker. But they have lower value. The card you want the most is G Ramona. G Ramona, if you're playing Mono Will, you want Predetermined Strike. Because it's infinite strength scaling depending on how many times you posse. Increase the multiplier of strength scaling by 1. So you want to posse a lot and copy this Predetermined Strike. Hold like 5 of them in your hand or whatever. And then burst the boss in 1 turn. This is one of the ways to play Mono Will, for example. Now, yeah, this is very cluttered. It's very RNG. It's still very strong. Still very used, but it's semi-nerfed in Arc 2 with the S Keyflare changes. I'll go over it a little bit later. So Blue Realm, one of the least units, and all their cards have value. Let's say you want to copy Goliath's card. You want to copy Law of the Strong, for example. If you copy a Law of the Strong, it steals all the strength, and most enemies, especially late game, Alert 5, late game, hard mode story, they generate strength faster than you can generate strength. Headhunter, one of the rare bosses in, let's say, D-Tide, Alert 5, he generates like 3,000 strength sometimes. Baby Fran, he gets like 20-something strength every time you hit them. And eventually he gets like 3,000 strength. You steal all that 3,000 strength with just Law of the Strong. It's one of the strongest utility cards in the game, late game. Because it steals all of their fucking strength for a turn, and you can use it to your heart's content. And again, enemy scales faster in strength than you. Like, this is 5 strength. Enemies get like shit ton of strength. So yeah, that is why Law of Strong is good. Decap is if you're about to kill, or if it's in the HP threshold, you copy this, you play it, you refund your Evereth back, get the mana back. It's a very good card. This is becoming a guide video. I'm going to link my guides. Well, I need to make it briefer overview of what she does. But yeah, most of these cards are high value, such as Miriam's Pierce, Caucasus Counter, blah, blah, blah. So it's very, very good. Now let's go back to Will. So her E2, the card she copied with her Exalt, gets Prepared 1. Now what is Prepare 1? It used to be called something different, but now it's Prepare 1. I forgot what it used to be called, but Prepare 1, which means that it is retained, and every turn you hold it in your hand, the cost gets subtracted by 1. That's what it means. So if you get a copy of 4 cost card, you hold it for 4 turns, it becomes a 0 cost card. And you just hold it for 4 turns. It's very good. So that's why blue has some expensive cards. You can just wait down a turn and play it when you have to. Now, her E3 is not as essential because all it does is make her basic strike and basic defense give her crit rate and crit damage. It is good, but generally you don't really play basic strikes and basic defense a lot in this game for most units. Now, there are some exceptions, which I'll cover later on in the video. And her secondary effect is meh, except for Arc 1. Arc 1, you can use it, because Arc 1, you have 100% DR. In Arc 2, you do not have 100% DR unless you invest in DR covenants. I don't really believe in that. Because if you're triggering DR, you're already fucked up on your first place, and your team's kind of dog shit. I try not to proc DR. But if you have to proc it, just proc it once. The game has infinite retries, you know. If it's 20%, just keep retrying until you proc it. Why invest more in DR? Yeah, what it does is when you proc DR, you get Echoes of the Past. What Echoes of the Past does is it's a card that regens your health and shield values to the turn where you die. So you die, next turn you have 1 HP, you play Echoes of the Past, you regen to the HP value you're at before you ended your turn. So if you're gonna proc a DR, do it when you're full HP. So if a boss is doing 10,000 damage and you have max HP, rather than try to shield that up and live with 1 HP, you proc the DR, so you get to, 1 HP. Next turn you play it, you're full HP again. That's generally what you want to do with her E3 if you do choose to proc it. Now her overexalt. Her overexalt is to will damage generation. It's pretty good because it reduces the RNG because you choose from 10 cards instead of 5 cards. You still only choose 3 cards, but the reason why it's good is not because of that. It's because the damage, shield gen, and HP recovery increased by 35%. This is high scaling. 35% is a big number. And everything she gets. So this is why Toil plays cards better than the Awaker she copies them from. And she also gets 3 Arith. So her OE is very good. I don't recommend pulling for a Bound Net because +4 can already clear every content in the game. I do it all the time. Blue will. I don't see a need to invest in her anymore, so I'm not. But I might invest in her if people, donate. Because I don't know if a lot of people borrow my Toil. But let's go on to the gameplay. I can narrate more. So, there's that. Okay. Not that. I need to go in the other section. Go in this. Videos. Playlist. So before I get started, Toil is a very complicated character. I only scratched the surface of her kit. I know I've been talking for a long time, but I made an entire Toil guide series here on YouTube. You just click on this guide series. Again, this is calm flares. I'm going to switch between calm flares and loud flares throughout the video because people like the flares persona. Because if you watch any of my coaching videos, you know I don't actually act like that all the time. People like it for the views. So people enjoy the flares persona. So I give them a treat. So this is the Toil guide series, and I've been working on the spreadsheet for like 6 hours straight. So I don't have a lot of energy to go full flares all the time right now. So Toil guide series, I made an entire guide right now. A lot. 10 commandments, pick your count. It has come some views. And I do have a lot of Toil content in my channel. Like I have me coaching a lot of players on Toil. Some of them are videos. I don't make D-type coaching videos anymore because no one really watches them. So if you want any of my coaching streams, just go under live and just find any coaching stream. I coach a lot of players. I'm having one this Friday. This video will probably be posted afterwards, but we'll see. Maybe it will be posted before, and you can catch me on stream. I do like 12-hour coaching sessions until I run out of people. If I run out of people, then I stop it and I play something else. So catch me while I'm coaching. Form a line, maybe a reservation, whatever. First come, first serve, just like a restaurant, I even accept all trash players now who didn't listen and fucking break their account. So Toil guide series right there. Now let's go over a gameplay clip of Toil. Okay. I already stopped recording. I'm just changing this real quick. Oh, game capture. Alright. Here we go. Oh, now I'm gonna mute this video. This is my YouTube. This is fast for me than just, you know, fucking getting the clips and talking over. So I'm gonna talk over while this gameplay is shown. So this is, I'm gonna speed this up too. Playback speed 2 times. I do play a lot. This is my Blue Will comp. I play this a lot, but as you can see, it generates a lot of count. This is just turn 5, and you have 60,000 counter here. The boss has 32,000 poison. So this is the power of Twill in blue. You can basically do everything for any situation. So I just did a thing here. So I copied Miriam's 3 cost chosen. It's a 0 cost now. And if you hold it beyond the 3 turns, it will, if you +2 it with Hamill, it will still be +0, +1. That was only held for 3 turns, so it was not that case. Because the longer you hold it, it can go into the negative values in game. So that means that if you make it more expensive with the Hamill, you can play it, you know, double play it for still 0 cost. So that's why she's very strong. And even with 50 reinforced, which is the boss takes 50% damage, we still generate a lot of counter, a lot of poison, and with this whole thing, and Hamill kind of feels the whole gameplay here. So it's one of very strong counts, because if, let's say, a boss demands you want them to poison them, you have poison. If a boss demands you need AoE, you have AoE. Because Blue Realm has every mechanic in the game except Bleed. And Bleed is basically a worse poison, in my opinion. So yeah, you basically have everything at your disposal if you play her blue. Like AoE, poison, counter, pure damage with tentacle, with lightning. There's an ad playing. I don't have YouTube Premium because that's a scam. I don't want to use Brave browser right now. So yeah, so with Twill, there's not anything, like you will never encounter a boss or a situation where you'll go, this boss is unbeatable for this comp. I need to change comp. You will never encounter that situation. Even on bosses with counter, you just kill them with counter, with poison. You can build up shields with Twill. It will be slightly harder than, you know, if they don't have counter. Counter is one of the bad mechanics in the game that's really cancer. But you can just switch to Mono Will. Because you know why? Pandia has the counter removal card. A counter removal card is good. So she has access to every Awaker's kit in the game. That's why she's S tier. That's why she's one of the best units in the entire game. No other Awaker gives you as many choices, gives you as many options as Twill. It's just options after options after options. Now, that is where most players find an issue with her, because with too many options, you face option for paralysis. You know that thing IRL where face too many options kind of freeze up? So it does make, if you're new to her, your gameplay a lot slower. Because it's a lot of thinking involved onto what you want to do. What cards do you want to copy? What's your play style on this boss? And most of the time when you go into a boss blind, you don't know what the boss does unless you read a guide on what the boss does beforehand. Does this boss get counter? Maybe this boss takes extra counter damage. Maybe this boss takes extra poison damage. Maybe this boss spawns ads, for example, or mobs. So if, you know that on turn 3, the boss spawns ads, you exalt and you grab AoE cards so that you can hold it for when the boss does spawn ads, and they'll be cheap and use it to kill the ads. Which is why I typically do on Twill. Again, 500,000 damage one turn. And end turn, blah, blah, blah. So right now, boss is basically dead. So yeah. So it's lots of options, and that can make your gameplay slower. And I love that. I love options. No 2 runs of Twill is going to be the same in Blue Will. Because your options are going to be different. You pull different cards. You pull different orders of cards. So every run is a fresh new experience for me, and I enjoy that kind of gameplay. Whereas other S tiers such as Gellet, such as Dorisine, such as Calf, you generally know, Calf is kind of fun, but you generally know what your game plan is, what you're going to do. With Twill, you only decide on a general game plan. Like, I want AoE, I want counter, I want this card. However, most cases, you're not going to get what you want, and you're basically trying to decide what you want to do with the options you do have left. So that's why I enjoy playing to will. I enjoy playing to will. Do I think her design, as in appearance, is good? No. I think she's one of the worst appearance-wise awakers in the game. I think she's a trash design. She's too basic, okay? She's fucking garbage design. We need more 24s in the game, okay? 24 is a great design aesthetically. To will, dog shit design. It's too plain. I'm gonna go on a rant about that. It's too fucking plain. She's fucking wearing a fucking coif. She's a fucking bridemaid. Just give her tentacles. Give her something evil. Make her a bit evil. Make her a little nasty. I want to make her a little nasty, you know, or anything else. It's too basic. Like, if you're gonna make her, fuck, do anything. Make her extremely sexualized. I don't care. Make her less sexualized. Have her wear a suit. But this fucking bridal ground with the fucking robes or good shit, fucking more. Put some blood on her. Make her bathe in the blood of her enemies. Make her a little insane, like, you know, Miriam. You know, give her extra arms. Give her 3 tentacles. Make her a head in the middle of her chest. Make her have 5 arms. Do anything else. She just floats. That's her gimmick. She floats. And she has a hole in her chest. That is not original. There are a lot of characters with holes in her chest. Or holes in her costume. Let's look at the DC universe with Power Girl. She has a hole in her chest. In her suit. She's basically to will. That's boring. Bland. Garbage design. Okay, let's talk about the next unit. Now that you've seen it up. Again, I grab the AoE cards. I do it. This is how you play to will. Okay. Okay, next unit I'm going to talk about. I need to find a video. Basically. Need to find a video. Where's this? Oh, it's your thing, Cookie Monster, if you're still here. But next, Awaker. I think I'm gonna do Gellet next. So I need to pull up the Gellet gameplay. Where's recent Gellet gameplay? I think in my recent D-Tide stream or coaching. I think one of the coaching streams. I have it. Content creation stream. I think it's this one.
The headrest had to match the quality and the expectations of this iconic
Oh my gosh.
chair that was built to last.
Embody. Why am I getting ads on my own video? I should not get ads on my own video. It's my video. It's my content, YouTube. It's my content. What the fuck are you doing, YouTube? It's my content. Don't give me ads on my video. Don't you fucking give me ads on my video, dude. Holy shit. Don't give me ads on my video. So we're in this. They'll do it somewhere. Oh yeah, here we go. This is only alert 4, I think. Okay, whatever. I found the video, so. What else here? Gellet. Where the fuck is it? Here we go. Next, we're gonna talk about Gellet. Gellet. She's still S tier. She's still the best burst awaker in the game, DPS wise. We are dominated by the fucking matriarchy of DPS in the game, dude. The matriarchy must fall. Have you noticed on my tier list? Have you noticed on every tier list? How powerful the girls are in this game? This cannot stand. This cannot stand. Where are the guys? Where are the strong dudes? Pollock was a fucking disappointment. Pollock was a twink that demands too much. Demands too much. Even if your twink son died in a fucking car crash, it's too much. If your twink son came back to life and demands as much as Pollock's, you would tell him to die again. You wouldn't be happy about your twink son coming back to life if he has the same demands as Pollock's. Because Pollock's demands too much, provides too little. Pollock's is a fucking freeloader, okay? Dorisine demands too much for what he does. For every 7 damage Dorisine does, Gellet does 10. With less effort, with less work. It's the opposite of the IRL wage discrepancy. In Mormons, it's the opposite. The matriarchy controls everything. For every 10 damage a female awaker does, a male awaker does 7. That is a damage gap. We must protest. Give us stronger dudes. The only thing keeping the guys together are Caster and Pollocks. Not Pollocks. Why did I say Pollocks? I went out of Pollocks. Caster and fucking Hamill. Hamill for the support tier. Caster for the damage. There are our only hope. There are only male idols in the fucking game. Caucus is a stat stick. Goliath is a support instead of a DPS. Come on, give us some strong dudes. Give us some strong dudes. Look at this. Tawil, Gellet, 24. Insane amount of damage. Give us a good dude unit that does as much damage as Gellet. Burst turn. Give us one. Give us one dude DPS that provides as much utility as Tawil. Give me one. They don't exist. Look at all the other male DPS. Fucking Dorisine with his bone? Get the fuck out of here. Fucking Tulu? Fucking Tulu with his temporary strength? Tawil does more temporary strength than you motherfucker. Tawil could copy all of your cards. Tawil could copy all your cards while you're sitting on your lazy ass. Pollock's, Tawil can do everything you can do, but better. 24 shits out insane amounts of damage, Blue 24. No other dude compares to it. There's not even that many dude DPS. Look, there's Dorisine, there's Uvos, there's Pollocks, and that's it. Where are my male dudes? Where are my male dude DPS? It's all girls. It's all girls. Give us some dude DPS. This cannot stand. We need better males in this game. We deserve better males. Okay, back to Gellet. So Gellet, queen of the burst damage. Queen of the fucking burst damage. So, Gellet, insanely broken. E0 to E3. You know why? You notice on my spreadsheet how I have her at E0 there? That was when I first took the picture. At E0, she can still carry you through Alert 3. At E3, she can do Alert 5. She's broken. She's the strongest burst damage DPS in the fucking game, and it doesn't even come close. She shits on everyone else. They will probably never make another Awaker as powerful as her or Tawil ever again. You know why? Because the game almost EOS last year, and these were the last 2 units before they announced the game was saved. The game was saved. So, they probably made these 2 units broken on purpose to save the game, and it worked. And no other DPS comes close to where they are now. Not even fucking close. You can pray. You can pray. But you're not gonna release another dude that's strong. Give us one strong dude. Fuck it. Fuck it. I would just do something controversial. Maybe get some dude representation here. Even though it is politically controversial. Maybe you can give us a skin that changes one of these guys or girls into a dude. If you're not gonna give us another strong dude unit, just let us trans one of these girl characters so that we can feel like us dudes do damage. Because right now, none of the dudes does real damage compared to Gellet, to Will, or 24. So let's go over her kit. She's a bleed damage dealer. Thing about her and Pollock's is that she inflicts bleed as well, but the enemy usually dies before the bleed even ticks. Because she's that strong. She's that fucking broken. So, Hatred Unleash. E1, let's go over her enlightens. Her enlightens, E1, good. You want her E3. Every E1 to E3, all of them insanely good. Basic strike. Grant Hellet Katana a temporary 15% increase in crit rate and crit damage. Basic defense inflicts a bleed effect on all enemies. Generally, sometimes you trigger this and it will kill, but mostly you're going to play her strike, because this is insane. It lets you crit rate and crit damage. 15% is a big number, and with certain wheels, you can have like 2, maybe 3 strikes in your deck, so you pull another strike, so this is basically like 45%, generally crit rate, crit damage, and if you play any gacha game, you play any game in general, you know that developers right now like to prioritize crit rate, crit damage. I disagree with it. I come from the slightly old school of gaming, like EverQuest, for example, like Ultima Online, where there are other stats other than crit rate and crit damage you really want. And I think having it clear cut, like you want crit rate, you want crit damage in every game, in every scenario, is bad game design. As someone who grew up when crit rate and crit damage, there was a trade-off. You want X crit rate, X crit damage, and then you want mastery points. If you're playing Star Wars, the Old Republic, the MMO, you want mastery points. If you're playing WoW, you want some other stat. You know, more damage. Like, more options. So you don't see crit and you don't, fucking, oh my god, give me that crit. That's basically every fucking game now, and I'm sick of it. So, that's what her E1 does. Her E2 makes her a skill 1. If your HP is below 50%, the strength obtained is doubled. And the prepared effect of Bloodthirsty Fail is prepared 2. So her whole mechanic is her skill 2, Crimson Shackle, as is now called. You play this card 3 times, it turns into Bloodthirsty Flail. Bloodthirsty Flail is her main bread and butter. Now I'm going to go over what wheel she also uses. I should have done that with Tawil. But if you're watching my Tool guide, you already know what. You're watching my Gellet guide, you already know what. It's on the spreadsheet what wheels they use. So I'm going to go over a general overview. I'm not going to go over that. Just check out my other guides if you want to do that. This video is going to be long. I'm going to make it slightly longer. So fuck it, I might make it slightly longer. I'll probably talk about the wheels too now. So strike. Deal damage. Bloodthirsty's Fail. It has a 5x strength bonus. Better than Pollock's already. Pollock's has a 0x strength bonus. Pollock does nothing for you. Pollock is a selfish little, greedy little bastard twink boy. Okay? Demands too much. Provides too little. 5x strength bonus. She has Vuln. No, she doesn't have Vuln. But she has crit rate increase. See this kit? It's overloaded. Bleed, trigger, crit rate, crit damage. 5x strength bonus. She generates strength. She does this. Yeah. This is what a good unit looks like. So it triggers 30% of the target's bleed and it heals you up. So this is how the healing gameplay, I'll show it later on. So you play 3 flails, do this. Normally without the E2, the flails have prepare 1, not prepare 2, which means the cost is only reduced by 1 every turn instead of 2. You want the cost to be reduced by 2 for the Dice Gellet combo to dupe and do the combo, which I'll show in the video. So that's why it's good and heals you a lot. And this is one of the best cards in the game. And it gets better when you lone seed it. So generally, her or Salvador are fighting for possession of Lone Seed in D-Tide, the endgame game mode, where you can only use each posse once. Which I cover in my D-Tide guide videos, which I make dozens of that nobody watches. But that's what her E2 does. Again, every election's very good. Her E3 does this. At start of battle, irregular forms chain. This is insanely broken. It basically adds another card. It basically starts you off when you start the battle with a 0-cost pick-me card. So it's a 0-cost card that can transform into her strike, defense, or any of her skill card. So normally you pick Crimson Shackle, so you never have a bricked first turn. A lot of Awakers, even to Will, you can have a brick first turn if you don't draw what you want. You always start with an irregular form chain, so you can always triple Crimson the first turn of every battle. That's why she's insanely good. She's one of the best units for affinity farming. Check out my affinity farming guide. Now, Sanguine Fetters. Break this target shield and prevent this target from hanging shield for 1 turn. This is broken. This breaks a lot of bosses, such as the Ogier Chiefs, which I show in my D-Tide coaching sessions and my D-Tide videos. That's how you fucking destroy Ogier in general. This is how you destroy Ogier, is with this card, basically. So, her OE, not needed. I've cleared A5 all the time with just this Gellet. You don't need any more Compensator, just the E3, and you can clear every content in the game. Unlike other units, which kind of needs OE to clear all the content in the game, Gellet is like one of the strongest units because she doesn't really need that. So, her Exalt, you basically eat a baby, Exalt, and reduce the cost of all her cards in hand by 1. If you eat a Super Baby, it reduces the cost of all her cards in hand by 2. Super Babies are generated by dies, which I'll cover later on. But yeah, she's insane damage burst. So let's go over the video. And let's go over my video, whatnot. So I have a lot of videos on Gellet and a lot of coaching sessions because everyone has her. I recommend pulling her with her every time. But let's go over my videos real quick. So this is my comprehensive Gellet guide video, 5,000 views. Not a lot. It's pretty old, but nothing has changed. She's one of the easiest Awakers to play. She's one of the easiest units to play in the entire game. If you know how to Lone Seed, if you know how to do whatever. So this is the guide if you want a 1 hour, 30-minute video on Gellet. On how to use her in every comp. Basically, it's dies, Aegis, Gellet, and you pick a 4th Awaker. It can be any 4th Awaker you want. Pick a 4th Awaker. Pick anyone you fucking want, dude. So, go through this video if you want to see what you use. Now, let me go over a coaching session. This is not my run. Maybe I should go over my run. Okay, done with that. Now, I stopped recording. I'm going to piece it together. Now, I need to find my run video. I want to find a good showcase video. 6 days ago. Maybe this one is the content creation. No, this is content creation stream. Where's the coaching stream? I think this one. No, this is when I was running for the comps. Extremely boring stream. Nope. This 11. I have so many coaching sessions that it's hard to dig through them all. One of these has to be a good. This is when I help someone use fucking garbage Clem. This is the Lotan team. I need to find one where I'm running. Okay, where I'm running Gellet or an A5 Gellet to really showcase the damage. Coaching, blah, blah, blah. Maybe my old D-Tide guide videos has some of her. Maybe my old fucking shit. Yeah, it's probably going to be an 11-hour video. It's whatever. I'm going to showcase every Awaker. Where the fuck is it? Eh. 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 Feed out poison. Sure. I want to see if this is a good clip. No, too easy. Boss doesn't have enough HP to really showcase her power. Okay. Doesn't have enough HP to showcase her power. Unlimited power. One thing, so that Kanye song. I don't like listening to any Kanye music, but the power one goes hard. Because I think he does pretty mediocre. I don't like rap that much. And he ruined the Daft Punk song. I hate the song Stronger by Kanye because he just ruined a perfectly good Daft Punk song. But Power goes hard. I will admit, Power goes hard. His 1 minute song Power, that does go hard. That's the only thing I like from Kanye. The rest of his songs are fucking garbage. I don't like rap in general. The only rap I like is Beastie Boys and Vanilla Ice. Is the Beastie Boys and Vanilla Ice. I like my white boy rappers. Nasally white boy rappers is what I'm into. Okay, Richie Branson. Richie Branson is a really good, small, indie black rapper who raps about anime. He's also good. Toonami's back, bitches. Yeah. Weeb rap is good too. So where's a Gellet clip I can find? From all my sessions. Oh, here we go. Where's my Gellet here? Richie Branson. Okay, we have time. We have time. Let's go to Richie Branson. Richie Branson, because I want to support this guy. Richie Branson is a very good, yeah. He doesn't make a lot of videos now. I listened to him like years ago. But yeah, all of his anime raps are fire. There we go. Sup, Gorison. I'm just making content. Yeah, Richard Branson. Grew up on this shit.
We drift through outer space aboard the absolute shit. With time back in active duty as captain in charge of bringing superior.
Yeah, he's very good. Okay, back to what I was doing. I go Gellet. Not really a good boss to showcase it because of the reinforce. I don't really like showcasing this boss. Yeah, I'm going to showcase the elite. The elite is better to showcase. Okay, this is Gellet gameplay I did a month or two ago, but this really showcased their power. I did speed it up. So this is basically you play your triple shackle. So That's irregular form right here. Now, I can use this first turn, but I choose not to because I have other cards I really want to play. But I think I'm going to Annihilate and use it. So regular form can transform into Crimson, whatever. Basically, you run her with this comp. This is the typical meta Gellet comp. Horla dies, Aegis typically stuns her first turn. Or when you're about to die. Because you have no real defensive abilities in this comp. You have just your Gellet to heal you and eating babies as your defensive. Your goal is to kill the boss before they kill you. And I just help with that by stunning the boss. She has one of the best X-Ults in the game. I'll go over that later on in the video. But yeah. Basically stun the boss, you do this. And you transform this into a Crimson Shackle. You play 3 Crimson Shackles. And it transforms into a 4-cost Bloodthirsty Flail. Then you Lone Seed it, which is a posse, which dupes a Bloodthirsty Flail. Which makes her insanely strong. Because you can just keep duping flails. The problem is Salvador also wants blood to that posse. So if you're running one, you have to choose whether you want to invest in a Gellet or a Salvador, depending on whose gameplay you like better. So again, yeah, it's insane amount of damage. This is turn 2, by the way, guys. This is turn 2. Again, first turn, you just set up, and turn 2, most bosses are dead with an invested Gellet. So basically do that. And second turn, you Exalt on the dies, you dupe Bloodthirsty Flails, and you have Gellet eat a Super Baby. Having her eat a Super Baby makes this effect reduce the cost by 2 instead of 1. Which means all of these Bloodthirsties become a 0 cost. So, the first turn, you make a Bloodthirsty, it starts off as a 4-cost card. If you have her E2, the next turn, it becomes a 2-cost card. Then you dupe it with an E2 dies. That makes 2 2-cost Bloodthirsties. So then you eat a Super Baby on Gellet, which makes them a 0-cost Bloodthirsty, turn 2. Which means you can play all of these cards for free, and they do a lot of damage, and typically the boss dies before you even play all of them. Unless it's a very high difficulty boss and you have a very weak Gellet. So yeah, and then you play all the strikes first, you play Hatred, and then you all play all the Bloodthirsty. This is why she's very good. So yeah, look. It's insanely easy, and look at this bleed. Yeah. Doesn't need OE, doesn't need anything. Better than Pollock's. So yeah, that's why she's one of the best units in the game, and probably will never be power creeped. Unless, the game decides to EOS again, and they give us a dude that's stronger than Gellet. Unlikely. Extremely unlikely. Okay. Now let me go over the wheels order. So this is what I run for Gellet. Ignore this because remember, in D-Tag, you can only use each wheel once. These aren't the wheels for the most optimum. These are just what I have left that I can spare for this Gellet team. Because in D-Tag, remember, you can only use each posse once, each Awaker once, and each wheel once. That's the end game. You only use everything once. So you want a wide pool to know how to divide your resources. That's why most content creators are trash. They don't tell you about this. So they make you waste resources on doing stuff you don't need. So basically, you want her signature wheel. Her signature wheel is very good on her. And for the second wheel, you have a wealth of options. I use this now because this is a JP wheel that came over, and this is a paid wheel. You get it plus 12 immediately. Remember, when you plus 12 any SSR wheel, you get to equip another SSR wheel. That's why wheel jail exists. That's why you follow my guys, you know that you're going to live in wheel jail forever. So optimally, if you don't want to use it on her team, you put a Titan's Blade on her. It's like 90% of other units. What I like to run is this too, Calf's Gun, if you have that. If you have this, crit rate. Or no, that's not crit rate. This is crit rate. They both look the same. However, if you don't have a plus 12 SSR wheel, which is a gold wheel, you want to either put the hand right here. It adds another strike, increases the base damage of the wheel to strike by 40%. Now her Bloodthirsty Flails count as strikes, so this also buffs that. So this is very good, and it gives them crit rate. And her strikes are very good again. It increases her crit rate and crit damage. So this is the SR, what you would want to put if you don't have another plus 12 SSR. Now, what if you don't have this wheel? What are other options? So you still use her Sig wheel or low chance wheel. This is also good. Some people also use Celestial Beats on her because it does increase the damage of her strike, which includes Bloodthirsty Flail, and her Exalt, which does do a bit of damage. So this is also good on her. So these are the wheels you want her. Now, Covenant-wise. Covenant-wise, I use April because, again, you're going to kill the boss turn 1 or turn 2 when the boss still has 75% HP. Now, if this is a longer fight or it's like one of those gimmick fights where you kill the boss and they death res and they go back to 50% HP, then this wheel is going to be generally useless. So in those rare situations, you would use the Heart wheel because you're always going to pause it to do per thing and you're going to get the crit rate this way. So if it's a boss which has that sort of gimmick where the boss is not going to stay full health, you can't burst him down in one turn, you use the Heart, which is the same Covenant you would use on Dorisine. Okay. Probably going to go over all of the DPS first. Now think about it. And then I'm going to go over all the supports next. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to start recording again. Okay, next unit. I've decided that I'm going to go over all of the DPS first, and then go over all of the supports. So I'm going to split it into 2 sections there. So next is 24, another S-tier damage unit. Now, I do not like her gameplay in general, but she is one of the strongest DPS units in the game, insane highest amount of burst. Any brain dead idiot can know how to play a 24. However, the reason why is she has the best attack scaling in the game if you whale her out. She demands a lot of investment, but once you get there, she's one of the strongest DPS units in the game played in the blue realm. Now, her mechanic is that every realm you play her in is a different 24. Just like Tawil is a different Tawil, but on steroids as a flex unit. Before Tawil, she was known as D-Flex Awakener. Like D-Flex Awakener, because she plays different in every realm. In Arc 1, Counter 24 or Ultra 24 is her best form. So if you're playing chapters 1 through 9, the purple version of her is her best version. But with the Arc 2 changes, it's dead. Purple 24 is dead in Arc 2, generally speaking, because of the changes to counter, how they nerf counter scaling in Arc 2. Now let's go over the realms, and I may cover that. This is going to be period down, because this video is going to be long as fuck anyway, so might as well make it even longer. So these are her effects. Again, very long effects. She does extremely long text. Every realm, she does something different. I'm going to try to summarize it for you. So, Mono 24, which is only Chaos units. Player with only Chaos units. She generates Key Flare on Exalt, and she makes her next posse takes effect twice, and she's an Exalt damage awaker. When you Exalt, it does damage, and you want to Exalt her as much as possible, and her crit damage goes up. And her Exalt damage goes up. It's kind of bad scaling late game. Not gonna lie, late game. Once you hit the late game, it's kind of bad. Now, I'm going to save the best for last. I'm going to talk about Blue 24 last. Everyone swears by it. Not just me. So, Carol. She generates Babus. She gives you Babus. That's the summary of it. She gives you Babus, and she interacts with the Blood Furnace. That's all she is. She gives you Babus. So, that's Red 24. Utility base. Hardly anyone plays her Red 24. She also does a little bleed. No one fucking cares about it. If you care about this, then sure, play whatever you want. No one uses her for this. Now, Ultra 24, again, extremely powerful Arc 1. Arc 2, borderline fucking useless. Because she gains counter equal to 50% damage down. This is a great source of counter and reduces strength of units. Very strong Arc 1. Arc 1 is extremely broken because you can get 90,000 counter. You get 180,000 counter. You get a million counter if you want. Arc 2, your counter is limited by amount of the max HP you have. Now, to make the video even longer, I'm going to read the Arc 2 rules because most people don't read the rules out to you. I am one of those rare species of players who knows how to fucking read. So, down here, we're going to go to the Arc 2 rules. Now, Arc 2 changes a lot of things, but prismatic lens right here is why most counter teams are dead in Arc 2. So you cannot have counter over 750% of your max HP, at least permanent counter. And it can only stack to 1500 of your max HP. Now, I don't know if you notice, but your max HP is not that high compared to the millions of HP the boss has. So let's say you have 1000 HP. The max counter you're going to get is 7,500. Or 1,500, double that, so it's 15k. 15k counter when a boss has a million HP is not going to do much. That is the reason why counter scaling is bad. If it was just this, she would still work. But they double nerf counter in Arc 2. Because they also get a 70% less damage buff from counter. They also get 70% damage buff less from counter. This is insane. That completely destroys Ultra 24. In comparison to her power level Arc 1 compared to Blue 24. So her whole thing is once you rouse her here, she gets a 25% counter damage buff. This is lessened. It's basically might as well be 0. It might as well be fucking 0. That is basically the travesty of Ultra 24. It was a fun comp Arc 1, admittedly, but Poison 24 is what you want to play. All version of 24 to me is boring because she doesn't play enough cards. I like playing a lot of cards. So what Enlightened do I recommend? E1, you can stop at E1 basically. If you want to do the higher difficulty alerts, like Alert 5, Alert 4, you need as many levels on her as possible. Why do you want a lot of levels on her? Base stat scaling on this game is based on a percent of their initial base stat. So units with high base stats are going to scale better than units with bad base stats. So let's look at her base stats level 60, 168 attack. She has the highest attack value in the game, and once you level 90 her, it's a little over 200. She has the highest attack stat in the game, and some of the best scaling in the game on her abilities. Like this is a 3 hit, for example, 40% of her attack. This is 100% of her attack, yeah. She has one of the best attack scaling in the game with the best attack stats in the game. No other unit even comes close level-wise. Now, her kit is very basic. At level 60, she does not do a lot of damage. But again, the more you invest in her, let's compare it to another... Thank you. Let's compare it to another unit. Let's compare it to Uvos, which has above average stats for attack. The baseline average I use is 120. You know why I use 120? Is because that's what Twill has at level 60. That's what Ramona has at level 60. That is generally based on the developers use themselves to balance stats around. If a stat at level 60 is higher than 120, it's above average. If it's lower than 120, it's below average. So some units have really low attack scale, like Pharaohs, for example. Like G-Doll. It's based on their roles. And the worst stat unit in the game is, unfortunately, Lei. Lei, even at level 90, does not break 100. Yeah, this is her level 60. 70 fucking 2. So base stats matter a lot in this game, especially HP. Because HP affects your max HP in Arc 2 extremely powerful. Because, as I covered before, it affects your counter cap. It affects your poison cap. It does everything. It affects your shield cap. Your shield amount cannot go over your max HP unless the effect explicitly says so in the tooltip. So that's why Constitution is very powerful, and it's a total of all of your constitution on your team multiplied by your account level, multiplied by other factors like wheels, etc., etc. So yeah, she has the highest base stat in the fucking game for attack value. So she's extremely good when whaled out. I do not want to invest in resources. I might have to, though. To push 425, I might have to. Because I do not like her gameplay style. So, 24. Again, you only need E1. However, most people would say go all the way plus 12. You know why? At plus 8, plus 12, you get level cap increase. So that's an additional 10 levels. And since she has the best attack scaling in the game, you want as many levels on her as possible. So that's the argument for whaling out 24. Don't believe me? Borrow a whaled out 24 and compare it to your level 60 24. It's night and day. Her attack scaling is insane the more levels you have on her. It's not about the dupes. Her E2, E3, they are nice, but they're not as impactful as the levels on her. Like her E2, for example. It gives weakness and vuln. This is very useful. She gives you a source of weakness and vuln, but like most units, you can get your weakness and vuln sources from another unit. This just makes her self-efficient. Unlike fucking Pollock's, which demands the fucking world as a fucking garbage, trash, bottom feeder twink. Again, nothing against twinks, but a lot of twinks are very low maintenance twinks. He's a very high maintenance twinks who doesn't provide much. Does he give you vuln? No. Does he give you weakness? No. All he gives you is damage, and other wakers give you way more damage, way more utility than he does. His brother does more damage than he does eventually. And he's a tank. He gives you all the utility in the world. He doesn't clutter your fucking hand. So yeah, she gives utility at E2, but you can outsource that utility to another unit. Well, again, this makes her better than Pollock's already. So E3. Her E3 is sort of bad comparative to newer Awakers. Now, she is one of the older Awakers, so at turn's end, gain 10 ailments. Each time she exalts, the ailments obtained from this effect is increased by 1. 10 ailments every turn is nothing to scoff at, but compared to some of the newer Awakers and their ailments and lightens, it's pretty bad in comparison to the newer units. Like, the newer units, like their Alimus gen is a lot higher. If any Alimus dupe or Alimus talent on the newer units are way higher than what 24 would give you. So that's the con of it. Like, Tulu also suffers from it. Like, Tulu is fucking dog shit because he is the first Awaker. 24 was released after him. He also has the same thing at turn's end, but it's only 5. So you see the power creep in this game. This is one of the examples of power creep. The first unit, they used to only give 5, and they considered that a lot. Then 24 came out, it's 10. Then more units come out, and it becomes more and more. And let's look at, let's say, Dorisine or Calf. So Dorisine, again, base ailments, this is 1%. This makes it 10 on the attack defense card if you're at 1% HP. Calf, if you see anything I'll cover in this video, her attack defenses gives... Yeah, look at this. 50% shield and ailments generated, so it's 150%. So it gives like 30 to 40 because you have to take into account the Soul Force talent as well. 20 to like almost 40 ailments per her attack defense. So the power creep in this game is real, unfortunately, in comparison to older units. Like even to Will, so much ailments regen here. So it is good. Is it good in comparison to some of the newer Awakers? Not particularly. Not particularly. You rather want a different E3 effect than this. But you get it anyway, you know, might as well. If you're going for her is super invested, her OE is very good because the next command card will be triggered 3 times. So if you would trigger it with her triple cost Frenzy Slash, does a lot of damage. So very simple Waker. Basically, what you want to do in Blue 24, I'm not going to bother covering no one. Everyone's going to play Blue 24. Is you basically want to rouse her first. You exalt. You play Frenzy Slash, you X-ult, you're back in normal form. You X-ult, play Frenzy Slash, you get Ramona, you pull back, you play Frenzy Slash, you play Frenzy Slash, you play Frenzy Slash, you X-ult, you Frenzy Slash, you X-ult, you X-ult, you Frenzy Slash, you X-ult, you Frenzy Slash. You see where I'm getting at here? That is her gameplay loop. It is so fucking boring. You Frenzy Slash, you X-ult, you Frenzy Slash, you X-ult, you Frenzy Slash, you X-ult. If this is monotonous, that is what it's like playing 24. The numbers are big. That's all she does. She's so fucking boring to play. She's so fucking boring to play. But cannot be denied, she does a lot of damage. Now I need to find a session where I coached a player on 24. I did coach Hitsu on 24 during one of these streams. All three are bad. I did coach Hitsu on one of these streams. And we did use this 24. Okay. I'm gonna message Hitsu.
Exile believer.
Play the boss does a shit ton of damage. Options. Last option.
The thing we hear over and over and over again is, why do I need a deodorant for private parts? I can just take. Take a shower. So we put Mando
option. Always. How the fuck did I do it? I did it at some point. Completely forgot. Let's see. The live video. Always. So I coach someone with 3 pixels to rub together. An X owner. So this is a DG. It's 3. Look as nice. And that's just the content creation stream. Coaching. Maybe it's one of these. Scroll them again. It looks like not 24. Not 24. We're gonna double play Pinion. What, Posse first? Posse first, because we're capped. 24 Goliath team. I can. I'm making a video guide right now. I'm trying to find. I did coach a lot of players with 24. Just need to find it. Maybe it's like 3 weeks ago. twin wing with, you know. Too many coaching streams. I know what people are talking about, like too much content to dig through here.
More. But don't play the simple though. Enter.
This is way too much
Yeah,
content.
See, that's what I'm talking about. I was coaching someone. The fucking.
You need to get a stabilizer from a mic. Too lazy.
They are RNG.
Where the fuck? I don't think I have the reason. I need to borrow a 24 because my 24 is very weak. Maybe I just. Just answered the question. But we can't go fight daily. Let's see here. I have so much content I have to dig through here. Stop giving me ads! E0, E1 is E1 is 33% stronger. There's actually value. E1 is 33% stronger. It says so in the game. E1, 33% stronger. That is how much stronger it is than E0. E1, 33% stronger. Way too easy. Way too lazy. I'm gonna showcase the best case. I just want to showcase off the burst. Cause I don't care about much else. I can like play for the fight, but I hate playing for the fight. Let's just do this. I want to boss all of HP that doesn't do damage, because starting off without relics kind of sucks. Maybe the event. Maybe I do the event instead. Maybe I just do a random event. I'm just going to show off the damage. It's not that complicated. Let me just... Best case scenario. Again, Michael Goliath. I wouldn't even put Michael Goliath here, but Michael Goliath here. Let me see. I need key flare, so it would be regular Ramona. One more unit. Caucus for the stat, Miriam for the thing. I'm gonna put in the caucus here. I'll just put in these three. Where's damage amp? Oh, it's Arc 1. There's no Arc 2 events. Fuck. I think I have to do do D-tide then. Have to do D-tide then. Let me put this in. 24. Sure. Make sure it's in a scam 24. I wouldn't put this, to be honest. But sure. I wouldn't actually use these. Yep, it's not a scam. So, because of more damage amp on him. Needs all the damage amp you can do. Damage amp. Key to this is you want a lot of damage amp. So, where's the key player? Yep. Which has the most damage amp here? Paradox crit. Don't care. I'm just putting whatever. Don't pay attention to it. I'm just putting whatever just to showcase the thing. It's not what I need the damage amp showcase, because in an actual team you would actually go full damage amp, but fine. All the damage amp shit. Give me all the damage amp. Oh wait, we need Burf. We need someone to carry Burf. What is this key flare gen? Key flare. First. This is good. This is good. Let's just use this. Really want to use this though. 3%. I want to use both, but key flare. Grab this. Doesn't matter. This is good. Doesn't matter. Oh yeah. Norm Mormon's on stream. Yeah. Stuck on a weird screen. Yeah, that's my bad. Fine. I wouldn't even use this. I just need to show the burst. I don't really care about much else. So I'm just showing the fucking burst. Just need to stall long enough to show the burst. That's all I care about. Probably proc 1. This is not what you run. You would play completely differently. I'm just gonna showcase the burst. So, unfortunate. Need key flare. I don't really want to do stuff on there. Want to rouse her, but we're showcasing the burst. So we're just playing this. Can we... The question is, can we live long enough to showcase the burst? Probably not. Here's hoping we live long enough to showcase the burst. Because normally you would never play like this. You would never play like a reason I am. I just need to showcase the burst. That's all that matters here. Free card. You would never play like I am right now, basically. Don't play like this ever. With 24. Don't play like this ever. I'm just gearing up for the best possible case scenario, you know. Playing her in the best possible light. This is not what I recommend to play. Like, I would play the Frenzy Slash. I would never rouse Miriam the first turn. But we're just scaling for the showcase. Really want to excel on 24. I don't have the burst yet. Yeah, I'm just gonna mini burst here. Hope it doesn't die. There we go. Didn't die. Yeah, too much poison already, but that wasn't even a burst. This is 10,000 poison. It's not even a burst yet. By the way. She's just insanely broken. It's not the burst. Cause I want to showcase the full burst. I could have killed the boss several times over by now. But I want to showcase the full burst. The full lineup. Because basically you want Frenzy Slash in hand. You want to Exalt. You want to do everything. This is free. Really want the wall too, but yeah, they're almost dead to poison, so we have to burst this turn. So I couldn't find old clips of me coaching someone in 24. This is how you're not gonna believe it. I just want to showcase the burst of 24 and why she is fucking broken. So basically, on a fully whaled out 24, again, this is not me trying to set up the burst turn. You just kill the enemies regularly. This is just me trying to set up the thing. So you would never play like how I'm playing now. Never in a million years play like I'm playing now. So this would already kill the... Okay, I'm just playing this to get rid of the card. So basically, Goliath. Usurp. Get a bunch of strength. Okay. Play this. On her. It's fine. So this is free. Here we go. The boss is probably gonna die before the full burst is over. Fuck. Don't die, boss. Don't die. You play this? It is very hard to find... Oh my gosh. Okay, I need to find something else. I need a thing with a lot of HP. I can just get to the full burst. Just want to do the full burst. Okay, because I need to borrow... Because my 24 cannot do the... Oh my gosh. That's straight to boss. I give up. I give up. Yeah, this is full burst. I give up. Like, what can we get to the full burst that has enough HP? She does too much damage. Like, I did have a good showcase. She does too much fucking damage. I'm gonna look up a Billy video. Billy, the Chinese has a bunch of great 24 content. Let me find one of their videos. Where's 24? It's not blue 24. Wish I knew how to search. Pollock's just released, so there's a million Pollock's videos. Oh, 24, 24, 24. Where the fuck are the 24 videos? Because I don't want to do a full stage. It will take forever me to full stage. The boss needs to have enough HP so I can do the full burst, but not do enough damage so I can kill me before I hit the full burst. So I can just showcase the full burst numbers. Because it's like millions of damage. It's literally millions of damage. Oh my fucking gosh. That mob doesn't have enough health. And she's only strong really under the Arc 2 rules. Arc 1 rules, she's very bad. In Blue 24. Fuck. Do I just do that again? I think I have to do that fucking again. I know G-Murphy will be OP. Instead of Miriam team, just pick someone else to help you live, not live. Doesn't matter. I need to do that again. I need to live. Like, this is the best burst team showcase I can do. But it's not enough DR. I need more. I need to live, basically, to show the burst. I need to live long enough to show the burst. Like, this is not the team to go into. I need Keyflare, basically. Like, you would never rouse 24 of Miriam, but I'm rousing Miriam because I want to showcase the best case scenario. The full burst. Showcasing the full burst is so hard on 24. Let me tell you that. Let me tell you that. I don't really want to use that. Takes forever. Because I need Goliath Exalt, I need Ramona Exalt to showcase the full burst. I need all those units in play. I'm going to transform back. And enemies need to not die. And I need to not die. The enemies need to not die, and I need to not die. That's the problem of doing the showcase on high difficulty, because this is high difficulty. It's that I don't want to die. Because to showcase the full burst, I need Goliath Exalt, I need Ramona Exalt, and I need her OE, basically. I do have a mini burst right now. I don't want the mini burst. I want the full burst. I want the full fucking burst. How do I get the full burst? I have this in hand. I have to recycle for my whole fucking deck again. Get it. I'm gonna do that. Don't want to cycle through my fucking deck again. Game. Give me the full burst. Oh my gosh. Because right now, it's not the full burst. Right now, it's the fake burst. Oh my gosh. Still not the full burst. This is so annoying. She's 10 elements off from the full burst. This is so fucking annoying. I hate it. I need to draw that card somehow. If I draw that card, I can't afford to play this. Oh my gosh. Full burst, how do I do this? Because I die here. It's our only poor source of draw. If I hit the 41% damage resist, it doesn't matter. Because you need to have this in hand. This, and this OE is the full burst. That is the full burst. I need 1 mana from somewhere. Where am I going to get 1 mana? All I need is 1 mana game. I can't get it. There's no way I can get 1 mana. Let me retry. Let me retry. I need to get the full burst, so I need to. I always need to play this. These 3 cards. This. And turn. Okay, I don't. Exalt 24. No, I have to. Or do I? Need to fill her up. Oh, I forgot the white stance there. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite me in the ass. You roused 2 units already. This is a DR proc. Nice. Please be the full burst turn. Fuck. Fuck. Whatever. Can't risk pulling that because that pull to Frenzy Slash is over. I need to practice the artist turn. We need to showcase the full burst for my video. My fucking gosh. 81%. We need to showcase the full burst. It's full burst or nothing. Full burst or nothing. Like, I could kill the boss not showing full burst, but I want to show the numbers. I want to show the numbers of a full burst 24. I'm not stopping until I showcase a full burst 24. Like, this is playing the entire thing wrong. I'm not gonna include this in the video. This is playing this entire comp wrong. Because you would do other stuff, but I just want to show, like, the perfect burst combo. That is the goal here. To showcase the perfect burst combo. I just want to showcase the full burst. The full fucking burst. Game. It's gonna be quick. It's not gonna take that long. It's gonna be quick. It's gonna totally be quick, guys. This full burst will be shown. It is essential for the video. DR. I just need to proc one DR. Finally. Oh my fucking gosh, I don't have the card. I need Frenzy Slash in my hand. Draw. Nice. Yes. Okay. This is free. Took me a long fucking time to show this full burst because you have to have everything aligned. I could kill this boss 50 times over. But we're showcasing the full burst right now. Well 24 to showcase the damage. Again, you would never play like this, but this is the perfect scenario for a full burst on 24 whale. So you just play that. Second option, get the strength. So now you then use this. And we get some more strength. How many cards do we have? Yeah, we can afford to play some more. Let's do this. Okay. It's good enough. Slaw the strong. More strength. First hit. 1,000. Then we play this. It's multi-played. Then we do this. We grab it again. We play this. And then next turn we exalt and basically do a shit ton more poison basically because it's poison based off poison damage. But probably gonna die here. We need to exalt the first turn there to showcase the real full bros. Because that's how it works, so let's keep going. Stop stream there. That is mini burst. It didn't crit. 41%. Nope. I give up. We're not showing the full burst. Cause you need to first excel. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna try one more time. One more time, the full burst. It is very hard if you don't have everything set up. We need to get that initial poison on the boss. We need to get that initial poison on the boss. Okay, we need to do this. We need to get that initial poison on the boss. That is essential. Like, this is the initial poison. We need to get this initial poison on the boss. Then we need to exalt again. Get the regular poison, then over exalt. So right now, always rouse. Play this. Exalt. Didn't crit. It matters, the crit matters. Strike is free. Play this. White stance. It's all about that crit. Do this. So, boom, boom. Oh, please let me hit this DR. Nope. I give up trying to full burst. I have to go for an entire stage to showcase the full burst because you need to exalt. And anything below this difficulty is not enough health. The mobs do not have enough health to showcase the million damage burst. Anything below this difficulty, the mobs do not have enough health. So I'm at a loss here. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna keep trying. Didn't crit. Like, it needs a lot of things for the full burst to happen. And it's quite insane when it does work. It's just very fucking hard to get to that point. Yep, you can do that, Federico. I know a dude named Federico growing up. Yeah, that's why you don't pull for Jenkins. You just pull blue and just destroy Pharaohs or something. And get the Jenkins. Oh my gosh, the 82% failed again. I'm not stopping. We're gonna showcase the full burst on this run. This is insane. I might. This is all the work to do for this fucking video. I hate running this comp. Again, you can just play it by playing normally, but the full burst is more impressive. Never back down, that's right. Okay, fuck playing that Frenzy Slash. Play this. Play a Frenzy Slash now. If at first you don't succeed, try again. I don't need the tentacle scaling. Need this. Ooh. Okay, now I need to hit 1 DR. Remember correctly. Hit the 1 DR. Hit the DR. Hit the DR. There we go. Right. Posse. We want this. Oh, no bone on them yet, so. Okay. Full burst attempt. Everything needs to crit. Everything needs to go perfectly. This. Okay. This. Boss, hope you have enough HP. There we go. Frenzy Slash. There we go. Exalt on her. Grab the Frenzy Slash. Then next turn when we Exalt is even more. So, boom, boom. Boom. Normally they would die, but that's basically it. That's not how you play it all. And next turn when you Exalt again, the thing procs. I give up. It's too much DR to get that up running. I hate playing 24. Hate playing 24. I had to invest in her though. Okay, back to... So I said about the full burst. That's only 3 units down. So I have a lot of units left to go. Here. It's only 3 units. I have a lot of units left to go. 3 units out of 40 plus. This is going to be a long video. Okay, back to work. Next unit, we're going to go to Calf. Probably the strongest unit in A tier. The only reason she's not S tier is because she kind of needs E3 to work. If you watch my Calf video, Calf is one of the worst Awakers at E0 to E2. If it's not E3, kill yourself. That, I'm doing you a favor. I'm doing you a huge favor right now. I played her E0 for an hour. And every second I played her, I wanted to die. Because her core kit, her core mechanic, everything about her is locked behind her E3. Which means 3 dupes. If you don't have 3 dupes of her, don't even use her. She's not even a real unit. You would rather use any other unit in the game than her. Before E3. If she's not E3, don't even bother trying to play her. Once she gets E3, she's one of the strongest units in the entire game. And once whaled out, she's S tier. She's better than Dorisine in every way. But I'm putting her up because I do use her. Everyone uses her all the fucking time. All the time, she's extremely strong. But be warned. If you think she's good just because she's good on most tier lists, and you have her E1, even E2, she's borderline unplayable. She's completely unplayable before E3. You need 3 dupes of her. If you have her 1 copy, you can't play her. 2 copies, you can't play her. 3 copies, can't play her. You need 4 copies for her. Base and 3 dupes in order to play her. I'm going to go over why once we look at her kit. Her entire premise is built upon her E3. Everything else, minus not. So she plays around Fiamma stacks, which every turn she gets 1 Fiamma stack on her card, and you shuffle around. When you hit 10 Fiamma stacks, you get a Hyper Flare. And every card can have 3 Fiamma stacks. And they buff the card 50%. It's more with Soul Force talent. It's a lot more. But I'm going to use the base values. Most of you guys will counter it. So E1, very good. Very important. 50% alien misgen. E2, extremely good. Extremely important. Solar Flare, 3 flat, base damage increase on the Solar Flare. Very good. Last Stand, more strength. E3, fucking essential. Apply a 1 stack of Fiamma to all of Calf's default command cards. So, you know what happens when you don't have this? You start with 0 Fiamma stack in your fucking deck. All of your cards have 0 Fiamma stacks. You get 1. It is fucking unplayable. So that means no retain, nothing. She's not even a unit. Even if you remove this, this is why she is extremely strong. For each stack of combust gain, her base damage increased by 5% for the entire fucking battle. This is where her infinite scaling comes from. It's locked behind her E3. Without this, she's not even a character. She's not even a character. You're not playing real Cap. This is real Cap, infinite hyperscaler. Without this, she is not a hyperscaler. She's awful to fucking play. She's one of the worst, most dog shit units in the entire game without E3. Again, if you don't have E3, just uninstall the game. Just uninstall the game if you want to play CAF, not E3. Just uninstall the game at that point. I wanted to uninstall the game. I play Wakers for 6 hours. I tried her E0 because I make guys for free-to-play players, whale players, everyone. She is the worst fucking unit in the entire game at E0. Pollock plays better than her. Fucking Karen DPS is better than her. Any unit is better than her before E3. She is so fucking dog shit. Like, having no Fiemma on her cards to start with is fucking dog shit, dude. It is so awful. I want them to at least change it. Move this, or at least give us the infinite scaling on another Enlighten. Like, this is so important. This is so fucking important to Cav's kit. I cannot stress this enough. Now, let's go over her overs. Her overs are not needed. I plus 12 her. She's extremely strong just for the crit rate and crit damage and the level cap. Because I don't want to use the limited mats to level her up. Because I'm time capped. Like this is time gated. I want to use this on another Waker that really needs it. So that's why I do it. Because they do it for the 10 levels. You don't really need to level up the middle card here. But her strike defense, last stand, she's a very strong defense unit, which I'll show in my clips. She generates like thousands of shields a turn. She's extremely strong. E3. I'm not going to talk about her E0, E1, E2 anymore. If you have her E0, E2, don't play her. Delete her from count. Pretend she doesn't exist. She's not even a real unit. Work at McDonald's so you can get more dupes on her. I don't care what you have to do to get her E3. If she's not E3, pretend she does not exist as a unit. Because, unfortunately, she does not. Dorisine plays better than her at E0. Fucking Caucus, E0. Every unit in the fucking game as a DPS does better than Calf. Because her entire mechanic does not work. And an interaction I found that people are using now, you use Alba's Wheel. I said Sanga's Wheel because that's what I use on Sanga. Alba's Wheel. Because no one fucking plays Alba. Let's be honest here. On her, dupes her strike and defenses. And every card that's duped by Alba's Wheel or Wheels gets the starting Fiemma from her E3. Again, without her E3, doesn't work. Doesn't fucking work. People play Feast Calf or Paradox Calf. Those are the two covenants you use on her. Extremely simple to play. I'll just go over a gameplay video on her. That's enough of reading her kit here. She's getting strength, solar flare, karmic. I coach people every week on this. People have confused about it. Just join my coaching streams Friday or Saturday. I'll have a poll sometimes during my random streams every day after work. Just vote on the polls whether you want the coaching sessions Friday or Saturday. I'll help you out. I'll help out anyone, even if you're all trash. Unlike the fucking other content creators who don't help shit. They expect you to follow their fucking dog shit guides and on your own. When they haven't proven, actual real world experience on playing these fucking comps. So yeah. Going to the clips now. So that's where I switch over. Let's look at my calf again. I don't think I don't have to. I just need to find my highlight for D-Tide.
Meet Gym Monster 2, your all-in-one smart home gym. Set it up anywhere, no limits, no installation. Feel the power of dynamic weight modes that adapt as you lift. With the Bluetooth ring and smart handles, adjust resistance instantly. Train safely, even solo. Assist mode releases.
Where the fuck is the calf? Get all. I use calf every week, so I should know. 1 DR pro.
I've
Playback speed times 2. Boom, boom. There we go. So this is how Calf is played, basically. Again, this is going to be a long video. So this is Alert 5 Blesser. You can use it. This is my Calf. This is just regular Calf here. Last Stand. Look at her strength, 400. Better than Pollock's already, because she actually does stuff for the team. She shields you. She heals. She fucking does damage. She builds you strength. She does everything. I use Mono Calf usually, and I use Winkle Calf for my secondary borrow team. I borrow Calf. I use that Calf twice. So this is generally what you do. I play a bit slower, so blah blah blah. Yeah, Exol and Karen, her whole thing. So this is if you want to know what Calf does. 800 strength. Scales up with her wheel. Again, next turn, all those mobs are dead. You shield up. The boss does 1600 damage. He's doing fucking 0 damage. That number is fucking 0. You know why? We're not playing fucking trash units like Pollock's here. We're not playing fucking trash dog shit units that don't do anything for your fucking team. That fucking cry in the corner when his brother is mentioned. Oh, do you do stuff? What about your brother? Oh, where? That is fucking what Pollock does. Fucking piece of shit away here. Yeah, he's jealous of his brother because his brother does everything he can do, but better. He actually helps the team. He actually shields the team. You know? He actually has utility. Yeah. Wow. Everyone's dead. Look at that. 590,000 damage. Turn 2. Turn fucking 2. Turn fucking 2. Doesn't need any fancy scaling shit like Pollock's. Right out of the box. She's strong right out of the box. You know what Pollock's brings you? Despair and misery. Despair and misery. He's one of those needy fucking twinks. One of those needy fucking twinks. Never worked a day in his life. Fucking garbage ass units. Look, 749 shields already. This is a DPS unit, by the way. 900 shields, by the way. This is a DPS unit, by the way. A fucking DPS unit, by the way. Generating that much shield for you. 0 damage. You see? 0 fucking damage. 0 fucking damage. Can Pollock do that? No. Because he's dog shit. Fucking dog shit. Why pull him when you can play caster? Why do it when you can play caster? Why do that to yourself? I don't know. I don't know why you would do it to yourself. All those fucking shit players, dude. Holy shit. Like, people are fucking using like, oh, the Pollock can do A5. Yeah, have you noticed like people do it, call them dog shit too? Yeah. And you can carry anyone for A5 with good enough support, dude. Like this, she's a solo carry by himself. I don't have that. These are level 60 units all across the board. Just a high level Calf. Just carrying their asses for the finish line A5. 2,000 damage. Oh no, it's going to be 0 damage. She's going to generate so much shield because this boss mechanic, the amount of damage she does is subtracted by your shield amount. That's the whole gimmick, in case you guys are curious. Blah, blah, blah. Don't care. Yeah. Find Calf's thing. Pull the thing again. Ramona can pull hyper flares too. So boom. You got count the cards in your hand. Sight unseen. Let's pull a Calf last stand. Crit. So it's subtracted. That's why you run Riker here. Again, go over my Calf video if you want to know how to play Calf. Play this. Boom. Done. Get rid of that. I'm just finding ways to get rid of cards in my fucking hand right now. So Calf posse again, draw another Calf card, play the dice. Yeah, we're shielding up. We're fine. 600 shields. Wonder where all their fucking shields gone. Why is there a fucking ad playing? I own this video. It's my video, YouTube. It's my fucking video. Do not show me an ad on my fucking video. I made this video, okay? This is my fucking video. Do not show me the ads on my content, okay? I waive all rights. Let me make this video. Holy shit, I've been at this for 6 hours probably. Making this spreadsheets, making this content. YouTube, do not fuck with me. I can't do anything to you, but do not fuck with me. I'm an angry Asian, and it's 4 a.m. So, yeah. Again, she does everything. See how much damage she does? Good unit. That's why she's S tier when you whale her out, fully invested. She's A tier otherwise. because most of her strength comes from her stats, from wailing her out. This is a very strong unit. She does everything. She's an all-in-one character. She's probably the only unit that comes close to Gellet Burst. That comes close. She's not quite there, but she's close. You can taste it. You can sort of taste the base S tier. She's not there yet. Unfortunately, she's not there. It's very hard to reach that point. Again, we have weakness. We have minus 25% damage, and we're still doing damage. This is why I grade Awakers in comparison. Can Pollock do this much? No. He requires several turns of setup. That fucking selfish bastard. Fucking selfish, needy bastard. Yeah, just heal up. Shield up. Do whatever you fucking want. Do whatever you fucking want. Calf will let you live. How much damage we're taking? Oh, basically zero. Basically zero. This is the calf gameplay. No issues at all. It does require some brain power. You need to not be fucking old trash. You need to not think Pollock is good. If you think Pollock is good, you are too far gone. You are too far gone to figure out how this comp works. So yeah. So that's basically it. I kill it. This is just one of my D-type videos where I show it. I think I one-shot it. Maybe I live for next turn. I forgot what I did here. What did I do? I think I one-shot it based on this. I think I one-shotted it. Maybe. I completely forgot what past players did, or maybe I shielded up. Maybe I shielded up here. Yeah, Bragadier. Yeah, there we go. So blah blah blah. I like to style on boss. I know I can kill him with the hyper flare now because it's double damage turn. But I always like to style him. Usually when you see my content, I like to style on bosses to get the best possible. Like I can just play the hyper flare and kill him. But what I like to do is play with my food. You know, I like to play with my food. I'm that type of person. I play with my food, so I'm getting the most damage for the biggest damage number. Even if I don't post it, it's very fun. So this is the most I can do. Look, 1 million damage. Look at this. Look at this. 1.3 million damage. Again, he does take double damage. So there is that. While she has sacrifice stats, I know that fucking dumb shit creators do this boss, but I'm just showing you. So it's like 600k. It is high damage calf. You can reach 1 million damage, but not at that level of strength. Not that level of strength. I just hit that 1 million damage because of the boss's mechanic. So next. So, next unit on the tier list. Boom, boom. Tier list. Okay. Next unit. I am normally going to go over Corporal, but I'm going to go over Caster instead, because he is technically the next best DPS if you have him E3 or super invested. And he is on S tier on my whale tier list. So I'm going to go over Caster. Again, I have a Caster video. I go over it. I have Caster guides. Go over them. You don't need fucking Pollux. He's a solo unit. He's a solo carry. He carries your fucking team to the A5 finish line. He's actually worse if you play him with Pollux. He's actually worse. He kills slower if you kill him Pollux, because his Sacred Heart are going to prevent you from drawing more Onyx Plumes. Just pair him with Jenkins. Everyone knows just pair him with Jenkins, buff Caster's crit damage, and go ham. For all those players who are wondering his kit and why he is S tier generally invested as a DPS, is his E3 talent final damage. So his E3 is the reason why he's so fucking good. I might pull for more him, but I want to invest hard into G Murphy because he's going to be very good. So his E1 is pretty good. You start the battle with unwon Onyx Plume in hand. So the thing about Caster is that you can use him E0. He's one of the best support tanks at E0. He just can't deal damage. He just can't deal a lot of damage. So if you only have one copy of him on runs, you would delete his Umbral Flight. Because this does nothing. It will do nothing, do nothing, do nothing. It might as well you ignore what it says. If you have him E0, just think of it. I will translate his E0 Umbral Flight for you right now. Do nothing, do nothing, do nothing, dog shit, cost 3 mana. That's what it does at E0. That is the Flair's translation of the E0 for all of you E0 caster players. It's do nothing, clogs your fucking hand. That's what Umbral Flight does at E0. So, E1. You start with 1 Onyx Plume in your hand. I'll go over what the Onyx Plume does in a second. E2. When you play Stygian Wings, you get 5 elements per Onyx Plume in your hand. And every Onyx Plume you play, his 3 cost is Umbral Flight. The cost is reduced by 1 this turn. Now it's a real card. Now it's not a fucking 3 cost brick in your hand at E2. So every time you play an Onyx Plume, and he generates Onyx Plume if you Quasar his cards first. Which means you don't want to run him with people who need to leap effects. Or people who really want their leap effects, their Quasar effects. That's why he's very bad to run with Clem. I know that some fucking dog shit players do it. Let me tell you, have you ever wondered why that dog shit player doesn't show his UID? Yeah. I have some fucking dog shit players try to Photoshop their runs on my spreadsheet. Fucking dog shit fucking people, dude. So, Stygian Wings. So, Stygian Wings, very good card. Weakness, generous love, shield. He's one of the best shield stats in the game because his shield scaling is insane. This is 50% shield. And it's additional shield. So, these two shield values, 20% and 30%. So, it's basically effectively 50% on all of his cards. It's quite good value. Like 80%, 5%. On top of that, his base stat, his defense is high value as well. His base stat is high value as well right here. So it's pretty good to wail on him too. So rather than pull more copies of Pollux, just pull for more caster to make him do more damage. Because we're going to go into why he does so much fucking damage. If you're wondering why, is because of this combined with its E3. So what Skybound Oath, his Rouse does, it makes him always crit hit. So you want a specialized Covenant set for caster. I personally use a Steppenwolf set for the damage amp. Some people use Twisted Twins. I do not like using Twisted Twins. I think it's a waste of resources. I'd rather just create a specialized Steppenwolf set for him that only focus on crit damage and damage amp. Any other stat, you throw in the fucking trash. Because he always crits. If a boss nerfs your crit rate, he will still always crit. What it does is it changes the value to always crit. So any mob, any boss that, subtract your crit rate, you don't care. The boss can give you minus 10,000% crit rate. It is 100% crit rate. It basically changed the conditional to always crit. So any mobs that debuffs your crit rate, you don't fucking care. You do not fucking care if they debuff your crit rate. He will always fucking crit once you rouse him. So, you build crit damage on him. And on top of that, he has one of the best scaling kits in the game with his E3. Every 3 Onyx Plumes you play increases your final damage by 10% on caster for the entire fucking battle. Now, what this means is he's broken. Final damage is one of the best multipliers in the fucking game because it's a fucking multiplier. Now, any of you guys who play PoE, who plays Diablo 4, any Diablo games, who play any real ARPGs, you know the concept of additive buffs and multiplicative buffs. This is a multiplicative buff that is rare to get. So, any of you guys who play Diablo 4, for example, this is the example. It's been a while since I played Diablo 4. I'm sorry, I'm speaking out of turn here. It's like the basket analogy. The basket analogy in Diablo 4. Like, some basket multipliers are more common than other basket multipliers. So final damage is one of those extremely rare basket multipliers. Because in the basket of final damage, there are very few other options. Whereas base damage, strength, and whatever is grouped into one basket, final damage is in another basket multiplier. so they multiply on top of one another. It's how the math works. So that's why he scales so well. It's because final damage is so fucking rare in the game that any unit with final damage is insanely strong because it's basically its own basket multiplier. Again, if you don't play Path of Exile, if you don't play Diablo 4, you're probably not watching this video. You're probably not a gamer. Every one of you watching this video right now plays a fucking ARPG. Don't fucking lie to me, you fucking piece of shit. If any of you goes to comment and say, Flares, this analogy does not make sense. You are not a gamer. You are not watching this video. You're some fucking tourist, dude. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm fucking talking about when I'm talking about basket multipliers, dude. I don't have to fucking explain myself to you. It's its own separate multiplier. Okay, let me explain it. It's PEMDAS. For all of you guys probably take fucking algebra classes. I assume all of you guys passed the 6th fucking grade. Have you guys graduated from 6th grade? Think of PEMDAS, parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction, PEMDAS. Think of it as another parenthesis. Parenthesis. You have one basket where it's thing plus thing plus thing plus thing plus thing plus thing. That is additive. Add. You know how to add. 1 plus 1 equals 2. 1 plus 1 equals 2. 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 3. Okay? If you get more of additive effects, it will increase that add. Now this is a separate basket multiplicative effect. That means it's outside of the parenthesis. It's in another parenthesis that's multiplied by the first parenthesis. The first basket. The baskets multiply by each other. You fucking liar. You liar. You know what I'm talking about. Any of you guys who comment in the fucking video saying, why are you so elusive about this? You know how basket multiplier works. You're a gamer. We're all gamers here. Everyone is a fucking gamer here. You play Diablo. You play Path of Exile. It's the same thing in every guide. In every fucking guide. That's why it's strong. Baskets. Its own parentheses. Okay? That's why he's strong. Overkill. Very good. More plumes. More corrosion. Very good. Very good. So, all of this, extremely good. Lots of shielders, scales very well. Now let me go over a clip of some gameplay of Caster. Yeah. Everyone plays game that has multiplicative buffs. Everyone knows how math works. Some players are so fucking dog shit they don't know how the math works. That's why Caster is strong. Parenthesis. Excuse me. Need to find my YouTube video of the last time I played Caster. It's probably my Pollock's review. I'm gonna go to my Pollock's review. Actually, my newer video, which is Endgame Team Comps, placeholder, decomp comp guides. I think I run a Caster somewhere. Nope, not that. I lied. Where did I last run Caster? caster. Blah, 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 blah. Edge. Edge, edge, edge. Could do just a run at a run, but I'm too lazy to do that. I'm gonna use pass layers. Pass layers. You're gonna help us out today, pass layers. So this is caster gameplay from my Pollock's video. Now, this is him with Pollock's. It kills slower than fucking just caster by himself. So let me speed up this. So sleep timer, blah blah. So yeah, that's basically it. So you ignore the fucking corrosion stacks, basically. This is when this is Monchi showing her with Clem. Yeah, sorry that this video is all over the place, but I've been at it for hours, so I apologize. But and I'm too lazy to edit it together. Here we go. Is it? Where did I do it? I think I have to re-record this section. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I'm re-recording this. Found it. Okay, this is an example of caster and Pollock from my Pollock's video. Again, he kills slower with Pollock because Pollock's really kind of into it because, again, his whole thing is corrosion. You proc he does corrosion, and when you proc it with another Waker, the enemy takes 300% damage extra from the caster. So an interesting thing about corrosion damage is that it's not calculated under total damage right here. This number right now will never include corrosion damage. So you can see how dog shit Pollock's is. Because the number you see here, the boss takes a lot of damage. Most of it is corrosion stacks, knowing that. Like, look. It's 1400 corrosion and 4000 hit. So yeah, most of the damage is just caster in this comp. It's low. But if you're playing caster at solo carry, you fucking don't give two fucks about corrosion. You can play him in blue. You can play him anything. You just play him with Winkle and pick two other units. Any other unit that doesn't clog up the thing. So you can just hold 7 plumes in hand and just keep pluming it up. So what I like to do is edge out the boss. Anyone who watch any of my guys already know my edging strategy for caster. Because trying to calculate his damage, because he does so much damage with a multiplicative scaling, requires you to know how much damage your caster does. But everyone's caster does a different amount of damage. I'm going to show you damage here while I'm talking over it. Every caster does a different amount of damage based on your covenants, based on your wheels, based on your dupe level, based on your caster level, based on everything. Rather than doing all that math, plus the strength and all that, and multiplying it with final damage, just edge it out. What you do, what I do, I recommend everyone do, hold 7 Onyx Plumes in hand, just stall. Stall until you're about to die, and then you whip out your plumes. So you gotta edge. The strategy is called edging. You gotta keep edging turns. Keep on edging for as many turns as possible. Does the boss kill you this turn? How can you live this long? Does the boss kill me this turn? Just keep edging out as long as possible so you hold as many plumes in hand. Because you don't want to unfurl all of your fucking plumes too early and not kill the boss. If you use up all of your plumes, all of your shields are gone. All of your freaking shields are gone. That's your source of shields, because every plume you hold in hand is retained, and you gain a shield at the end of turn. Without plumes, you're dead in the water. So you want to hold at least 7 plumes in hand, but on a kill turn, you play all of your plumes to scale up super hard, and then you umbral flight. and then the boss dies. You will always, using my strat, overkill. You're gonna kill the boss with the Umbral Flights left with like 10 plumes left. However, you will never hit a situation, well, you will, where you're like, oh man, oh, the boss is almost dead. It's only I waited another turn to burst. If only I edged some more. You gotta learn to be a prude. Take abstinence classes. Go to your local Catholic high school. Okay, that's a bad example. Catholic high school is kind of... Go to your local Amish high school and take their abstinent classes. Maybe they're also just as bad. But whatever. Take abstinent classes. Maybe get on some SRIs and practice edging. That's the key to playing caster. Do not think, oh, I play caster a lot. I think I have enough plumes to kill him now. Do not think you have enough plumes to kill a boss ever. Be safe. Would you rather unfurl all of your plumes and realize you could have waited, you could have edged another turn? Or would you rather play it safe? Play it safe, only unfurl all of your plumes, your big plumes, when you're about to die. When you cannot edge anymore, is when you unleash yourself when playing caster. That's his benefit. So you stall, you overkill, basically. This is what I'm doing. I'm edging out the boss, and it still kills faster than fucking Pollux. You edge out the boss, and the boss is dead. Yeah, it's one turn. It's a one turn kill. And we still have so many things left. So this is a turn. So look. Okay, I'm actually going to slow this down. It's too much damage. Look, 27 damage. Like, his scaling is insane. Every 3 plumes he plays, it goes up tremendously. It goes up tremendously. So let's see. So right now, the first plumes do only this much. I'm doing all the things, so yeah, 27,000. And then once you hit the next multiplier, it's now doing 50,000 damage per plume. You see how it basically doubled? You're thinking like, oh, 10% final damage. It's not a lot. Remember, fucking baskets, how multiplicative effects work. So, boom. So, it goes hard. So, boom, boom, boom. So, it does more damage than you think. So, yeah, so let's hit 50,000, and then we can just Umbral Wings. Or do anything. So, the boss is dead. We still have more plumes. This is overkill. We did 450,000 damage in a turn. We still have all the Get 'em Browns from Jenkins. We still have the Umbral Flight. We still have more plumes in deck. I overkilled the boss because I edged too hard. There's no such thing as edging too hard when you're playing a caster. You just store it up and unfurl your fucking plumes. And we're going to play this card last. Because remember, once you get all the scaling, you play your Umbral Flight last. And each hit will do 54,000 damage. That's how you play caster, folks. That's the secret to playing caster. Now, why do everyone use caster with Jenkins, and why is Jenkins better? Everyone already knows this. If you have 2 brain cells to rub together, unlike the average Pollock glazer. So, Jenkins, you don't care about her cards. You don't care about anything. You care about her rouse and her stuff. You know why? Her rouse, 70% temporary crit damage for the whole team. Her rouse, crit damage for the whole team, stacking up to 5 times. That's another 75%. This is another 75%. Plus 70%. This is 145% crit damage. 145 crit damage is more than whatever the fucking Pollock's provided for the team. You know what Pollock's provided for the team? Nothing. You know what Jenkins is? He's a fucking standard fucking unit who's extremely good with caster. Again, if Get 'em Browns help you clear mob waves, turn 1. You don't need to wait to scale. You don't need to wait. Jenkins is good right out of the box. Turn 1. Turn 1. This is why Jenkins is very good with caster. True. It's very good. Jenkins is very good. Don't really care about all that. The crit damage alone is good enough. The crit damage alone is good enough. Okay. Next unit. Next unit. Corporal. Why is she an A tier? She does not provide as much damage as you would think compared to other units. She needs a lot to work with. Pilots doesn't scale that hard. You don't even use it to scale strength at the current moment of the game. Because her thing kit is hard. The technical damage bonus she does is quite nice. Her lightning does a lot of damage on Tawil. Tawil uses her lightning better than she does. She's a very good unit. However, not enough discard units to make use of her full kit yet. Once we get more discard units, she will get better and better as time goes on. When she released, there was hardly any discard units. Cassia Poof didn't count as discard when Corporal released. That's why my Corporal video, I said Cassia's discard does not work. It now works. They recently buffed Cassia to be very good this year. Because before, it did not count as a discard. But Corporal. Her whole thing is buffing technical damage of your team and playing the lightnings and the DR. Now let me go over her kit and her recommended dupe levels. Now let's go back to the game. She's A tier. She's one of the best blue units. And she enables a lot. However, her E3 to OE doesn't really provide much. Because the double aftershock effect is nice, but there's not enough unit that will benefit from it. And the units that do benefit from it, they're locked behind Arouse. So, this is her thing. So, there's a thing that most people don't know, and the game doesn't really tell you. It's kind of dog shit game design, in my opinion. It happens with Arita as well. Leveling up her Rouse is very important. Even though her Rouse, I value very low value. I don't value her Rouse that much. It's one of the least important Rouses in the game to get for your team. Because all it does is have an effect that's on cooldown every 3 turns in White Stance. It doesn't provide enough utility for what it costs to Rouse in Arc 2. Arc 2, Arc 1 has different rule sets, remember. Arc 1, just Rouse her whenever. You just play Rouse, whatever. So, what this doesn't tell you, by the way, is that leveling up her Rouse levels up her pilots as well. So levels up her pilot shielding, it levels up her pilot strength gain when discard, her pilot's discard technical damage. Nowhere does it tell you this. Lightning level up is very good too. It also levels up the pilots. So Rouse, you level up these two. Again, it does not tell you that in the game. I know. But you want to level up those abilities. I actually want to level most of his carry except for this, really. I want to level up this for the shield gain. But yeah, that's a thing about Corpo. It's like, a lot of these games are hidden secrets. Not really, because people don't read, or the information is hidden in some other area that no one looks at, but me apparently. Like, there's a lot of Wickers that have additional scaling on certain stats tucked away somewhere. Or because of the AI translations being weird. Like for Jenkins, for example. Common enemy, no one goes in and read the talents because everyone just assumes everyone has these 2 talents, but some Wickers have a 3rd talent that makes them scale off of another stat. So every 1% provided by Jenkins, her Wheel of Destiny, or the Covenant, her Get 'em Brown does a 2% increase in damage. That's why you want crit rate on her. And there are other Wakers that just have random scaling for no fucking reason, like Miriam. Miriam, by the way, she gives more Alienus based on how much crit damage she has. So that's why you really don't... yeah, it is hidden away. So that's why you build crit damage on Miriam. It buffs the amount of Alienus she gives to another unit, by the way. So there's a lot of Wakers with a hidden, quote-unquote, 3rd talent. that's not mentioned in their kit menu. You have to go under talents and check if they have a hidden scaling, per se. Most people gloss over this. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of Wakers that have that hidden stat scaling, and Corporal is one of them, with DR. I say it's hidden, but it's literally one button click. But yeah, people don't include that in their guides for some reason. I guess because they don't read and copy guides from other people. But yeah, DR makes her do more damage and all that. That's a very important information to know here. So every time these cards strike defense get discarded, it gets 5 more ailments, generates 5 more ailments up to 2 attacks. So this can scale up to 25 ailments if you don't play them. Again, this is what I'm talking about, ailments power creep, because this is 25 ailments per strike defense on her kit. Whereas old kits, if it gets an ailments buff, it's basically end of turn. It's basically something small like 5 or 10. This is the power creep in ailments. You're going to encounter power creep in the game. Expect power creep. You're going to encounter cards like saying, oh, this card does this, this, and this. But the new unit does the exact same thing, but better. Power creep is a thing in this game. That's why Old Awakers age terribly until they get buffed. They do buff Old Awakers every now and then. So again, this Omnis gives 30 ailments for 2 mana. 30 ailments, 2 mana. This is quite good compared to other units. So you build up her Exalt a lot. Now, what her Exalt does is it discards your entire hand and draws an equal number of cards. So she works well with discard Awakers. However, there's not enough discard Awakers in the game for me to justifiably bump her up a tier to S tier. Maybe one day, once there are more discard Awakers that rely on the discard effect, she will shine better than she does now. But as of now, she's a support unit without enough units that can synergize with her. That will probably change with G Murphy once more units come out. Because right now with Cassia buff, Corporal got a big glow up. Corporal got a big glow up with the recent Cassia buff. So beforehand, so her entire thing is discard. Again, discard Exalt, discard, you run over discard. Her lightning, every time you discard her lightning, the cost gets reduced by 1 as it comes back in your hand. Because it triggers the prepared effect. When she launched this, it did not originally do this. So she has to prepare 1 on her lightning. That means every turn it costs 1 less. And when you discard it, it also triggers prepare. That was a relatively recent change they did with the prepared effects. That discard triggers prepare. And this returns to top of your draw pile when you discard it. Those of you watching from my CCN content know this is basically Nia, for example, but better. So her Enlightens. E1, E2 is where I would stop. I would stop her at E2 unless you need the Vuln on her Exalt. So what E1 does is that basic strike and defense ailments gain. You don't really care about this that much, but it's really nice to have. Her E2 is where most of her power comes from. Because for E2, her 2 cost does not inflict weakness. And weakness is a very powerful, very, very powerful effect to have. And it's getting rarer as you're building more teams. There are a lot of Awakers with weaknesses, but you want up to 10 teams for D-Tide. There's not enough to get as much weakness as you would want. And more weakness sources is always good. So you have a thing for every fucking scenario. So for each tentacle present, this is the real reason why you get her E2. The pilot shield, strength, and tentacle damage increases by 5% up to 50%. That means up to 10 tentacles. Once you have 10 tentacles, you get 50% more shield, strength, and tentacle damage from her pilots. This is very good. I do not need to tell you why 50% more is good. However, the big con, the big issue she runs into right now until they buff Realm Mastery is that you don't start with 10 tentacles. You start with 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 at best if you're running a meme Realm Mastery build. You need to grab the tentacle generation from Blue's dance. So it takes a while to scale up to 10 tentacles in the current state of the game to really get the full value out of her pilots. So that's the big con about Corporal. You need tentacles to scale up her pilots, to scale up tentacle damage. And you don't start with enough tentacles. Even if you are using mono blue, that's only 2 tentacles if you're not factoring Realm Mastery. So yeah. So her E3 is not needed. I only pulled it because on my team I need it. What it does is when you exalt, it inflicts vuln. That's basically all that it does. The 20% crit damage is nice, but it's not a make or break. It's not in its own basket. It's not basket worthy, as I said in the caster part. Now, each time DR is triggered in this battle, it's further increased by 10%. Again, I do not believe in DR triggers that much. And in R2, you're not going to build enough DR on the Corporal comp unless you're really into your team and running DR on other units. Because if your team's good enough, you probably won't be proccing DR. And let's say you get enough to proc 1 DR, that's only 30% crit damage buff. You're not going to proc that much DR in that battle. If you're proccing that much DR in that battle where this matters, there's something wrong with your team or the content is too hard for your team. That is my opinion there. You're only getting this for the bone, really. So if you want, you can stop at E2. Her oversoul would be extremely good if there were more discard-worthy Awakers that benefit from a double Aftershock effect. What double Aftershock effect means is that any card with a discard effect, the discard effect is triggered twice when she overexalts. So that means if you have Pilots in hand, they give you strength twice. If you have Lightning hand, the cost is reduced twice. Now, let me go over every Awaker that works with her for the discard effect. So, let me go over Arita, the main unit you run over. These Alimus, it's nice, not really mandatory, but it gets her more Alimus. You're mostly going to play the Glands to multiply them up. You're only going to rely on the discard effects once you have 10 Glands in hand. I'll go over how Arita plays when I cover Arita in this video. Now, let's go over the next Awaker here. Fucking Tulu. Tulu, not that good with her. He aged terribly. Go watch any of my Tulu videos. I know tell you why he aged terribly. Because all this temporary strength, temporary technical damage. The JP version of Tulu is way better. The JP version, which is a different game entirely, it's permanent temp damage scaling. Now, all of his kit is temporary temp damage, and the number is pretty low for what it does. Because when the game was released, technical damage was extremely strong. So they were afraid of giving us permanent technical damage. But the thing is, you have to rouse Tulu in order to get the effect where every card that you discard from him, you get technical damage and strength scaling. And in Arc 2, it's very expensive to rouse. You're not going to really rouse Tulu before the Arita, before other units. So that's why he has aged terribly. That's one of the units Corporal pairs well with, but you have to rouse him. And rousing Tulu is quite expensive. It's also a 3-cost rouse. So it's very expensive mana-wise as well, or arithmetica-wise. So that's why she currently lacks really strong discard units right now. Because it's only Arita and him, and maybe the G Murphy. Murphy and G Murphy. So Murphy is another unit. It's one of the units I don't, because I don't pull for lollies. So this Aftershock is 10 damage count, but this is the only card that has an Aftershock effect. This Divine Maiden. Well, actually, that's all. These are played, but yeah, it's whatever. And Cassia now, since the change. Cassia now has this Aftershock effect. Yeah, there's not that many units with Aftershock effects. It's basically only those units. So that's why she's not as high as the others. But once more Aftershock units or discard units are released, she'll get better and better as the time goes by in the discard comp. Right now, there's not enough Aftershock units or discard units to make use of her OE. So her OE, you really only get it for the 3 tentacles. Because again, you would say, flares, what would the pilots from Corporal? Again, you need really 10 tentacles to really maximize the value of discarding the pilots. And before 10 tentacles, it's kind of not enough strength, not enough technical damage to not just play them because they really clog up your deck. And you don't have enough key flare to unclog up your deck with the discard posse in Arc 2. That will change with G Murphy release. I'll do a review on it later after G Murphy release. I do have an editor now. It's not working on this video. This video is just solely me. That's why it's so bad. I'm sorry. But this is my editing. And it's a long video. I'm going to edit it at work. So that's why she's rated there. She's very strong unit, invested. She won't get you to A5 unless you heavily invest in her. heavily invested her in Arita, and Arita's time gated. Even you can't whale her out unless you use the monthly boner, and Arita is very key to her comp. Now her Soul Force talent is very good. It makes the enemy takes more technical damage. In general. Very good. So on a technical team, she really shines. But there's only one main technical player, and that's Kai from ZN. He plays technical comps, clear all content, alert 5. Always. All the time. I do talk about Kai in my corporal video. Credits to him. He does not really have a Billy Billy. He just posts clips in the CN channel on the Discord. Okay. Yep. I know. Do. Now I have 2 corporal videos. I run corporal every week, Arita comp, D-Tide, either A4 or A5. I'm just showing you this video. Again, it's on my YouTube channel. So this is a boss that pairs well with it because the gimmick corporal can fucking cheese the gimmick. Now let me just show you the gimmick. This is one of the bosses where corporal auto wins. If you have a corporal, it's an auto win boss fight. So it is not indicative of how she plays, but it's indicative of the gameplay loop and the feeling of playing corporal. I like corporal a lot. I like Arita a lot. And the reason why is I'll showcase. This is the God build. So in the video, I also talk about how in other videos I showcase, regular ways. But this is a tier list video. I want to showcase to any new players what it's like playing corporal. I want to show her in the best possible light. I show all the units in the best possible light here. So boom, rouse everyone. Get past layers is slow. There we go. Just get the pilots, aftershock, the scaling, whatnot. This is a guide video, so I was also explaining what I was doing. So the boss, basically, you can dupe as many cards, so you dupe as many lightnings as possible. You can also do this with Lone Seed. However, again, Lone Seed is going to be used for a Gellet comp. Every time you discard with Arita, the cost is -1. So now they're all 1-cost lightnings. So I'm going to discard again. Now they're all 0-cost lightnings. Then I just played them. This is the corporal gameplay I like. This is the trillion hit. This is the trillion hit gameplay that I love about corporal. Yeah, you just get as many lightning as possible. Lone seed it. But generally, you don't lone seed it. This is just, best case scenario, you get a gimmick that you can abuse because every boss has a gimmick or a buff that you get in the story mode. And this is the gimmick corporal excels at. If you can find a way to dupe her lightning, she's broken. She's S tier. She can kill every boss on her own, basically. On these gimmick fights. Nowhere else, though. But yeah, very good unit overall on these gimmicks. However, on endgame content, again, without the investment, her pilots doesn't generate enough shields, aren't that reliable until you get more tentacles. Until you have another Vanguard to help her out, which is what G. Murphy can provide for a corporal comp. What Murphy provides for a corporal comp. You want to live to scale, because he's all about scaling with the strength and the tentacle damage. Because you want to scale super hard, because tentacles right now scale very slowly. So you need someone that can scale tentacles really fast, which is why you want better discard. Example. So that's it for this. Let's go to the next Awaker. CCN main rider that they kicked from the game. Pulled him as well because of CEO nepotism. Yeah, I heard about that. I don't really care about that. That's just business stuff. Do what they want. I care about gameplay more. I do not know these people. I do not know their situation, and you don't know their situation either. So we can only weigh in as outsiders. So I'm not going to take any stances. It's probably a little bit more to the story. And honestly, I don't care. I can eat either way. Yeah, it's too many conflicting sources, you know? I don't trust any of them. And plus, they're all Korean. Like, maybe there's something in Korean culture. I'm not Korean. I don't live in Korea. I don't work for Smilegate. I don't know the CEO. I don't know the writer. I don't know what the CEO is like. I don't know what the writer's like. So, who gives a fuck? Okay. Caucus. Let's talk about my favorite blue unit, the Big Cock, otherwise known as Caucus. Caucus is one of the best standard units you can possibly pull in a game, especially as a new player, because everything about him is great. He's one of the best units in the fucking game for his ability of being a stat stick. He can have no cards, and he's still be a good unit. And his cards are very good too, especially in Blue Will. Because he, unlike other counter units, has one of the best counter cards in the game for Tawil to copy and Tawil to dupe. This Shattered Halberd is insane. That's why if you have Thighs Caucus, just run that for your comp. You generate a lot of counter's fun. And this is permanent counter. So why this card is insane compared to other counter units, let's say Dogshit Wanda now. Again, I really wish they changed Wanda's kit. Because Wanda's kit is very interesting to play. Her Exalt is very interesting. Everything about it. But it scales so bad late game. I want to tell you why it scales bad. This is flat counter. She generates counter based off her attack stats. This cannot crit, this cannot do anything. And it's nerfed in R2. It's so little counter. 51 counter, it's a bit more than that once you get inside a fight. It's like 300 and something. It is so little. And look at her attack stat. It's 88. Fucking 88. But now let's look at Cox. I do have it live up, but his base stats are high across the board. High HP. You know what you get from high HP? Higher permanent counter stacks. You know what you get from high attack? Better scaling on your attack cards. High defense, better scaling on your defense. He and Goliath has the best overall. He has roughly the same thing as Goliath. This is level 666 Goliath. He has more stats than a Doll, for example. Look at Doll's level 70 stats. Yeah. Him and Goliath has the best overall stat values in him. Look at Lotan, for example. 144, 149, and 126. Let's go look at level 66 Goliath. 177, 172, 142. Let's look at the caster. Even the caster, which I rate very highly. Level 70 caster. Attack, constitution, defense. Let's look back at the Goliath. Look back at the caster. Yeah. I value stats very highly because everything scales off of stats. That means, and not only are his stats very high to help your team, more HP is good. Higher counter, higher poison stats. He has one of the best kits in the entire game. His kits has everything. He does your taxes, he cooks for you, he cleans, and he's a twink. This is what a good twink boy should do. Pollock wishes he can be half the twink caucuses. Okay? That's why I call him the Big Cock. He does everything. He dispels weakness, he gives you a bone, he scales your tentacle damage, he gives you counter, he commands your tentacles to attack, he heals you, he gives alienness, he gives shields. What doesn't he do? This is an easy bone source because it's located in his Exalt. That means that you can save the bone for when you're ready for a burst turn. You want to Exalt him always. He's a great unit. I value him very high. He's one of the best units in the fucking game because of this. And he has a Dispel Weakness effect on his Exalt. For free, basically. That you can use whenever you want. The only other unit that dispels weakness besides it's Tulu and Tanked. And they're both pretty bad at dispelling weaknesses. That's why I rate Tanked so low. She's fucking dog shit. You know why? This, you cannot guarantee you'll have this 2-cost card in your hand that dispels weakness, bone, whatever. What if the boss inflicts bone weakness on you and you don't have this in your hand? That's right, you're fucking fucked. And it's a 2-cost. Not located in the Exalt. It's a fucking 2-cost card. You're not going to guarantee you're going to have this in your hand always. Whereas with Caucus, you can pre-plan ahead on most boss fights. You can pre-plan ahead. Because it's located in his Exalt. Just don't Exalt. Just like you playing Caster, just edge out the Exalt. You don't have to use an Exalt as soon as you get it. So when you're ready to burst, you Exalt. You dispel the weakness on you. You inflict bone on the boss. So he's doing 2 things at once for your burst turn. He's removing the weakness the boss probably put on you. Because most of the later bosses in the game do like putting weakness on you. And then he inflicts bone on the boss. So he removes your sickness. He's the twink that when you get sick, he goes to your house, feeds you chicken noodle soup, or if you're Asian, he's probably better than that. He probably makes you pho. As a Vietnamese person, he makes you nice pho, because pho is way better than chicken noodle soup when you're sick. He makes you a nice bowl of pho when you're sick with all the herbs, with all the spices. You eat that, you're right up, right better. You know what Pollock does when you're sick and you're a couple of him? Nothing. He takes your fucking credit card from your fucking bedside because he's a piece of shit unit. He goes shopping for fashion. He's a high maintenance twink. Look at this. Look at this. Caucus, he's fine with rags. Okay? He's loyal. He's bad with money though. He's extremely bad with money in the lore. Look at what Pollock is wearing. You think he's buying this on his own dime? No. When you're sick, he's robbing you blind, going to Louis Vuitton, buying the latest outfits. Maybe even Balenciaga. Maybe he gets a Birkin bag, okay? You cannot trust this motherfucker, okay? You cannot trust someone who wears a fucking chandelier for a helmet. You cannot trust this motherfucker, dude. He does nothing for your team. Does he give you bone? Does he dispel your weakness? No, he lets you stay weak. He lets you stay weak. Caucus does it all. He treats you when you're sick. He's there for you when you're strong. As a Catholic, you know the Bible. He's there. Wait, this is not fucking Catholic. This is fucking Santa Claus I'm thinking of. Whatever. Saint Nick is Catholic, okay? He knows when you are naughty. He knows when you are sick. He will heal you up and da. Oh, Caucus here, Caucus there. He will shatter them away. He has a dispelled weakness. He will bone the enemy all night and every single day. This is what it's like playing Caucus. You're happy all the fucking time. When you're a witch of Pollock, you're fucking miserable. He's fucking poisoning you behind your fucking back. He's the reason you were sick in the first place. He's after that inheritance. He's a fucking gold-digging piece of shit twink, okay? Caucus is a good twink. He heals you up. And he shits on your enemy. He shits on the fucking enemy for you. Puts bone on your fucking enemies. Pox doesn't put bone on your fucking enemies. He does bleed. He does fucking bleed. And that's not immediate. That's not immediate. Bleed is next turn. He sends them a fucking business card for his damage. The damage will come 5 business days from now. The damage will come 5 fucking business days from now. Caucus dispels your weakness now. He inflicts bone now. So you can do damage now. He's ready now. Pollock takes 10 hours in the bedroom to get ready to go to the movie theater. Caucus is ready now. He lets you unleash your load now. He's always ready all the fucking time. Low maintenance. 2. He's not a limited unit, by the way. He's not a limited unit. He's a standard unit with this busted ass kit. Great unit. Pollock's a not so great unit. Does everything. Entire kit, great. Pairs well with most comps. Who doesn't want a weakness dispel on hand? Who doesn't want a Vuln on hand on Exo? Again, it's a 2-in-1. And he busts your tentacle damage, busts your counter, he does it all! My boy, and he has high stats too. He has extremely high stats. You have high HP, so you don't fucking die being made of fucking paper like a Pollock's team. So yeah, I'm not gonna go over. I already went over Caucus. You saw Caucus in the Towell video. You play him with Towell. You play him with any blue unit. He does it all, my man. He does it all. That's what he does. He's a supportive unit. And his counter is very good too. Oh, let's talk about his counter. If he only had its Exo, he'd be good. But he has more. Wait, there's more. Fucking Billy Mays here. Wait, there's more. His Shattered Halberd deals damage, gets an equal amount of damage for a 50% tentacle damage bonus. This has so many multipliers on top of one another. It's baskets galore here. You know why? This can crit. This can crit. You know what happens when it crit? You get more counter. You get more counter. It scales well. That means he scales off strength. He scales off crit. It can crit. It can crit. It can crit. Any card with this effect, extremely good. If it says gain an equal amount of counter, that means, you know what it means? He can double dip. Double dip, motherfucker. You know what Pollock is? Pollock is a single dip. He's a no dip. He's not even a single dip. He's a no dip, dip motherfucker. He goes to fucking McDonald's. He doesn't even order the barbecue sauce for the fries. Again, I'm not a pro ketchup person. Use barbecue sauce for your french fries. Try it. He's a no dip motherfucker. He likes bland food. Pollock is, for all something, he has a bland ass kit. All it is damage. No Vuln, no weakness to spell, no strength gain, nothing. No scaling. You have to outsource it other ways. You have to outsource it. You have to go to fucking a call center. Outsource the slave labor somewhere else. Caucus does it all. Does it all. So what this means is that this can gain a crit amount of counter, as opposed to Wanda. You saw the Wanda is flat. It can never crit. If that card can never crit. If this card crit with the crit damage crit rate, it gets way more counter, equal to your damage. And on multiplicative effects, such as, let's say, G-Dolls buffing your base damage with her Exalt, which buffs counter and base damage, it double dips. He double dips. He gets the damage from the base damage on this card, which in turn makes more counter. And he generates more counter on that thing, again from the counter he generates. He triple dips, and he gets a 50% tentacle damage bonus. So that's why he's very strong. That's how I'm able to generate 80,000 plus counter. Generally by turn 2 on Blue Will. If it's straight into boss fight with the right setup, with the right luck and RNG, that's how I'm generating so much counter on my Blue Will comp with Caucus. He does it all. That's why this card is extremely good. Any card that says deal damage equal amount of counter or equal amount of poison is a very good card. Some units suffer from it. I'm going to go over it with Liz later. That's why she scales very bad compared to the newer units. And the buff really doesn't do much. Like, I coach people with Liz. You can see it. I have experience coaching people with Liz. I know how weak she fucking is because of this. It's bad scaling. There's no strength multiplier here. The pierce damage is nice, but it's 50% damage poison. That's her being a selfish little fuck. That's her being a selfish little fuck, dude. And all this temporary damage, temporary strength, old kit. Old ass kit. You know what's a new? One Punch Miriam. Ernest, another Chinese content creator, has One Punch Miriam videos. I did link it in one of my other videos. I forgot which one it is. I'm not going to go over it in this tier list. So this is just same thing, but equal amount of poison. 100%. And it buffs everyone's crit damage. It does more. On top of having a really great kit in general. Very great kit. And permanent strength. She has L. I'm going to go over Miriam and when I go to the support section. So yeah, that is the power of any effect that says equal. So this is why he's extraordinarily strong. he punches above his weight class. Now, this, extremely strong. Heal HP equals 7.5% of con at turn end, coupled with his wheel fully invested. You see my Caucus end of turn heal. My fully invested Caucus heals for a little over 50 HP every turn, end of turn. If you click the end turn button, he heals you for 53 HP. It's around 53 HP, it's around there. He heals you for 53 HP, that's why his E3 is insanely good. Just for the heal, that's why I recommend pulling for E3 Caucus. This heal passive, it's probably only going to heal you for 18, maybe 20 when you're starting out as a new player. But as you invest more in Caucus, you'll eventually hit up to the 58 HP range. So yeah, Caucus, extraordinarily good. And this heal amount is nothing to stop about. Heals are hard to come by. There's not enough healers in the game that generates a lot of heal outside of G-Dog. There are very few healers. Like, let's say this Karen. This is not invested Karen. And again, it's not, and these are playing cards. Just by clicking end turn, he heals you back up. It's just free healing every turn. I value that very highly. There's no other Waker that just heals you. Just heals you, besides G-Doll. G-Doll's the only one, and it does the same amount as Caucus, but you have to rouse her. If you rouse her, you heal 50 HP at the end of turn. If you rouse her, you get 50 HP at the end of turn, basically. If you rouse the G-Doll. Which is roughly the same as my Caucus. However, he does it for free without having to rouse him, just based off of his E3, and that's extremely valuable. So that means when you're playing with Caucus in boss fights, you want to kill it with Tentacles. You want to click the end turn button, get the last hit with Tentacles to proc the heal. That's if you want to play optimally. You want to kill with Tentacles to get the end of turn Key Flurry, end of turn Alien Mist, end of turn heal. Because if you kill him during that turn, you don't get the heal end, but if you kill him with Tentacles, when you click the end turn button, the heal procs, the boss will die, or whatever mob will die, and then you get all the effects as if you ended turn because you did. So that's why I rate Caucus fairly highly. He's a very good unit. So, let's go on to the next unit. It's Jenkins. We all saw us play him with Caster. That's how you play him now. Usually, you used to play her. Again, I also get tripped out with Jenkins because, again, tomboy character. Jenkins is very good at staying damage since the buff this year. Beforehand, she was pretty bad in the O tier list because she got buffed earlier this year, is because her effects are AoE. So let me go over her original kit. Her original kit, Get 'em Brown, used to be a single target ability. And she didn't do as much damage. She gave her a Soul Force. She does so much damage now, out of the box. They also gave her this Soul Force talent. Right here, Jenkins' damage increased by 36% of attack. This is insane. She's a very good character, but you don't even care about all that right now. She's already better than Pollock already. By just having this kit and Get 'em Brown, AoE damage, free AoE damage, 1 cost. But as I said with the Caster review, 145% crit damage buff just by rousing her. Insanely good. I'm not going to showcase gameplay of her because I already did with the Caster. And this video is probably going to be like 5 hours on or something ridiculous. I don't know how long it's going to be. But yeah. And her stat scaling is nothing to snob at. 158 might not be as high as 24, but it's still above average. Above average base stat scaling. And she's a limited unit. A standard unit. That means you can plus 12 her with the rewinds. Again, go watch my rewind videos to understand how to use rewind characters. You pull blue, you send one to the black pool, you black a character, and use all of the standard selectors on Jenkins. That's the key to using Jenkins there. Yeah, very good unit. You don't even need her dupes. Her dupes are quite nice. I recommend at least the E1 or the E2. The E2, she does work with discard comp because I did play her with Corpo. There's a unique synergy. It's so rare to happen. If you have Lightning as top deck and you play this, it will double discard Lightning and make it insanely cheap. So that's pure RNG. I don't believe in that often. So she does work with discard comps. Because of this, it's a discard. But you really only want her E1 basically, and it's fine. But you get her plus 12 just for the stats to buff her up, but just for her crit rate stats and whatnot, and the levels on her. So that's why you want a plus 12 her, just for the stats. Not because of her dupes do anything, just for the stats, and she is a standard unit. So you can plus 12 any standard unit you want. So there's nothing really big to complain about. You saw what she does. She provides so much utility. Because 145% crit damage is huge. It's one of the best sources of crit damage for your entire team in the fucking game. And this spawns Get 'em Brown 0 cost. AoE on demand. Very good unit. Very good unit overall. This is going to be very short. There's nothing much to play. Just play Get 'em Brown. She's a very easy unit to play too. Unlike other Ultra characters, unlike other units in this game, she's a very simple kit. But her kit isn't unfun to play. Because all the animations are pretty high quality. The Get 'em Browns are pretty nice. And the dopamine, because she crits, because you want crit rate. So the feeling of critting, the feeling of playing her is very fun. I like playing 1,000 rats and whatnot. But generally now, her meta team is just running her with caster. Yeah, that's basically going to be the Jenkins part. Next. Okay, Jenkins is a tomboy, okay? I didn't pull Jenkins, okay? I used selectors on them. Okay, Dorisine. Dorisine is one of those whale bait units. He's more whale bait than Calf or any other unit in the game. That's why he's B tier. He's very good. E0 to E3 for new players. You're going to see a lot. You're going to see him perform well, just like Pollock's early game, just like Liz early game. So the problem with how early game dictates is because scaling gets out of hand. But base damage scaling, the devs don't really take into account base damage, and they don't really scale things well in the early game. So there are going to be a lot of units that perform extremely well early game that become complete trash later on. Like Liz, for example. Liz, for example, will one-shot most mobs on the first few chapters. But she'll get weaker and weaker and weaker as the things go by. She has very bad scaling. She scales very badly as game go on, just because of base damage. Their base damage is very high, but she doesn't really have really good scaling. Now, Dorisine has really high base damage and really high scaling. But to access the scaling, it's very hard to access. You have to whale them out on certain Alert 5 waves. I'm talking about Alert 5. I'm not talking about the easy mode Alert 3s, Alert 4s. I'm talking about Alert 5. Alert 5 is very hard to do Alert 5 on him without him getting carried by his supports on its own unless you whale him out hard. If you whale him out hard, you'll encounter no issues at all. Now let me go on why he's an extreme whale unit. Anyone would agree. Monchi agrees with me. Fucking Satan agrees with me. Anyone who plays him endgame, Hitsu agrees with me. Everyone agrees with me here. It's not a controversial thing to say this. He just requires a lot of investment. He requires like probably the most investment out of all the A5 capable DPSs in the game for Alert 5. Because he can no diff Alert 4. Alert 4, he can easily destroy any Alert 4, E3 OE, level 70. He can destroy any Alert 4. But the jump from Alert 4 to Alert 5 difficulty is huge. And most of the time, he cannot do a hard Alert 5 wave unless it's one of the easier Wave 1 waves. Unless it's one of the very easy waves with very easy bosses or one of the bosses with an AoE mob. The reason why is his whole gimmick is he deals more damage based on the percentage of HP the target is missing. You see the problem now? As enemies scale higher on the higher difficulty alerts, they'll start having millions of HP. When you deal 20,000 damage to an enemy with 100,000 HP, they're missing 20% of their fucking life. When you're dealing 20,000 damage to someone who has a million HP, you're doing, 2% of their max life. I just did math there. So I'm gonna take a short break. I'm gonna give you a moment, because some of you guys might have played Limbus Company. I did play Limbus Company and lost the ability to read and lost the ability to reason. So I'm just going to let that settle down with you, how numbers work. So doing the same amount of damage reduces the enemy's HP value by a lower percent. He scales over how much percentage HP the boss is missing. Each boss is missing. So, to get them to a low percentage in the first place, someone needs to do damage, and it's not him. Remember, all of his cards does a lot of damage because it scales over how much HP the enemy is missing. And how much HP he is missing. That's his whole gimmick. And he by himself cannot lower the boss's HP, the mob's HP, as much as you would like endgame. When the mobs have 200,000 HP, when the boss has 1,000,000 HP, this Exalt does no damage basically. When the boss is missing half their HP, you're going to hit this Exalt for 500k, 1,000,000 damage. It scales great. But to get to that point in the first place, it's rough. On the higher difficulties, you'll probably die unless you're running a very supportive comp to stall long enough for their HP to get low. Unlike Calf, which doesn't have to rely on the boss HP being low, and other units relying on the boss HP being low in the first place to do damage. That means you have to pair him with like Pikmin. You have to invest in units that do damage also to get their HP low in the first place. And on bosses without mobs, he's not going to generate corpses. So what he does is a corpse generator. If you watch my video on him, every time you kill an enemy or every time you hit an Exalt on a boss unit, you get 1 corpse up to 3. Once you get 3 corpses when you Exalt, his Exalt does more damage. Yeah, his Exalt does way more damage, double the crit damage multiplier of the hit, and heals you. Same damage. Yeah, every 1% HP. Yeah, this is basically the reason why he's very strong, but he's a win more character. It's final damage. Just like fucking I was talking about earlier. It's a different basket. It's a very good unit. You're going to see a lot of show clips, even my show clips, with his Exalt doing 10 million damage, 5 million damage. That's just win more. He's a win more character. Because if you manage to get them that low when he starts doing damage, you could have already won with any other unit. So he only really excels on content you were gonna win anyway if you use any A tier or S tier DPS. That's his big con. But his pros are that he has an easy AoE bone. Unlike Pollock, for example. He generates a lot of strength for you with his Dirge. He pairs well with Dyes. However, Dyes, everyone wants Dyes. Everyone wants these units. So that's his big con. He requires a lot to work. And in addition, his dupes are so important going up just because of the crit damage and damage amp. Because one of his unique gimmicks is that he gains crit damage based on he gains crit rate based on how much crit damage you have on him, his Wheel of Destiny, and your Covenant. Which means the bigger whale you are, the stronger he is. He's one of those super whale units. Because as a new player, as a free-to-play player, you're not going to have that much crit damage sources. Because again, whales will have so much more crit damage in you. Because every dupe level, they up to 12, they gain 30% crit damage from here, and they get hundreds of crit damage from their Covenant and their wheels. So I go over this on the Dorisine review video on why it's bad for free-to-play players, why he's bad for free-to-play players, is because, look, a crit damage wheel, for example, an SSR fully whaled out crit damage wheel gives 43% crit damage. When you plus 12 an SSR wheel, you can equip another plus 12 SSR wheel. So if I plus 12 this, I also get this. So this is, so this is 243% crit damage. And remember, his Exalt multiplies, doubles this crit damage as well. So he's a whale on top of whale. So he's one of the best units if you whale out super hard for him. He's one of the best whale units in the entire game. However, before then, he's kind of weak. Because, again, just from these two, is already done. But if you don't have a plus 12 SSR wheel, you're going to have to use a purple wheel. And every wheel tier before is half the crit damage. Is half of the crit damage. Again, this is also plus 12, but it's only 21.6% crit damage. If you go down further, it's half of that. So every tier, it doubles. So that's why he's saying wheel in it. And this one gets you 100% crit damage if you plus 12 it. Because this permanently increase the crit damage by 10% up to 5%. So this is 50%. This is a 93% crit damage wheel, basically. If you whale this out. These are limited wheels, by the way. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. I cannot recommend Dorisine A5 for any free-to-play player. I cannot recommend this. He's an extreme whale unit. He's very strong. Don't get me wrong. He's very strong when level 90 fully whaled out. And not only that, you get a lot of crit damage from Covenants. You can get like 60+% from Covenants. And these are weapons. These are gears. These are memory fragments in CCN. Those are coming from a CCN content. This is pure RNG. Whales will have more resources than you. Even then, they won't have it. So you want to go in all crit damage, basically. So, on that alone, you understand how big of a whale you know. Because if you're a whale, you don't really need to build crit rate. You just go all in on crit damage, and you'll get like tons of crit rate just by having crit damage. If you're a free-to-play player, this E1 might as well say do nothing, do nothing. Because if you only have like, let's say 10% crit damage, let's say worst case scenario, you have shit brown wheels. You're a new player. You only have brown wheels. You see how much brown wheels give you. 10% crit damage. You see how much a whale wheel gives you. 43%. You're going to get 1% crit rate. You're going to get fucking 1% crit rate from this as a free-to-play player without any wheels, without any choices. That's how much you're going to get as a free-to-play player. A whale, you're going to get that, plus another one, plus, so that plus Daffodil's wheel, that's 143% crit damage just from the wheels alone. That's 14% crit damage right there. Add in the Covenants, that's more. You can get up to 20+% crit rate. Just from Covenants and that. Plus the dupes. Again, this is all free crit rate. Plus the dupes. This is before getting crit rate. Plus dupe, they go over here. This is another 3% crit rate right here. So yeah, and if you're a whale, you don't care about crit rate. You have tons of crit rate already. Just by whaling out on the game. He's an extreme whale unit. That's why I cannot recommend him if you're pushing the higher difficulty levels. He does perform great on lower difficulty. If you're doing easy content, he no diffs because his base damage is so high. But eventually, once you reach the extremely hard content, you're going to face a almost insurmountable wall because of how he works in general. Okay. Let me go over my latest content with him. Do I just call in sick today? I want to wait till Mosh does. Should I call in sick today so I can finish this video? It's gonna take a lot longer than I thought. It's gonna take a lot longer than I thought. Dude. Okay. Extremely boring content creation stream. Okay. Finding an Dorisine video. I was typing on Discord. Finding a Dorisine video now. Yeah, how many gigabytes of data I have left? That's important. Yeah, still have 288 gigs left. Okay. Dorisine. Should be here. This is the general gameplay for my Dorisine. This is not what I recommend. The best Dorisine comp is usually with dyes, but this is D-type, endgame content. And remember, you can only use each unit once. So I'm just showing case you the general use of them. So right now, see how little damage it does? Like 141,000 health is fine. This is alert 4. But once if the boss has 400,000 and the boss has 1,000,000, you see how hopeless it starts to become. So he generates Evernight every time you do the thing. It's kind of a new thing. So on AoE bosses, he shines as an easy A5 because every time you kill a mob, he gets an Evernight, and Evernight really hits hard, especially if you have more of them. And it's an easy way to charge up his Exalt if he starts getting kills. Without getting kills, he doesn't get corpse stacks. He doesn't do anything. So yeah, so this is just an A4 difficulty. But it's a pretty easy no diff. Like, he does little damage, so you need to get the percentage HP low. I'm gonna go to when I exalt here. Yeah. So the first exalt here, 55,000 damage. Again, that is a lot. However, when the boss has 400,000 and the boss has 1,000,000, that might as well say 0. So this is A4, so it's a lot for this boss. This boss has a reasonable amount of HP. So the percentage of the boss is now extremely low. You see, they're under half health. Dorisine does way more damage. And now our HP is low. She does way more damage. We go to next time we exalt. This is just showcase here. Okay, here we go. So remember that old number, 45,000 HP. So now the boss's HP is a bit lower. How much damage should it do? 173 damage. So that is the problem in the strength of Dorisine. He's a win more character. Like, he overkills the enemy. You're going to see a lot of videos, a lot of screenshots of his high damage values. But just keep in mind that if you get to the point where you hit those high numbers on the exalts, you would have already killed him with any other unit. Because before the boss's HP is reduced, he doesn't do much. But you do have a lot of Everknights now. So we need to get his percentage HP down. So I get his percentage HP down. Yeah, I think I died here, but no, I didn't. So now we have a lot of strength, and this will one-shot, I think. Nope, did not one-shot. This is less damage, and it crit. You see what I'm talking about as a win more character? Because the boss has 90+% of their HP left, even with more strength, even with, what is it, 823 strength here, that only did 65,000 damage. When earlier, when the boss's HP was a lot lower because it's final damage, we did 170k damage on the Exalt. That is the problem with playing Dorisine. That is his biggest problem, is he's a win more whale character. Because it's very hard to get a boss to that percent HP value where he starts dealing damage without dealing damage in the first place. Only way is if you whale him out. He's an extremely whale unit. There's not much more to be said about him, you know? As if diff too low? Okay. I'm probably gonna make 3 videos. I'm gonna make a full video, and then a video where I split it in half. This is long. How many hours have it been? I think this is like 4 hours long. Okay, I'll decide an hour. I'm deciding where I want to call in sick today or not to finish this video. Okay, next is Lotan. Part 2 of the Annie news, by the way. Nice. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna make a video on that real quick. Perfect. I'll just make a video on that real quick then. All anti-Rome research, real location. Ooh, that's big news. Same amount of free silver. More whale lords. PvP changes. I'll make the video right now. Might as well. Yeah, auto is gonna be worthless. I'm gonna predict it now. Wouldn't get your hopes up there. Right now, I'm currently working on a tier list overview for the Annie. It's gonna be like 5 hours long with gameplay tips and talking about how to play all the things. But let's go over the part 2 Annie update. So auto is added. The big news is auto is added. They lowered the difficulty of Fate 8 Legacy, so Ultrash players can now clear it. So amplify the debuff, blah blah blah. Basically, completing the normal mode is now easier. So anyone can clear it because it's hard. So all these units are getting buffed, finally, Alba, with Soulforge talents. So all the initial defense, yep. All these units are getting buffed. Auto battle. This is going to be useless if it's anything like the JP version. Auto, it's going to be pretty useless. It's going to be pretty slow. So stage adjustment. Now also buff policy skills. Oh, they buff counter. Buffing counter is nice. Weaken certain difficult enemies. Yep. New relic. Yeah, to make the game just easier. I disagree with that. So anyone can clear. Threat indicator. This turn. This is fine. This is basically what a ZZN has. Statistic breakdown. Okay. I like this a lot. Statistic breakdown is pretty nice overall. Statistical breakdown. That's really nice. Battle replay. I don't know what that is. I understand the appeal, but I don't think that's really useful. You just report it. New covenants. They said they were going to release new covenants, so this is interesting. So damage amp, team unique. This is an ultra covenant. This is kind of strange because normally when they have a unique 6/6 sets passive, they'll have what it does when you're not using that fucking realm, and they'll have what it does if you are using that realm, like the S key, baby. This is a mixed realm one. This is Ultra Caro. So this is Caro Encore. These are interesting, but I wouldn't recommend you guys pulling for any of this because you want to get your good covenants first rather than diversify on this because you want covenants to be general use. These are too specific. These covenants are way too specific here. So Cocoon of the Maiden, crit rate. This is if you're using Caro Blue. So Caro Blue is really only used if you're playing Sorrel. If you're playing Sorrel with Blue, this would go hard. This is basically a Sorrel Blue one. This is very niche. Again, you're not going to have the resources to build these covenants. So I wouldn't bother. So this is Ultra Blue. Okay, this is good. This is going to be good on my G Murphy comp with Cassia. This is going to be good. I'm probably going to try to make this. Set Annihilation Unleashed, Tentacle damage switched within 1 turn. Final damage. Oh, so this is quite good. This is quite good because it's final damage. Final damage is very important. Clear specific. Yeah, I already have it. Less grinding. Can be sweeped with reenact. Cane domain. Yeah, rankings are settled weekly. Oh, this is very nice. Weekly. This is quite nice. So the daily turned to weekly. This is less grinding. This saves roughly about 50 minutes from everyone's time a week. At least it saves 50 minutes from me. So die in time, split into rewards, climb up to. This is very generous. You reach high rankings. That's very generous. New rewards. Interlude challenge, archive rewards. So veteran players are gonna get so many pulls from this. There's like hundreds of pulls. Double the free task reward in Felling Archives. Quite good. Came up to Peer Core. 80. This is very generous. I know CZN came out. This is very generous for any veteran players. They reward the veteran and the noobs. So all the Arc 1 units and their wheels are added to the standard pool. Still wouldn't recommend pulling on standard realm banners for these limited units. It's still RNG. Just pull on blue and just go straight to wheel jail. Because this is extremely RNG. This reduces the RNG a lot. So all these go to standard banner. So Wheel Destiny Exchange. So past ones get added to there. So Dream Drive. Yeah, is the yield. Basically, you no longer have to do the daily. That's quite nice. Curriculum and Silver Prime. No, the AI is going to be as dog shit as CZN. Top reset. Basically, if you spent money, the extra silver again, buying the currency in this game is not that high value. Watch my guide on how to save money. So curriculum update. So include fee reward, pre-now, triple daily quest rewards, unlock time reversal. Redo a turn to it. So if you buy the thing, you get the redo a turn. So that kind of resets things. I think this is high value for those resetters there. Still not gonna get it. New cumulative reward. This is just a whale, so if you spent more than $1,500 on the game, you get more stuff. Because currently the limit is $1,500 or whatever. So this is if you spend like $1,000 on the game. Most players are not going to care about this. This is donation. You only care about this if you're a whale. If you spend thousands of dollars on the game, you care about it. So I'm not going to cover this because if you're a whale, you know what you're going to do. You're going to whale anyway. You don't care what rewards you get. So Pin Awaker's talent preview. This is nice. This is just UI changes. Very nice. Grading. This is nice. It's just quality of life shit. Auto wheel. Holy shit. This is so good. Background music. Don't care. Oh yeah. This is very good. Very good. Faster awakening. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is my biggest pet peeve. They fixed the pulling UI. Holy shit, they fixed the pulling UI. Holy shit. This, I save up hundreds of pulls at a time before I pull. This is such a huge time saver. I hate pulling right now. Oh my gosh. Draft mode PvP. Again, this is draft mode PvP. Most of you don't care about this. I know you don't care about this because PvP videos get no views. This is just the translations. If you care about the story, I do the story. So it's whatever. So adjusted. So yeah, it's a pretty big patch. Yeah. So I'm going to go over the buffs changes later. So yeah, it's a pretty good anniversary. Let me upload. Upload that video. So whatever. So it's Mormons 2.4. Update news. Do. Mormon news update. Monetization. On. None of the above. Submit rating. Blah, blah, blah. Let's publish. Okay. Back to the tier list video. Okay. What do you guys think? Should I call in sick today? Or not? What do work? I'm gonna start a poll. Should I call in sick? Mm. Okay. Oh, not this channel. I don't know why I posted that channel. What's the poll at? Calling sick. I'm calling sick a little bit later. Yep. My boss does not know I stream or create content. And I'll keep it that way. And none of you guys know where I work, so you guys can't rat me out. Get some drink. Okay, next unit. Well, it's on low tan. I was gonna find the low tan CN thing. Okay. Let me try to find the CN clip of low tan. I don't really invest in my low tan, but low tan can clear all content. I want to showcase that it's one of these Chinese channels. There's so many Chinese channels, I can't read Chinese. One of these Chinese channels has the low tan build. Give him time here. I give up already. One of these channels. It's all Chinese. Can't find it. I give up. You want general use covenants. Drafting will make. Okay. Next unit, low tan. Okay. Probably. Just use my guides. Setia, jump in. Okay. I need to get back into ranting mode here. I need to find that CN guide for the showcase of the. Really want to showcase the low tan, but I don't really. I have a low tan, but I'm not gonna run for an entire stage for it. They're sure different niches. I guess if you're playing Ultra, it would be hard because it's a trash roam. But otherwise, I don't know. I think it's pretty easy. Yeah, it's pretty easy. It's all my guides. Do. Do. Yeah, they're making it easier. I need to find the fucking. Actually, let me start editing the video at the same time as me recording these segments. Yeah, difficulty Murph is gonna make everything brain dead. What was I doing again? I need to find a low 10 comp. I was gonna edit the video. Yeah. Let me start by editing the video right now. At the same time. Oh. Video is 2 hours long right now. And I'm not even close to being done. The video is 2.5 hours long right now. I'm gonna work on quickly editing because it needs to process these edits. So hold on. Because it's a content creation stream, so you're gonna have to deal with all of this. I did say this is gonna be a very boring stream. Wasn't lying. Annoying. Resizing everything is annoying. Okay. Split. No, you guys can't see what I'm doing right now. Takes too long for me to swap back and forth from different programs, but just resizing the video segments I already recorded. Resizing everything. It just takes a while. Resize everything here. Mhm. Let me use isolate voice here. Audio, isolate voice. Voice, isolate voice. AI is amazing, dude. It can isolate voice, remove background noise, everything. So good. Love AOE. I love AI. Makes everything easier. Let me split this in half so I can isolate voice. Okay. Split this in half for no reason. Voice, video, scale up. Okay, now while AI is currently doing all that, back to the video. Okay. Yeah, the video's already 2.5 hours long, and I'm not even halfway through yet. It's probably going to be like 9 hours long or something ridiculous. I'm going to split it up. I want to go over in depth on every unit and why I place them as such. Maybe I make this into 616 videos, you know? Content farm. Yeah, I'll get back to it. I already went through top to bottom. So, let's get back. Next, we're going to go over Lotan. Lotan is actually not B tier when you start out. She's more like D or F tier when you start out. She's one of the welfare units that we're going to cover, otherwise known as the units you get for free. However, their dupes are very easy to get. You get 2 every month if you're buying it from the shop, and she'll get stronger and stronger and stronger to eventually being at least B tier or above, because she has some of the most powerful effects in the game for her Exalt that only very, very few Awakers have that cannot be power crept. Wait, I gotta redo that take. Nah, I don't need to redo that take. Let me add that footage in that I just recorded. And she'll get stronger and stronger and stronger to eventually being at least beat. Okay. I'm not sorry. Sorry. So let's go over Lotan's kit and why she gets stronger and stronger. As a welfare unit, as one of the units you get at the start, you will eventually plus 12 her. She's one of the easier welfare units to plus 12 because you get 2 copies a month. Now I, as an older player, has plus 12 all of them. So you do in the investigation shop. It does not show this in here anymore, unfortunately, so I can't show you. But each dupe costs 2,500 investigation badges. Now it's her, Doll, and Ogier. She's one of the strongest units at OE. Because her OE ensures she'll never be power crept from the game. Now what her overexalt is plus 4, which means 8 copies, is overexalt. Deal fixed damage equal to 15% of the target's max HP to all enemies. This means whether her boss has 5 health, it's 50% of her health. Whether the boss has 6 trillion health, it's 15% of their health. Whether it has 10 gazillion health, 15% of their health. So they'll never make a boss that will power creep this ability. This is why she's so good at OE. She cheeses a lot of bosses, especially endgame, that has 2 million HP with her exalt. You feed her Alimus and you exalt on her. 15% HP gone. After enough overexalts, the boss is dead. This is why she's strong. Before then, she's a strike unit, and strike scales pretty bad into the endgame. I can go over her other kit. Like, it's all pretty bad overall, because strike generally endgame is kind of bad. Like, she does have that dispel weakness like Caucus, but no apply vuln. She has no apply vuln. This is not enough strength scaling compared to the newer unit. She is a welfare unit. Like, the rest of her kit is meh, but her result, very good. I'm not going to really show a clip of it. There's like Chinese players that have cleared the entire game. You can clear the entire game, every piece of content, with a plus 12 Lotan with the SR comp only, if you're good enough. With the enough wheels, you can clear everything, but with Lotan. She's that good. She can never be power crept. She can never be weaker or stronger than she is now, because you're just relying on that 15% damage of the boss's max HP. Excellent enough, you win. This is a very short segment on why she's good. That's why she's good. There's nothing else to it. So I have started to realize going back and forth between the sheet and the game is kind of bad, because I assume you guys have the sheet already opened on another menu. So going by that assumption, I'm just going to go through the rest of the DPS in order. DPS or defensive units. I consider them carries. These are carries. So Sangha. Sangha is one of the other better carry units at B tier because she has a really nice overresult. And she is getting a nice buff for Annie. I'll go over the buffs and changes for Annie in another video. This video is already going to be like 9 hours long or something ridiculous. Cafe 3 team, a lot of copies. As many copies as you can. I just went over it earlier on the stream. Dorisine. Oh, sorry. Sorry, people watching the video. I'm also streaming right now. So, okay. Now, Sangha. Sangha, why she's good at OE? She's one of those infinite scaling units. Except for she doesn't do damage free strength. She doesn't do damage by that. She does damage by her Exalt and how much shields you have. So let's say Monchi's or Satan's D-Dive team, the Sangha OE. It's basically all her OE damage. So the more shields you have, the more damage you do on her Exalt. She's an Exalt damage unit. Now, her Enlightens, E1, E2, all of them are nice shield gen. And this is her Exalt, which has 25% additional crit rate and crit damage. But the reason why she's good is this. Her Over Exalt. So this makes your Lost Art and Big Strike an additional shield bonus throughout the battle. So you basically White Stance, Exalt, White Stance, Exalt. You just live and eventually kill the boss just by exalting on her with White Stance. Just generate shield is a turtle comp. You're just turtling up to kill the boss. Now I'm going to show clips of that with the infamous Monchi Deep Dive comp and the video I made on the channel. Now her Enlightens, she scales off of DR. That's her secret. There's not much to her kit. Her Beauty's Mercy generates a tentacle. It's very nice to steal onto will. This eliminates Fragile, but her Dimensional Image Relic is pretty strong overall. And this does damage based on how much shield you have. So you want a White Stance Exalt. That's pretty simple gameplay. We're going to get to simple gameplay now. Because the lower we go down in the tiers, the more simple the units are going to be. That's why they're low tier in the first place, and that's why they're bad in the first place. Because their kits are too simple, and they age poorly. Because most of the Good Awakers have very complex kits. Minus a few, I guess. So let's go in. Okay. Sangha. Let me find the Sangha video now. Okay, next. Where is the Satan? This one. So this is an example of the Sangha, one of the ways to play Sangha in the Sangha Deep Dive comp. I did Wamashi. Again, it's on my YouTube channel. All of these runs are on my YouTube channel. Have every run. This is us coaching players how to use Songa comp. It's pretty simple. Here you go. You go into white stance. Okay. See that? Do everything. Winkle. Exalt the Songa. And get generated shield. You have 300 shield. Exalt. Dead. This is generally the thing. You keep exalting, you over exalt, 900 shield. Yeah. Exalt, 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 exalt. This video doesn't have to be that long. You just play your cards, white stance, exalt. More investment, more shield, more damage. And she scales hard throughout the entire fight. Just keep exalting. Every over exalt will be stronger than the last one, I assure you. Every time you exalt, gets a little stronger. Gets a little stronger. Gets a little stronger until the boss dies. Just tank it up. Yep. And now, final exalt. Look. Just keep exalting. Just keep exalting. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. That's what you gotta do. Pretty simple. Pretty easy comp. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's too boring. Okay. Who's next on the tier list? Here. Who's next on the tier list here? Oh, wrong spreadsheet. Uvos and Daff. Okay. Next up is Uvos and Daff. Both are pretty decent. Uvos, you kind of need him over so. So let's go over Uvos. You guys seen other people's comps and guys on it. Basically, he's an OE unit that steals life, but he doesn't deal as much damage as Gellet or whatever. Basically, OE him to do this. His JP version is fucking useless, because what his overexalt does is it fills your hand with Screeched Blood. So he kind of scales well if you have a big hand size. So you want to empty your hand and overexalt, and you get like 1 trillion Screeched Blood in your hand, and you just play them all. That's basically his thing. This is a Screeched Blood. Does a ton of damage, deals damage to all enemies. So you just clear your hand. Let's say your hand size is, let's say theoretical limit, 15, which is hand size wheel, 24 ultra rouse. Okay, you can't actually get that because you're playing Carol. So 13. 13 probably is the max hand size you can probably get. So let's say 13 Screeched Blood. You play 13 Screeched Blood that all he hits twice. That's his damage. That's basically his entire gimmick. Very good. He's one of the easiest units to play. There's not much to his kit. I just go over it now. You want him over exalt, meaning 8 copies if you want to use him endgame. He's fine endgame. Don't want to really go over him anymore because he's that simple. He's one of the easier units to play with. So these are, again, as I was saying before, these are very simple units I'm going to cover. All the complex units were in the first 2 hours and 30 minutes of the video. Now it's shorter videos. Maybe I'll go. Okay, once we go into the support realm, it's going to be a bit long, okay? It's going to be a bit long. But you guys are used to it being long. Am I right? Now, yeah. I don't think I need to probably clip of it. He's that easy. He's that fucking easy to use. I don't know what else you want me to say about him. Just play his cards and exalt. Just play his fucking cards. Okay, let's find Daff real quick. Let's find where Daff is real quick here. I think Daff is one of my least invested units. I don't like playing her playstyle. November 17 is when the patch hits, 30th is when it starts. Thousand forms. So let's go over Daff. There's a lot of content for Daff out there, so not really expected. She is one of the best Ultra units DPS, and her entire gimmick is money and choices. She scales super hard on extremely long stages. She's basically a better Clem, basically. She's one of the original Clems, but except for she does it better. Because her thing, yeah, this is permanently scaling. All of the thing is permanently scaling throughout the stage the more units she kills. Basically like a Dorisine, basically like that. So her E2 is what I recommend to get at. And she's a limited unit too. So limited standard now, she's in standard banner. But you need to want a lot of copies of Daff to make her work. Because you want her Oversult to get more extra copies of 1000 Mirage. Now what 1000 Mirage is 1000 Mirage is a Twill card. She was released before Twill. She's basically like a weaker Twill. You can sort of see it that way. Because what 1000 Mirage does is this is a card that you pick 3 choices of. And you pick choices again. Whether generate counter, do more damage, double hit, etc. You're going to have a lot of choices just like with Twill. And she generates insight too. Her leap effects are really nothing special as one of the early units. Because her leap effects are just her strike defenses is gain 1 Arif. And her Skull Reaver and Heterogeneous card is just deal more damage. Yeah, a 1000 Mirage is basically a create your own card. Have you guys ever went to Build-A-Bear? Is a Build-A-Bear workshop up in here when you're talking about Daffodil. She's a Build-A-Bear workshop champion. She summons a fucking Build-A-Bear and you decide what you want to put on it. You want to put it on counter, you want to put on double hit, you want to put on bone, you want to put on this, you want to put on strength scaling. It's a Build-A-Bear unit. That's what she does. But outside of being a Build-A-Bear unit, she generates a lot of temporary counters. She strength scales pretty hard because she has strength multipliers as one of her Build-A-Bear options. So she's already better than Pollock's. And you can combine the Build-A-Bear cards with counter, for example, to generate a lot of counter and other options. But unfortunately, it's only temporary counter. It's only temporary stuff. So that's where she falls flat. And she falls flat on straight to boss fight stages. Because she can't really ramp up in general. Because her Skull Reaver and her E2 are insanely powerful. Because it permanently buffs her for the entire stage, meaning the entire map. So every time she kills an enemy with Skull Reaver, the damage of Skull Reaver is increased by 25%. And this is infinite scaling. If you kill 1,000 enemies, it's 25,000% more damage. You're not going to get that point. Some people like to troll and get these screenshots. So if you find a boss stage that summons mobs, some people just stall, summons a mob, Daffodil snipes them, because it snipes the lowest HP enemy. Snipes them. You can do that forever. Until the boss starts gazing you. There's some gaze mechanics that prevent that. So the more mobs you kill on her, the better she is. In addition, her E2 complements that killing power. Because her E2, every time she kills an enemy, the team's crit rate is permanently increased by 5%. Now you understand why I rate Pollock so low. This is what typical DPS that are better than him provides to the team. So this provides a 5% crit rate to the team permanently for the stage for every unit Daffodil kills. So that means, technically speaking, you can run 0% crit rate. Just kill enough units with Daff, and you might as well have a 100% crit rate. She's one of those very, very good units that the longer a stage is, the stronger she is. The more enemies you fight, the more mobs you fight. That is her main power source. Where she falls flat on and why I rate her B tier is on stages with very few mobs or straight to boss fight stages, especially on higher difficulties. Let's say you only fight one mob or fight a boss, go straight to a boss with almost no mobs. She's basically going to have no scaling essentially in comparison to other units you would use in her place. That's why I rate her in B's here. She's very good on exploration stages, but sort of falls a little bit flat. Not to say she as bad as Pollock. She does completely fine if you go straight to boss. Don't get me wrong. But you're missing out on the reason why you would run Daff. Because not only does she have this crit rate increase, her Build-A-Bear cards, etc., her talent synergizes with Shop. So in Arc 2, if you buy this, it means that there's a chance to discount relic items from the shop. If you go straight to boss and there is no fucking shop, it says do nothing, do nothing. Do nothing, do nothing. She can't discount shit if you go straight to a boss fight. So you need to visit a shop or for her to discount stuff so you can buy stuff. That is how she works. I don't make the rules here. I'm not going to really show footage of her because it will take me so long to gather footage. I don't have, because she's a very niche character. She's one of the oldest units in the game. And very few people use her because there are a lot of DPS that outscale her and the new hotness of DPS. She's the old hotness that didn't age that well. She still performs very well. She's still insanely strong on long stages, don't get me wrong. She's one of the most powerful units in long stages. But comparative to the newer units, people like playing the newer units compared to Daff. So there's not a lot of gameplay footage of her. Not a lot of people really use her for D-Tide or endgame content nowadays because they would rather use their supports on another DPS unit that's more recent, for example. Yeah, let me grab back to this. Calling in. Do my calling in a bit. Yeah, give a second. I'll just say I can't come. I can't come in today. Okay. Hey, grab some food quick. Let me continue this in a second. This is work. There's a lot of work here. Work. Work, bitch. Britney Spears. The whole Britney Spears thing right now is a bit wild, but to each their own. Whatever you talk to. Let me find my Arita video, because Arita's the next unit. Okay. Where is my Arita video? Arita. Here we go. Arita Team Showcase. Oh my gosh. Stop giving me ads on my own video.
Explain
Stop giving me ads on my own video, dude. Okay. Next unit. Arita. I love Arita. The next unit I'm going to talk about is Arita. One of my favorite DPS or carries in the game. However, she's extremely dupe dependent and team dependent. Because she operates a niche that has literal synergy with most of the new Awakers that are currently in the game now. She's a discard unit just like Corpo. There's not enough discard units that really synergize with her, and there's not enough initial base starting tentacle damage. So you need to find that base starting tentacle damage somewhere, but she scales very well as the turns goes on. She's one of the faster scalers in general in the game with how she works. So basically her whole thing is she does tentacle pox and pierce damage. Pierce is extremely powerful. Pierce is extremely rare. Now her big con is that her stats are very low because she's a jellyfish. Not as low as fucking Lei. Not as low as Lei. She's not fucking crippled. So her stats are very low, so you want as many dupes as possible, but you can't even whale out these dupes. I've been playing the game for a year. This is how much you get after a year. Because the only way to get her dupes is going to the deep dive exchange and buying them here, basically. I'm buying a dupe here. She's one of the 3 units here, and this shop, you generally pick 2 Awakeners, and then the rest of their wheels. And then you abandon one. I abandoned the Erica, because I like having a stronger Arita, for example. I'll worry about that later. I'll worry about that red dot later. I would want to have a stronger Arita. So she demands a lot. But her effects, her whole kit is very fun to me. So her kit has several factors to it. One is her rouse. She's a unit that wants you to rouse her. The reason why is once you rouse her, every time she does damage, or every instance of damage she does, is the better way to word it, a tentacle will hit once. If she hits 100 times, a tentacle will hit 100 times. She's basically better Sorrel in that stance. And if you're in red stance, it also hits again. You see the synergy, so you want high tentacle damage. And there are very few units that helps you scale up tentacle damage that fast turn 1. And most of endgame, you want to kill the enemy fast. So that's where she currently falls off. But you really want to survive to scale up. And she's a very neat unit to use. Not only does this work, is you play the glands. The glands have pierce damage. That means they pierce through shields, they pierce through invul. It's one of the few units that has pierce, and she has so much pierce. Her power friendship discards her entire hand and grants you tentacle damage. She's a very fun unit to play. Extremely fun. Now, her talent, her Soul Forge, is insane scaling. So when you play 20 gland divisions are consumed in a boss battle, which generally means 2 exalts, her glands deal an additional instance of damage. That means the glands double hit. And if you have her Dimensional Image Relic, it triple hits. So that's 3 tentacle hits on top of her hits. She's a super multi-hit unit. And once you do that, every gland she eats, her damage output for the rest of the battle increases by 5.5% of her attack. It's actually more than that once you level up. It's very high scaling every time she exalts. She's one of those super scaling units. Her weakness is how are you going to scale that fast? It takes a while to scale her up until she one-shots the boss, essentially. I use the word one-shot liberally because technically it's 10 million shot the boss. You're playing 10 million cards. It's 10 million instances of damage on the boss. It's thousands and thousands and thousands of tiny little hits on the boss. And it's extremely satisfying. So basically, every time you play a gland, it shuffles an additional gland into your discard pile. So this creates more gland. So every time you play a gland, 2 glands go into your discard pile. So you infinitely generate glands in your deck, and you get rid of them by exalting. You're going to say, it clogs up your deck. You want it to clog up your deck. Because her exalt eats all of the glands in your draw or discard pile up to 10. And it deals an additional instance of damage for each one it eats. And then it places 2 glands in your hand and permanently increases her damage by X amount of damage. So right here, insanely strong. So again, this is piercing damage. So your HP cannot be immune. It goes through immunity. Extremely powerful unit. Invested. Most of you guys will not invest until a year because you only get 1 duper per month. So it will take you a year and a half to achieve her full potential. I'm a long-term player. I'm not even close to reaching her true power level yet. Once she hits that over 9,000 tentacle power level, I will make another video on her. Right now, she's extremely fun for me. Her enlightens are also very strong. Power Friendship. Let's you draw another card. Gland. Yeah. She doesn't get the pierce damage until E2. Before E2, fucking the worthless unit. For most of you, that's 2 months into the game before you get her E2, before she's actually usable. E3, very good. Now her OE, insanely good. Her OE gives you an additional 24% attack strength and tentacle damage permanently. And the next 5 times you play a gland, you draw a card, so you can rebuild up your gland and keep hitting the boss. Now, let me show you a clip of one of my runs from her 3 months ago, when she was a little weaker than to have her now. Preface, this is not the team I recommend running her with. I only put the Miriam here because I have her invested and she's not being used elsewhere in D-Tide, the end game content where you can only use 1 of every unit. So let me speed up this video. So I'm building up her glands. I'm doing this for tentacle damage. I rouse her. And I'm going to showcase the power. You do all this. Put Vuln on the boss. The boss gets shielded every instant of damage. Look at this. Vuln. Yep. And then she eats up the glands. And trillions of hits. Trillions of hits. Trillions of hits. I love it. And look, end of turn, tentacle damage slaps the boss to death. It's every fight is this. And once she gets stronger, she can do this turn 1 basically. Right now, you need to scale tentacle damage. So 409. Once you get like 1,000 tentacle damage, it's huge. Because every instance trigger a tentacle damage hit. This is huge. But it does require a couple of retries. Because, again, she is very dupe dependent, unfortunately. And the fucking Asgan, it's my video, YouTube. It's my video. It's my video. Okay, it's my video. Don't give me lads. And no, I'm not playing for YouTube Premium. I do use the Brave browser, but not right now. I'm not paying for YouTube Premium. I'm not paying for shit. So yeah, look at this. Look at how many damage instances there are. They're all small hits, but that's fun gameplay to me. Killing your enemy in like 10,000 hits, even if they all do like 1 damage, that's fun to me. And it sort of scales up in damage. So the key is to figure out how you're going to have the thing to 1-turn them phase 2. That's what most boss fights is about. You figure out how many glands you have and how much scaling you have to 1-turn them turn 2. So here we go. Doing a hit. So I'm just figuring out what I do here to get the most scaling. And now 186,000 HP. I tried to 1-turn him. So exalt. So I'm counting the glands. You always count the glands. Make sure you have 10. And boom. Look at this. See all the numbers? This is pure dopamine here. This is pure dopamine. I love playing her. I love playing Arita. She's not as strong as some of my other endgame teams. Fuck. I did not record any of that. I did not record any of that. I stopped recording. I forgot to click the record button. I have to repeat all that again. So you're going to have see me repeat those. So this is Arita gameplay. It's one of my favorite units to fucking play. I just recorded this. I realized I wasn't clicking the record button. So basically, her gimmick is you kill the boss with thousands of instances of damage. Thousands of instances. You basically build up the gland until you basically trillion shot the enemy. And it's so fucking fun to play. Like, I'm gonna go here. So you X on her. Like, look. It eats up all the, like, it's trillion of tiny little hits. All those hits. Like, this is fast forward 4 times, by the way. Yeah. It is extremely satisfying to play Arita compared to all my meta teams. It's not exactly a meta team, the Arita team, because there are a lot of units that do everything better than she does. But she's just extremely fun to play, but she's extremely time-gated. I don't like that. You have to wait, like, years, over a year, to be able to use her for full potential, to make her like extremely usable, because her mechanic is very good. I wish she was like a standard unit, not a welfare unit. But basically, you calculate on how to kill the boss once you get a trillion tentacle hits. So I'm gonna scroll to the end here. I'm basically killing him with everything. So on the burst turn, I want to do 180,000 damage in 1 turn, which I will achieve on the Arita. So I'm just calculating the best way to use my rift, best way to use everything. I'm counting the glands in my hand, counting everything, counting the glands in my deck, and buffing our damage. So 800 tentacle damage. Look at that. Thousands of little hits. Death by a trillion cuts. This is pure dopamine. I love Arita's gameplay. Arita's gameplay, it's great, for example. It's great. This is when I have her +5. I have her +9 now, but yeah. I love playing Arita. Can't take it from the YouTube video. I'm very lazy. I have to download it from the YouTube video and stuff. I'd rather just repeat myself than do all that. I'd rather just repeat myself. Let me grab a bite to eat. Oh, shit. I need to call in work. Hold up. I need to call in sick. Hold up. Where's my phone? There it is. They do not know that I'm a content creator or a stream. So, that is good. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call in sick today. Yeah, I'll be back on Monday. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, okay, I'll work on that over the weekend. I have to drive to Miami. Yeah, I'll meet with Kevin over the weekend, I think. Yeah, y'all get there on Saturday? Okay. Yeah, thank you. See you on Monday. Okay, back to content creation. Back to content creation here. Back to content creation here. Not that hard to figure out what my profession is. I make the guide in Excel spreadsheet originally. Okay, let me edit the segments I just recorded real quick. Okay. Okay, get rid of that. Resize all this real quick so I don't have to do it all at once at the end. Okay. Okay, next. Content. This is free dupes. This is given for free. I said I hate pulling for lolly characters. Arita's not a lolly. She's a jellyfish. Come on. I'm from where I'm from. She should really be a support rather than damage. Too lazy. So this is Nymph. Nymph has received a huge glow up. Receives a huge glow up since the start of the year. She got buffed immensely. Now she's a pretty decent unit in poison comps as a secondary unit, DPS wise. Why? Is because they buff her poison trigger. They buff a lot of things about her. So they basically added this so for her now. So the poison trigger effect plus 15% and all awakers plus 10% more poison. This is huge. This is very good. Like all awakers doing poison is very good. Like she pairs well in the G-Dog comp I keep running every week for wave 3A5, which is thoughts and prayers. So let me show you the G-Dog comp I keep running. Let me go on the leaderboards. I'm right there. Yeah, right here. So I always run this in A3. I recommend everyone run this. I coach people on this. So basically, on this comp, she can clear Alert 5 with the G-Dog. G-Dog is doing most of the work, but her passively buffing the poison and providing key flare gen helps the comp out immensely. And the poison triggers not. She does not generate a lot of poison on her own. Her poison generation is still quite trash. Because this is flat poison here, and this is equal amount of poison and 2x strength bonus. This is decent, but you don't really want to play her any carry comp. So you only play with G-Doll, and G-Doll is the one actually generating the poison in the comp. That is her new role, is as a poison triggerer, not a poison applier, if that makes sense. So that means if you have 100 poison on the enemy, and you X on her, she'll trigger 120% of that as poison damage. So you do 120% damage. And when you end your turn and the enemy's turn end, there's like another 100 damage from the actual poison. So all the poison triggers, the more poison you have on an enemy, the more damage you'll use, because she'll just trigger that poison for one way or another. Mostly for her X-ult. This is why she's very good now. She buffs the poison that your team generates. She does not generate poisons on her own now. Well, she never generates poison on her own. It might as well be 0. G-Doll is doing all that. So you place her on a poison team to buff the damage, the poison that they do. That's her role, and that is fine. That's why I place her in C tier. She's just average. She's alright. She's not make or break. If most units that I already went through are stronger. Actually, all of them. That's how the tier list works. So this is all the average baseline. So she doesn't provide anything, but she's still a pretty decent unit overall now on poison teams. Now, if you're using her as a solo carry, she's quite bad. You have to find a unit with poison. So that's basically, I'm going to showcase the Nymph G-Doll comp. There are videos of it when I go over G-Doll in this video. Agrippa is there for moral support, yes. Again, this is live streamed while we're doing this. So I'm going to answer questions in chat while recording this video. So the next unit we're going to go over is Hellet, the weaker Gellet. So this is the base form, not the alternate dimension form. So she has aged quite terribly, even with the buffs. Now, I know the Chinese and the whales use her with Gellet. The reason why is because Gellet's bloodthirsty flails count as strikes. So it does have synergy, but only if both units are whaled out. They're not using it because it's effective. They're using it to free up dies. That is the sole reason why they're using Gellet with Hellet. To free up dies, because dies is the best Carol support and was the only Carol support until Pikmin came along, basically. So, because Lei is fucking, you know how she is. So that's why they use it that way. And her Dispel is fine. It's fine. But again, she's only useful as a filler unit. Because Strike, 50% feels pretty bad, and she doesn't do as much damage as most of the units in a tier above her. Even when super invested, she doesn't even reach 20% of how much damage Gellet does. It's just an example of severe power creep in the game, especially on strike defense units. That's just a symptom of a gacha game as it goes longer. So yeah, she's a pretty bad unit overall. She did get buffed recently. That's why she's in C tier now. She used to be in D tier before the buff. She's now useful as a filler. She's just there for the moral support because you don't want to use her dies. Would you ever put her on a main story team of your own free will when you have unrestricted freedom? No. In almost every situation where you have the choice of using all of your units, you would probably find someone better to fill her slot, wherever it is. She's just used as a last resort because remember, endgame you need up to 10 teams. You're going to need to find the unit somewhere. And to serve as a filler unit, she works perfectly fine as a filler unit. She doesn't negatively impact your team in any way whatsoever. She does not positively impact your team in any meaningful way either. That's why she is where she is on the tier list. Now, I'm not going to even go over it. She's pretty simple. She's strike base attack. She's pretty weak. I'm going to go over only the good units. So, Sorel got a buff recently that enabled her to have a huge glow up when heavily invested. If you have her low investment, low levels, low dupes, low everything, she's still pretty trash unit overall. Maybe even D tier. I bump her up to C tier because of the buff to Whale Sorel. If you have her level 90, for example, she's now insanely strong. Might be more strong and more reliable than Dorisine. Might be better than Dorisine. Might be like high B, maybe even A tier. Fully invested, fully whaled out. She does great now. Why does she do great now? Like, she's all about that temporary strength. That's why she was bad in the first place. Because new units are about generating permanent strength. You don't want the strength to go away the next turn, in the new meta of the game. In the old meta, it's all about temporary strength. The old meta, when the game first came out, they released a lot of units with temporary strength. They were afraid of making units with permanent strength. That has changed after a couple months in the game, but the old kits have never been really touched up per se. Like, let's look at her cards and how badly they have aged. Look at Diamond in the Rough. I actually don't know if it's called Diamond in the Rough, but it's Diamond in something. So Diamond in the Rough, the Aladdin movie. Diamond in the Rough, lose HP for no reason, embryo fusion plus 30%. You know what's a newer unit that does better than that? Dies. Plus 40% embryo fusion, doesn't cuck your health, doesn't steal your health away, doesn't make you almost fucking die for 40% embryo fusion. And guess what else it does? 2 turns of weakness, 2 turns of vuln, or 80% embryo fusion. This is power creep. This is power creep to the max. So let's compare them. 2 cost, 40% embryo fusion. Does not kill you. Does not kill you. This takes your HP away. Takes your fucking HP away and does that back. Does not apply vuln, does not apply weakness, does not do shit. That's an example of severe power creep. This is temporary crit rate. Restore 12 HP at turn end. Again, it's only level 1. Scales up once you have more investment. Eventually high level. Power creep. Newer units heal a lot more than this. Dorisine, for example, heals way more than this. Mostly about your furnace. So she's a multi-hit unit. You use her in blue to proc the tentacles. Because she has her unique mechanic is Infinite Devour. What Infinite Devour does is what it says. It eats all of the babies in your hands. All of them. She's a hungry, hungry girl. She's an average American woman, but she's on Ozempic. That's why she's not that big. She's mowing down Ozempic and eating a lot. Even though Ozempic is an appetite thing, I know. I know, but I need to find an analogy. That was the quickest analogy I can find right now. Okay, she's actually bulimic. She eats all of your babies and throws them up on the enemy. That is her Excel. That explains why she's at the weight she currently is. She's a serial bulimic character. She eats all of her babies and she throws them up to do damage. Okay? 6 instances of damage. So every baby she eats is additional 3 instances of damage. So if you have 12 babies, she's going to hit 36 times additional. And yeah, that's basically her whole gimmick is multi-hit. So that has aged terribly, but she did get buffed recently. The buff is in her Soul Forge here. So she gains temporary strength equals to 15% of her attack after a devour. So up to 5 times per round. Now this is a lot more than that. I'm not going to put a Soul Forge in it because Soul Forge mats are rare. But a fully whaled out Sorrel level 90 will have high attack values. So you'll get like 300 temporary strength right there when you exalt. 300 temporary strength is a big number. 300 temporary strength is a really big number. And it helps her endgame. It helps her scale up to kill the enemies. So that's why she's strong, extremely whaled out. Before then, she's kind of mediocre because her attack stat is low, which makes her temporary strength she gains low, which makes her scaling low. It's multiplier upon multiplier under multiplier. Because she's lower level, she has lower attack stat. What does that mean when she has lower attack stat? When she has lower attack stat, this is lower because this scales off her attack stat. Because she has lower attack stat, she has less strength from that. If she has less temporary strength from that, she does even less damage. You see, it's compounded issue upon issue upon issue. The buff just makes whale Sorrels a lot stronger. So, Pollux. You already told me, you already know my opinions on Pollux. Everyone who plays Pollux knows how weak he is, especially low investment. So the reason why he's bad, he doesn't offer that much utility compared to other DPS. By that much utility, I mean he doesn't offer any utility. Most DPS, you get your damage now. You get some strength scaling. You get some bone. You get some weakness. You get some shields. He doesn't do any of that. His brother's better than him. And he's compounded by the fact that his banner runs concurrent with Caster's banner. In the pools you use to pull on Pollux, you can just use to pull more copies of Caster that can actually carry and do everything for your team. Pollux requires a lot of supports, a lot of things to work. A lot of resources to work. Rather, compared to any other DPS in the game that's above him on the tier list, he requires way too much to work for what he provides, which is absolutely nothing. Again, my Pollux video is very recent. Everything still holds up. The buff really doesn't do much to him. Half of them were fucking bug changes, dude. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, everyone knows how bad he is. So it's quite obvious how bad he is. Free up dies in Gellet team. It only works if you've extremely whaled out Gellet. You have to see if that works. So to see how that works, Doctor, is to use your Gellet and borrow someone else's level 90 Hellet and see if that works for you in D-Tide before doing that. You can probably find someone with a plus 12 Hellet and see if your Gellet is strong enough to be used without dies. Thank you, Kenshin. Tulu Will Destiny to E3 is pretty good, but if it's using dupes or something, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. This video is so long. Let me move this side. I haven't centered it in a while. I was lazy. Pandia, anyone has used her knows that she is very strong early game, but late game, she's fucking dog shit. There is one Chinese whale comp that can do A500. They did make it work, so I have to preface that. You can make her work, just extremely high investment. The reason why she's extremely weak is because temporary counter, and she just doesn't generate enough counter. Like, she doesn't have that ultimate scaling of counter compared to Caucus, for example. Because her permanent counter is from Wax Hot Desire. And Wax Hot Desire is a flat counter scaler. It's not deal damage equal counter damage, like I went over earlier on in the video. That means this cannot crit. Wax Hot Desire cannot crit. You cannot get a crit number of counter. And Whip of Madness can crit, but this is temporary counter equals 50% of damage dealt 3 times. Without the tentacle scaling bonus. So you're just getting temporary counter, and this is not a retain card. So let's say you know the enemy is multi-hitting you. Chances are, Whip of Madness will not be in your hand. This card will not be in your hand when you need it, when the enemy multi-hits, so when you really want the counter. Since it's temporary counter, you're not going to retain this counter. That's why she's a pretty bad unit overall. But early game, she does a lot. Because early game, her base damage numbers are very high. Her base damage numbers are very high for the early game. But flat counter falls off hard. Now, I wouldn't be a good content creator if I didn't talk about the A5 version of her. So there is a whaled out A5 version of Pandia that works. It's called the standard Pandia comp in Chinese. What you do is get a level 90 Pandia, you get a level 90 Nautilus, you get a level 90 Alba. You see what's happening here. You get all of those units to make them work. Why? You max her out. You get the Whip of Madness. You Whip of Madness. You get as much counter as possible. You exalt. You do everything. And then you pull out the big old knot. And what she does afterwards, how it works, I do not disagree with this. You use her Overexalt, which does 500% of your counter as fixed damage against all enemies. This combo works. It works. I've seen it work. It just requires so much investment to make it work. And it only works that one time. This is your big burst, basically, with Pandia and not. And other units can fill Pandia's role better, like Twill, if you really want to do that. But they wanted to make a comp with only standard units that can clear A5. And that's what they did. So Pandia, overinvested can work. Underinvested, weak. Because of everything I said below. Like temporary counter, flat counter scaling, all pretty bad. And this buff that they give us, who cares? Like, whip, retain and prepare, even then, it's kind of bad. I was talking about Arc 1. Once you get this, it gets whip and prepare. Before the buff, it didn't get retain and prepare. It was even worse. But even now, she doesn't really do anything counter-wise compared to Caucus, compared to other counter units. So, yeah, she's pretty bad overall. Like, she's less consistent than even Pollock, for example. She provides utility, but the utility she provides is not enough. Like, her best card is Wax Hot, not because it gains a counter, it's because it removes enemy counter. But you don't even need her to use this. Oh, I've been talking for like 16 hours straight, so sorry. My throat is breaking down, but I'm finishing this video in one take. Believe it or not, this entire video is in one take over a 16-hour plus live stream. Just look at my YouTube channel. You'll see the proof. I did this all on stream. I just pieced it together into the little nice video you guys are watching. You're welcome. So, Wax Hot Desire. Very good against counter bosses. Twill can just steal it. Just play Twill instead. Twill can steal it and it will have everything you want. And you won't have to use this trash unit. Now, if you want less RNG, you bring in along Pandia against the counter bosses. There are so few counter bosses, that it hardly goes into effect. So, Alba. Alba is an F tier trash unit that does see use in the Tide endgame. Why is she F tier if she sees use endgame? Now, this is the general tier list. She's still weak across all boards, but her entire gimmick does not vibe with the rest of the game. Her gimmick is she unshields you, and her damage scales with the amount of shields you have. If you're an early game player, if you're a new account, she might as well do 0 damage. Why? She's getting buffed very soon, but currently, as I'm making this video, she's garbage. The reason why is because your shield is capped at how much max HP you have. If your max HP is 500, you can only generate 500 shield. And you get more max HP the more constant and more investment you have, and the higher level you are as your account level. So all of you early game players, you won't have the HP to make use of her. And even if you're end game, you have 3,000 HP, she still underperforms. Because by the time you get 3,000 max HP, you would already have limited units. You would already have real limited carries invested by the time she gets viable. At that point, why would you invest in Alba when you already have better units than her? That's why she's F tier in general. because of a whole gimmick of scaling with how much shields you have and your shields being capped to your HP value. The buff might change it so that she's a bit stronger, but we'll see. I don't even need to go over it. She's a very simple character. Each supposed to shield increased damage for 2. Yeah. Ugh. Liz is one of the units I do have footage of how useless she is. So all of us try to coach a guy for A3. Level 70 Liz struggles to clear A3. She needs a lot of investment to use. And all people using her and showcasing her on A5 is just a caster comp. She does pretty poorly endgame compared to any other DPS unit you would put investment in. She has high base damage early game. So she kind of noob traps a lot of players. Because the problem with it is that a lot of players will think she's a very good unit early game. Because early game, she has very high base damage. But as you get further and further into the late game, she performs worse and worse until you can't even use her at all. So I'm not even going to go over her kit, but I'm going to go over kit. Her entire kit is she has these retain cards, and when she exalts, she discards them and triggers their effects. So you actually hoard a lot of green flames and stuff, and you trigger their effect. You put them in ultra turn, you exalt, you trigger their effect. Again, rather than using her, you use any other unit, and you can do better than she is without as much setup. So she's a pretty bad unit overall. I would not recommend her for any player. She's complete dog shit, dude. Holy shit, she's so bad. Okay, where was the live stream where I coached that Liz player? This here? Output clone player. What's this? Pollock's. No, wasn't this one. Wasn't the October 31st stream. It was before that. Let me play this here. What was it? What is content creation stream? Content creation stream. Quick stream. My body's breaking down. Okay. Yeah, but she still does weaker than most units. So it's pretty weak overall. Turn a burst. So this was us coaching someone who fell to a new trap and overinvested in Liz. This is a plus 12 level 70 Liz, by the way. 420 strength, quite fucking garbage. This is 420 strength. Let's see how a level 70 Liz does with 420 strength. Again, remember, Calf. You saw the millions of damage earlier. Surely all these deadly flames would do something, right? Let's see how much damage it does. It is 27% reinforced. Maybe a bad example, but this is the footage I have of her. So she is so bad. I think the community in general agrees it's bad. It's not a controversial take like my Clem take, which is right, by the way. So this does nothing. Okay, let me see. Is it not this turn? Guys, right now. So it's 420 strength. So hold up. Where did I exalt here? There we go. One guard. So let's see. 4,863 damage. 4,863 damage, guys. 4,863 damage. 4,863 damage. 420 strength. Level 70 Liz. 2 cost card. Deadly Flame. 863 damage. Yeah, that's how much damage she does right there. This is garbage Clem. Garbage fucking Clem. Even a fucking piece of trash did 18,000 damage with this much strength on her Exalt. Liz. 4,863 damage. Look. Now, she has a lot of reinforced, so it's unfair. Yeah, it is awful. Now, let's see. So, her Exalt will discard all of her cards and play all this. We kill the boss here. So, this is several cards, 400 whatever turns. It does a lot for burst, but look. 56,000 damage. Again, the reinforced, but even on any other unit, this damage will already be in the millions. This damage will be in the millions if this was Dorisine, if this was Twill, if this was Gellet, if this was any other DPS. If this was Caster, it'll be in the millions of damage already with this much strength. Her, playing all those cards, can only do this much damage. That is the reason why she is a very, 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 very bad unit. Excuse me, guys. You're gonna be hearing that because my throat is very fucked up. I shouldn't talk for this long, but I'm doing it for the content because I do have lung issues, IRL. My lungs are really fucked up, IRL. I apologize. They have been fucked up for many years at the moment. That's why sometimes, rarely, I cough up blood. But it's fine. Okay. Okay, that's all of the carries. I need one of you guys to post this on Reddit when I'm done. I think I might be done before the coaching session today. I need at least one or maybe all of you to spam Reddit with this. So I'm putting a lot of work into this right now. Putting so much work into this right now. I'm a newbie. Push to E3. Push to E3. Skip Pollock's. Forget about Pollock's. Yeah, I just showcased why he's so fucking bad, dude. It's pretty obvious who you invest in that scenario. Yay. Let me record the intro here. Let me record the intro here. So I am making this tier list video. It's gonna be very long. I'm gonna make 3 uploads of this. But who am I? I'm Flares, the Mormons content creator and ZCN sponsor now. I have played Mormons for almost a year now. I have coached 500 hours of players every week for months. Even before I started streaming runs. Before it, I just helped players out of my own free time. Can I say I am not a good person? So look, even when I get 0 views on these coaching streams, basically 0 views, I still help. Hundreds and hundreds of hours of coaching streams in my ZZN streams, coaching streams, content creation streams, everything for the game. And all my guides span all the way back. I played every fucking comp. Every fucking comp, make thousands of videos, or hundreds of videos, technically. How many? 238 videos so far. Yeah, that is my appeal pathways. I cleared all the content, and I actually scored high in D-Tide, unlike other people. So you'll always find me on the leaderboards, usually. I've done everything it has to offer, whether it's PvP leaderboard, whether it's D-Tide leaderboard, every fucking wave. Every fucking issue. I'm there. Who else is there? No one else on the English community there. So there we go. And I have helped players cleared on low investment units. I help free to play. I help whales. So I know where each unit fits on the fucking tier list. And this video is going to be very long because I'm going to go over every fucking unit. Their teams they're used on, their roles, why they're weak, why they're strong, and show gameplay clips in general. I'm going to show lots of gameplay clips in conjunction with narrating every unit. That's why this video is so long. That's why I split into parts and have a complete part as well. Split this. Let me start exporting part 1. How long will it take to do this video? It's at 33.5% right now. 11 gigabytes? That's not that bad. Okay. Take a little rest here. Let's get started, boys. Part 2. Dos. Tres. Cuatro, cinco, seis. That's as much as I remember from my old Spanish classes. Okay. Let's get it started. Yeah. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in it. Let's get it started. Sorry, I'm eating as well because I haven't ate in some time. Believe it or not, I need food to function. I need food to function. I know that it's the dirty little secret when you encounter me. I am not an autonomous robot. I require food and substance. Okay. Hamill. I'll go over the interesting caster Quasar thing on Hamill as well when I'm going over his kit. So before I go into the support section, I want to thank you for making it this far. You guys are strong. Those of you who made this far are the chosen few in this extremely long video. The warriors, the flares fanatics, the followers of the Church of Light. You guys are the like chosen ones. You guys are S tier viewers. I appreciate each and every one of you and the ad revenue you give me. So, without further ado, there has been a lot of changes to the support tier list. Mostly, I moved a bunch of units down. Why? Because of my philosophy on tier lists. It's based on a general average. I'm not going to have 50 million units in A tier. I'm not going to have 30 trillion units in B tier. No. Once a good unit comes out that fits into one of these, it's cutting time. American Idol style. You are voted off of the island. This is a lot of gyro snippets again. I'm sorry. I've been going for hours and hours straight on this live stream. Just check the live stream bots. So, this is the view. Please pull up the spreadsheet while I'm going over this. Because to make this video faster for you and for me, I'm not going to go back to the sheet again for the duration of the video if I don't have to. So, we're going to go over to S tiers. All the way down to fucking trash. This fucking dirty, disgusting insectoid bug. So, Tawil. We all know about Tawil. I went over her on the carry section. The only reason I put her on the support, because it's a meme. She was released as a support unit. She's a fucking carry unit. So let's go over the real support MVP. Hamill, G-Doll, Thighs, Horla. The best supports in the fucking game. So, let's go back to this. Let's go back to the game now. So first up on the block, the Hamlin. Now I'm also going to go through interesting Hamlin interactions. He's a low investment support unit and one of the best supports units in the entire game because of what he does, what he can do. There are whales that use DPS Hamlin. I do not believe in that, so I'm not going to cover DPS Hamlin. DPS Hamlin is just max investment Hamlin. There's like one guy that runs it. So I'm not going to go over that comp. So what dupe level do you need for him to work? E0. He works out of the box, unlike most units. Okay, Hamlin is great. He respects your wallet. Most units do not respect your wallet. They demand a lot of dupes. He does not. He functions perfectly E0. In fact, I would only recommend pulling him to E2. I have him OE. You know why? Because I pull on the random selector banners. And I keep getting him. And I got him all the way to +2 or +3. And that pissed me off because I have minor issue with that. I don't want to use the word OCT because all that word has been overused. Everyone says, oh, I have OCD about this. Oh, I have OCD about this. I have a pet peeve about this. I do not have OCD, okay? Have you seen my fucking spreadsheet? Does that look like something that was made by someone with OCD? I do not have OCD. Okay? But having him at +2 or +3, whatever I had him at, I completely forgot, annoyed me. So I got another copy to OE him. I never use his OE. I never use his over result in most of my videos. Just look. It's fucking useless. Just exalt him normally. So why is he good at E0? He operates most of his kick effectively at E0. especially Arc 1. Because his entire gimmick is his memory rondo and his exalt. And his rouse. He has one of the best rouses in the entire game. So what his rouse does is after you rouse him, at turn start, you add a Symphony of Harmony into your hand. What this card does is +2 or -2. You can either -2 any card in your hand costs. So it makes any card in your hand 2 mana cheaper. So it basically gives you essentially 2 mana every turn. This is insane. Any of you guys who played any deck builder before, for free with his rouse. In addition, or you can +2. What +2 the mana cost of a card does is it double plays it. So if you double play the high value 2 to 4 cost cards, it is insane value. Especially on units you want to double play their cards of. What does his memory rondo do? His is one of the very few cards in the game that you can play if you don't have the mana for it. And you retain most of his effects. It is fucking broken. So what it does when you play it, you gain strength and you add 2 insights to your hand. Insights are cards that draw 1 and gives you 1 mana. So this is a draw 2 for 1 mana. You can think of it that way. A draw 2 for 1 mana. This is insane value. Or you can retain them in your hand for next turn. So next turn you have 2 mana and 2 draw. You can just hold them forever if you want. It's insanely good. Now, in addition, you can play it even if you don't have the mana for it. If you have 0 mana, you can play this 3 cost card. That is what you can do with it. It is broken. This guy, you still get the strength and you still get the insights. What it does is instead of adding the insights to your hand, it puts it in your fucking deck. Remember, this is draw 1, get 1 mana. So this is free. This card is basically free to play, free to draw. This card is a free card. This is insane. This is Pot of Greed on steroids. Any of you guys who play Yu-Gi-Oh! Again, I am a big nerd, okay? I do not deny that. But am I a nerd? I was born fucking Asian. This is how I was born. This is in my genes. This is in my DNA. I wear glasses, okay? I made the entire guide in a fucking Excel spreadsheet. What else do you think I am other than a fucking nerd, okay? What? You are the nerd. You are the freak, okay? You are the freak if you're not a nerd in this day and age, okay? The nerds have taken over. We make the money now. We make the crypto, okay? We are on top. We are not being shoved in the lockers. You get into the locker, okay? You get in the locker. We dominate the world. Who are you going to ask for help fixing your computer? That's right, the IT department. Who are you going to ask to help you do your taxes? That's right, the CPA. It all leads back to me, motherfucker. It all leads back to us. All the high-class society. We're all at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments. We're all at the Magic the Gathering tournaments. We are everywhere. You can't contain us any longer in the lockers. We cannot be contained. Yeah, so this is basically Pot of Greed. You can tell I've been at it for a long time. I'm sort of losing a little bit. So this video will start becoming a little bit more entertaining because I have to entertain myself. I've been staring at this spreadsheet and editing this video for like 16 hours straight. So, his Enlightens. All of them are useless, but his E2. E1, useless. It is a nice amount of temporary strength, but it might as well say, do nothing, do nothing. You don't give a fuck. He's good at it anyway. You go for his E2. If you want to invest him, his E2. You make his Rondino, which is his Exalt, reduce the arithmetic cost of the granted card by 2. So basically, what his Exalt card does is it targets a card you pick in hand, and it makes it be double played when you play it. What his E2 does is it makes it 2 mana cheaper, and it still double plays. That's what it does. So in Art 2, it is extremely valuable because you're not going to have the opportunity to rouse him as much. So his E2 extremely valuable to play those expensive cards cheaply. I use it on my Twill all the fucking time, baby. all the fucking time. Just watching my Blue Whale videos all the fucking time. So, E3, do nothing, do nothing. This is just for DPS Hamill. No one plays DPS Hamill except for that one whale. That's top leaderboard, Shania. Over XL. Do nothing, do nothing. Basically, you choose 2 cards. It's basically if you exalt twice, but you need twice the mana to do this. It's basically the same as exalt. Just exalt normally. You don't need to wait for his over exalt. Just exalt normally. The real effect besides this you want is the random debuff and more damage. Yeah, it's RNG debuffs. You don't use this ever. You don't use this ever. Just exalt on him. Just exalt on him, my dude. You don't even need investment in him. You can clear all content with Hamill. Hamill is a great unit. He goes in every team. And guys that have played any card game knows he goes in every team. You know why? Pot of Greed, motherfucker! The nerds are taking over! Ask your local nerd. Ask your local nerd. Go to your local Warhammer 40k shop. They don't even play card games. Your local Warhammer 40k fan probably doesn't even play card games. Just talk to them about Pot of Greed. They'll tell you, yeah, Pot of Greed. That is good. This is Pot of Greed. This is Pot of Greed, but better. Pot of Greed, but better. And Pot of Greed is broken. Pot of Greed is banned in most constructed tournaments for a reason. This is Pot of Greed. He's Pot of Greed. Yeah, that's basically it. Now let's show his interesting interactions because I already showed him using a Blue Whale video. Oh my gosh. That video done compiling it? 77%. Not even close. Okay. I'm just showing the quick caster interaction because not many people know about this. Don't care about Annihilation. So I'm just going to show an interest in their interaction or trick with Caster to emphasize how good Hamill is and his possibilities. So even in Ultra, every team, he provides value. So I'm going to arouse him. I'm going to show you the Varal's card. So again, we have only 2 mana. Oh no, we cannot play this. This is 3 mana. Fuck you, game. Play it. Play again. It came back because we use rewinding time. Look at that. That's 4 insights in our deck. 1. Wow. That's why he's S tier, motherfucker. That's why he's S tier. This is what my criteria for S tier is, okay? That's why he's good. Pot of Greed, motherfucker. Pot of fucking greed. I need any more explanation? No. You guys who are nerds, get this. You guys who are nerds, get this. My kin, my folk, you understand why he is good. You can stop the video now. But there's another interaction. With that card, he's already S tier. You know what else he has? Symphony. We just -2. We can +2. It's free. You get 1 every turn since we rouse him. And interaction, it double procs Quasar effects on caster. So, and you caster fans, just put in Hamill. You know why? +2. Stygian. 2 blooms. 2 blooms. See that? Broken. Fucking broken. That's why he is good. Do I need to explain anymore why she's S tier? You motherfucker? No! You're all nerds! You understand! You're being like, players, we get it. But there might be some freaks out there who are not nerds. And if you're not a nerd, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you weren't built different like we are. Okay? I'm sorry we're just better than you now. In the current time society. We are on top. We are on top now. And Hamill is our mascot. Pot of green, motherfucker. Okay. Yeah, what's the next unit on the tier list for me right now? What's the next unit? What's the next unit here? G-Doll. Let's get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it started. Not really. It's a waste of 60 pulls. A Rift Mega Harmony is basically after you play 10 cards, every additional card you play will cost one more mana if you keep playing. It's to nerf to will basically in Arc 2. So that's basically it. So okay. Now G-Doll. I made a lot of videos on G-Doll. She's one of the strongest Awakers in the game, one of the strongest supports in the game, especially at OE. Her OE is probably the strongest OE in the game, which means 8 copies. I wouldn't pull beyond that, because her stat scaling is very low, but her OE makes her an insanely broken unit. She's probably the only limited Awaker that can just kill a clear A5 Wave 3 without any Soul Force investment with just standard supports. And I do it every D-Tide, basically. I'm going to show you, but I coach so many people on how to use this G-Doll comp. If you're tuning in later day, I think I'll finish my video before the end of the day today. But none of you guys are going to finish watching it by the time you get to here. So I'm going to have a coaching session while you're watching this, likely. By the time you get to this part in the video, I'm going to still be coaching with my vocal cords all shot up. Because I've been talking for the past 20 hours. I'm probably going to keep talking for the next 20 hours as well. So, her mechanic is Alimus, heals, a lot of healings. But the reason why you want her OE is because her Fate's Descent and her poison, all of her mechanics. Everything about her is good. I went over it in my GDAW video. Again, if you want super in-depth versions of my guides, go to the actual videos in the playlist. Go to my actual Awaker reviews. I do it for every single Awaker in the game. I play every single Awaker in the game. I use every single fucking unit in the game. I know where their strength is categorized. So, GDAW. Her 3 cost is Obtain Alimus, and it triggers and they heal an additional time for every 50 Alimus currently possessed. What does that mean? If you have a regular GDAW non +4, you won't have the extra over exalt bar. You won't have the extra over exalt bar. That means the most you can trigger, besides exalting, I know she gets more expensive, is 1 or 2 procs, which means 3 heals. If you have that over exalt bar, that means more trigger. You won't overflow. So you can trigger to heal 6 times eventually, 7 times, 8 times. It scales because every time you exalt, her Alimus cap goes up and up and up and up. So this helps her scale faster. And she has 2 forms. Her main mechanic is Finale. So after you hit 10 stacks, she gets access to the most powerful card in the entire game.
Making this tier list video is gonna be very long. I'm gonna make 3 uploads of this.
Okay, sorry. That was my video finally done processing part 1. Let me start uploading that right now. I just paused the GDAW video. I'm gonna paste them all together. I'm gonna upload part 1 and part 2, but in general. But I'm just gonna start uploading. I'm not gonna publish them yet. I'm just gonna start the process of uploading it because it might take a few hours. Where the fuck is it? Where is it? I gotta go pee too. I haven't stepped out of this chair since I started streaming. Believe it or not, I haven't moved a single foot out of my chair since I started streaming. At all. I haven't moved out of this fucking chair. You know why? Because I'm built different. All of you guys are weak. All of you guys are weak. You have to stand up, stretch, go to the bathroom, touch grass. Grass doesn't touch me. I avoid grass. I dodge grass like crazy. Grass is not my nemesis. Grass is my victim. Grass is my victim, okay? Touching grass is my victim. Okay. Okay. I'm going to turn on monetization. Yeah, it's going to take an hour to finish uploading part 1. Okay. But I gotta go pee. Maybe use the restroom. I'll be right back. I don't drink water. I just hey, let me grab some food real quick. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. I started almost throwing up and coughing, and my video was done. So I'm gonna as the video. It was a short break, but back to this. She's one of the strongest awakers in the game at OE. At E0, she's might as well be useless. At E2, she's sort of usable. So why I mean sort of usable? Everyone likens good on her. So this, she does not have vuln or weakness without her E1 on her 2 cost. It just subtracts strength. It just buffs your percent damage. What this does is you choose between 2 effects, either a weakness and strength decrease, which is higher than fucking Clem does, because that's a fucking garbage unit. It gives weakness, actually. Guess who doesn't? Guess what fucking trash support doesn't? This gives vuln and buffs your team's base damage by 50%. Both options are very good, and for a 2 cost. But this, again, you want her OE because of this, and not because of that, but her exalt. So her base exalt is kind of meh. It gives everyone 15 ailments, and it gives, yeah, you ignore this. This does like no poison damage. And temporary increases damage amp by 50% is another buff. So this is finale form. I'm talking about finale form in a second. But her E2, it buffs her face descent and finale form poison damage by 15% for each stack of finale. And the stacking cap for finale has been removed. Now I'm going to talk about finale. E2 is essential to make her at least playable as a poison unit. Now, at the start of boss battles only, this does not work in mob battles, only on the final boss battle. At the start of final boss battles, you get 1 finale stack every turn. Every finale stack you get, buff her in some sort of way. Okay? Once you hit 10 finale stacks, you get access to the most powerful card in the entire game, which is Finale. I'm going to call it the End. Actually, it's called the End. So what the End does is it does 30% of the boss's max HP damage. Fix. Period. That is insane. Whether the boss has 200 or 20 trillion HP, just like with Lotan's Exalt, you finale, you remove 30% of it. This helps you cheese a lot of bosses which has like massive HP pools, especially the chapter 9 end boss. It lets you skip entire boss mechanics, because some bosses in this game has forms that are triggered at a certain HP percentage and they get invuln. But how damage works in this game, or reinforce, is basically you do X amount of damage and then the boss gets reinforced after that point. Now, if you end and do 30%, that all of the damage is going to get applied normally, and you can skip a phase. This is what happens in the chapter 9 end boss. You can skip entire phases of the boss with the end card. It is extremely strong. And not only does it do that, it evolves her like a fucking Pokemon. Like a beautiful red-headed Pokemon. Okay? She unlocks her finale form, which is what it's called here. So what her finale form does is it transforms both of her skill cards, Self-Destruct and Fate's Descent. What it does to Self-Destruct is that now when you play it, it does both effects. It does both the weakness and the vuln at the cost of 10% of your max HP. But generally, by the time you hit finale form, your health is already a bit low anyway, so you don't care that it steals away your HP cap. It doesn't lower your HP, it lowers your max HP. You're gonna be missing HP probably, so you don't really care about that effect. Now, what does Fate's Descent do when you're in your final form? Like fucking Frieza in Dragon Ball Z. I'm a nerd, I covered this earlier in the video. So what Fate's Descent does is instead of doing this shitty little heal, it does poison. A shit ton of poison. And remember, every 50 ailments you possess, it triggers an additional time. This is how you get a shit ton of poison on the enemy. And not only that, every time you exalt now, you draw 3 cards and gain 3 mana. Pot of Greed, motherfucker! Pot of fucking Greed! But better. And it buffs. Yeah, it does all that, and it's great. It's great. Draw 3 cards, gain 3 mana, because you're in the final form. This is the end game. This is the end game right now. And remember what her E2 does. It makes your finale form keep stacking and stacking and stacking, increasing the amount of poison you do, scaling infinitely. 30 stacks. 15 times 30. Do the math. Come on. Do the math, motherfucker. 450%. 450%. You're all Asian. You all can do this. I believe in your ability. Now, her E3, basically 5% of their alias limit as alias. It basically buffs the alias gen. And now Illusion's End, which is the end card, it now does 30%. This is why I'm talking about 30%, because that's it. Without her E3, it's 25%. So of the boss's max HP. It also heals for 30% of your lost life. You don't really care about that. It does help generally, but you don't really care about that. Now, her OE, why it's insanely broken, besides increasing your elements cap, it is the only source in the game that has this fucking broken effect. Permanent buffs. Permanent fucking buffs. You ignore this, it's basically double the elements gain, but all Awaker's poison, counter, and base damage increased by 10%. You remember when I went over to Caucus extremely early in video 4 hours ago? Probably not. You're probably watching this video in chunks. So when you were watching this video 5 days ago and you're getting to this point now, that is what I said. That is what I said 5 days ago. You from 5 days ago remembered it. So rewatch this video so I can get more ad revenue. Rewatch this video to refresh your mind. Just have this video on repeat over and over. I put a lot of work on this. Just have this as your Bible. Have this before you go to fucking sleep. So, this. OE. Poison counter base damage. So that means people that does counter in equal damage, they double dip. Double the counter. Same with poison. Double dip. double dip, motherfucker. This is a permanent buff, and it keeps scaling. If you over-result 7 times, it's 70% counter buff, 70% base damage buff. This is why she is a broken unit at OE. No other Wigger has this permanent buff. It's not strength. It's a fucking basket, motherfucker. So, again, scaling. This, 10 additional stacks of Finale, Final Form, for every 10 elements consumed, trigger an additional 3% poison effect on all enemies. Yeah, very good. It's another trigger poison. So basically, elements consume. Eventually, you're going to have like consume 200 elements. So this is 20 times 60, 60% trigger. Scale 4. Now we're going to go over the stupid G-Doll comp video. I did showcase it in my tool comp, why I'm able to counter and poison. That's the secret behind Blue Will. Real endgame Blue Will. You don't have to use her and use Nautilus, but it will be a bit weaker, but it can still clear A5. Because with Blue Will, you have access to counter. You have access to poison. You have access to all those mechanics. And guess what? G-Doll enables that for you. Okay, where's my G.com?
Of Nymph's cards.
Yep. Every single one. Really? Oh, wrong one. Wrong one. Here we go. Wrong Google tab. I have lots of Google windows open. So G-Doll. Okay. So I make a lot of G-Doll videos. I do this comp every D-Tide. Just look at all my D-Tide runs. You basically do this on wave 3. You get her face descent final form. So we're at 12 stacks now. So I'm going to show you all the mechanics. So basically, this is not how you would run her in normally, because you want to use her as a support on your real team. Maybe 24 or whatever. So basically, after you get 10 stacks, you get Illusion's End or the End. It used to be called the End. The translation was all over the place. But basically, this is where your real damage. You know how like 5 turns of specs, we got no poison on it. Once we evolve G-Doll, we'll start creating poison. So we're just gonna speed up this video here. Play that speed times 2. So the end, very strong card. 30%, look what. Kills everything, does 30% of the boss's health. Okay, now it's the final form of G-Doll. Now we just play stuff. Everyone else is just to help you rally, because remember, the more unit you rally, stronger. So now the boss has 4,200 poison stacks on him. Now we have the face descent. So you want to count on G-Doll here. So now I'm going to get up to 200. This is 200 mana. So this is going to trigger 5 times. Base time plus 4 more times. Because remember, that's why you get over that. Look. Trigger, 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 trigger. See all those poison triggers adding up? See how much poison we're adding on the boss? This is why she's very strong. And now we have our oversell, which permanently buffs. And this is with weakness, by the way. More poison, and it triggers them. Almost dead. Yep. Very strong. And we're just scaling up poison. It becomes a poison comp. And Feint is just there to help us live. Up to a certain point until we kill it. This is me coaching someone. This is not my G-Doll. My G-Doll help is a bit stronger than this. So yeah, you just scale up and just kill everything with poison. Watch them slowly die before your eyes. Again, this only works in boss fights. Not in regular mobs. Because she does not have her final form mechanic. Now look. Every turn. And... oh, they all died. Poison. And we're just scaling poison up and up and up. Look, 12,000 poison. And you can even inflict poison on turns where the boss is invuln. It doesn't matter. You can inflict poison always with her cards. So as the fight goes on, we have 16 finale stacks. She inflicts more and more poison the longer the fight is, because she gets 1 finale stack every turn. Plus a finale stack every time she exils. So we're going to exile again, draw 3 cards, 13,000 poison. We're going to play face descent again. Remember, poison is permanent, unlike bleed. So now each face descent gives roughly 5,000 poison. You see how fast she's scaling? It used to be only like 400 poison a tick. Now it's 800 poison a tick. So it keeps scaling and scaling as the fight goes on. Every time she exalts as well. Every time she does anything, so longer fight, 19,000 poison. We're almost at the poison cap. We're actually at the poison cap right now. Yeah, it goes hard. And every turn, boom, boss takes that. So we just play cards. You exalt on her. It's pretty simple. Fucking Ryan Reynolds. This is my video, Ryan Reynolds. I want to watch Deadpool. This is my video. Get your mint mobile piece of shit out of here. Okay. So, sprouting, just live. 17,000 poison. Again, we're at poison cap, so we can't get any more permanent poison. It'll disappear end of turn. Yeah, it's going up and down. That's why max HP is very important in Arc 2. But yeah, we're just slow. Yeah, the boss just dies. 27,000 poison. Yeah, that's the power of G-Doll. This is with no other, limited units. These are all standard units. She's just carrying this wave on her own with Feint here. Yeah, that's why G-Doll is a very strong unit. You only care about Marion Posse, then you care about the story afterwards. Only care about Marion Posse, then go for the story. Next up, we have Thighs, the best Carol support in the game, and according to most people, the best support in the game. But arguably, I would say G-Doll, Hamill, fits the bill. Some people consider G-Doll a carry unit. I consider her more of a support unit like she was intended. So I agree, she is one of the best supports in the game, and she is the best Carol support in the game. Her kit is overloaded, and they'll probably never make another support unit like Thighs ever again. Because she is too broken. She's unquestionably S tier on every tier list. Because of what she does. What does she do? Unlike fucking Garbage Clem, everything in the fucking game. She does literally everything in the fucking game. Everything you can think of, she does it. She gives you strength. She gives you alienness. She gives 2 turns of weakness or 2 turns of vuln. She gives a shit ton of babies. She would already be S tier just because of her cards. But her Exalt is probably the best support Exalt in the entire game. What does it do at E2? You choose any card in your hand and dupe it twice. Create 2 additional copies of it. And at E2, it's -2 cost, like you saw in my Gellet video. Or my Gellet guide way earlier. 5 hours ago, probably. You saw it 5 hours ago. So, any card you pick, she dupes it twice. Whether Dorisine strength, and make it cheaper at E2. I recommend pulling her E2. Her OE isn't really that used much, and her E3 is practically useless. So let's go over her Enlightened. E1, pretty good. It's really good. It's really good because it makes the Sacred Blood effects doubled, which means instead of 1 turn of Vuln and 1 turn of Weakness, it's 2 turns of Vuln, 2 turns of Weakness, and double the Embryo Fusion. And more strength on Ancient Caress, which is nice to have. So this is her insane thing. Instead of -1, because her base form, without any dupes, her Exalt creates 2 dupes still. But it's -1 cost instead of -2 cost. And you want to dupe 2 or higher costs, because the higher cost a card is, the more valuable they are. You know how card games work. That is how card games work, unless it's poorly designed. The higher the mana cost of the card, the better it is, usually. That's how the mana value thing works. Her E3, practically useless. Like, this Embryo Fusion is nice, but this effect, the strength gain is so little. Look, 2. You don't really care about it. Her OE is also not used that much. I have her OE because I was doing it for the cap. And Monty has her +12, I think, or close to it. But yeah, this doesn't do much. Her OE doesn't do much. All it does is convert babies and super babies, but you're going to have super babies anyway. And you're not going to reach her over exalt much. You're just going to regular exalt on her. I don't see a point in it, really. And at E2, she can do Alert 5 just fine. With Gellet. Now, her Rouse is one of the best Rouses in the game because it gives you a super baby. She's the only unit in a game that gives you super babies. Now, what super babies does, or what I call them super babies. There are regular babies and there are super babies. Super babies have 1.5 times effect. And they trigger Devour twice. Which means Gellet -2 cost on their cards. And when you feed them embryos, they give 45 alienness instead of 30. That's basically what a super baby is. And you get a super baby every time you posse. So everything about her kit is borderline broken. Again, I went over her in the Gellet video. You saw how she worked with the super babies 5 hours ago in this same video. Unless you're watching the part 1, part 2 video for some freak of a reason. I'm only doing this to make it more palatable for the weak. You are the strong, I bet. So yeah, very good unit. Nothing bad to say about her, unlike certain units. Yeah, she's very good. Her thing, this is fine, I guess. But yeah, she's a very strong unit overall. Now, we're going to go on to the next unit now. Okay, what's the next unit on my tier list? Orla. Orla is unquestionably the best ultra support in the game, and some people consider her to be the best support in the game. Why? You don't have to play any of her cards. You can play her card once and never touch her again. You can delete all of her cards and play her once. Now, I have a controversial take that many people agree with. Her E2 plus bricks her. Because what her E2 does is causes every one of her card to be retained, which is good in most cases, but it prevents her from being extremely flexible. This just floods your hand if you have her E2 and above. So I do not recommend getting her E2. I have her E3 because of the random thing. I will never click this button in my life. That is breaking her use for me. I would never play Horla again if I ever touched that button. I would never ever touch this unit again. The way I use her in my situations. With Caster, with Gellet. Because I do not want retain on 4 cards. If you have retain on these 4 cards, that means you have to play them when you're in your hand. When you're playing a Gellet or a Caster comp, when you want their cards. You are forced to play Horla's card. And Horla's card are kind of... It adds up. So it's 4 mana, really. Having 4 retain cards is unmanageable in most teams. In some teams, it's manageable. It depends on a case-by-case scenario. So before you go, this opinion is bad, just ask your user whether they regret her E2 or not, depending on their situation. Hell, use your E0 Horla, play with her, and then play with a Whale Horla, borrow it yourself. See how your use case of Horla affects how you play. Whether you feel this clogs up your hand or not. Because for me, it does. In my situations, it does. I will never click that button for my use case scenario. Now, why she is so good is because of her forms, which you only need to change to once. Some people play around with her forms, but most players, I would say 99% of the player base who use Horla, just use one of her forms and forget about her cards. Because the first time you play any of her cards, you transform into another form permanently. For the entire stage, the entire map, until you first play Leap another of her cards to change form. Now, she does have change form mechanics that encourages hopping between forms. Most players don't care about that. I'm going to be honest with you, most players don't care about it. They pick a form and they stay in that form. Whether it's Snarl, which used to be Anger, is Anger now. So, final damage increased by 21%. This is the form you're going to be in if you're playing a Gellet comp, usually a DPS comp. Because final damage increase is quite huge. That's a whole nother basket. And a temporary crit damage increase. This is a very good form, has more. So, Elegy. Most players who play Caster and run Horla are going to stay in this form forever. It buffs your shield generation, HP recover, and strength reduction by 21%. That means if you're in Grief mode, your shield you generate with Caster increased by 21%. So you play this and then you just delete all of her cards. Never play another one of her cards. Maybe keep the Carol just for the Elements because this is 0 cost. You keep this always because it's a 0 cost Elements battery. It's really good. This is very good. So, happiness. Some people stay in the joy form forever. Because this joy form has one of the most powerful effects in the game. It is the only effect in the game that lets you keep your Arithmetica, your mana, at the end of turn forever. So that means if you keep ending turn, you can scale up to thousands of mana points in Arc 1. You can carry your mana to the next turn if you don't feel like using it all, or if you can't use it all. This is the only card or effect that lets you do this. This is insanely powerful. A lot of players just stay in Joy mode forever. The con of Joy mode is that it also causes all of your command cards to be retained as well. Some people view this as good. That means that all of your cards will not be discarded at the end of turn. Now, on cheap teams, this is valuable. You keep all your cards for, a burst turn. You can keep all your cards in hand that don't have retained for the right moment. In some cases, this might clutter your hand. You have too many expensive cards. Your hand's going to be full and you're not going to draw. That's the con of this mode. But most people value it because of the utility the mana retain is. Now, Dirge Psalm. What does Dirge Psalm do? Dirge mode just buffs your strength, counter, and poison damage. Inflicted. So the strength you gain, counter you gain, poison you gain. almost no one uses Dirge mode. I'm gonna be honest with you, almost no one uses Dirge mode because these 3 modes are what most people use because Dirge is a 2-cost card. Most players would just sell this card. Even though it gives a fairly hefty amount of strength, I don't sell it because I don't have her E2. Most players who have her E2 have to sell this card because it clutters your hand. Remember, her E2 causes every one of her cards to be retained, including the Dirge, which is a heavy 2-cost brick. I don't have her E2. I do not run into that problem. It gets discarded at the end of turn. I don't have to play it, but I have it when I need it, which is rarely, but I have it. That's what her E1 and lower allows you to do. Have options. Once you hit to E2, you no longer have options in the teams you can use her in. Because it's 4 retained cards. It's too much. Okay, it's way too much. I'm not even going to showcase the comp. Like, you saw me use her in the Gellet comp. Just stay in Snarl and switch between Snarl and Carousel. That's it. This Exalt is nice on a burst turn. So that's why she's insanely strong and S tier. Sorry, dying right now. Okay. Now let's go on to the A tiers. Murphy is extremely strong because of her Exalt effect. She's one of the only Awakers with this Exalt effect unconditional. Damage taken minus 50%. Stacks on top of weakness. So you can already weakness a unit and then decrease their damage even further with this Exalt. In exchange, half of the damage is taken as sacrifice. So sacrifice stats, that's her whole mechanic. In exchange, you get sacrifice stacks. That means next turn, you receive a bleed known as sacrifice. That will hit you for that much damage and then halved every turn. So if a boss does 100,000 damage, you Exalt, you make him do 50,000 damage. Of that 50,000 damage, 25,000 damage is going to be taken as sacrifice stacks. So you're negating 75%. Actually, not. You're going to take, okay, half it, take 50,000 damage, and the next turn you take 25,000 damage. However, this is good because you're dividing the damage into multiple turns, and the other turn you'll have different set of shields. You'll have a different set of white stance. That's why it's still good, even if there wasn't a way to remove the sacrifice stacks. But luckily, there is a way to remove the sacrifice stacks. Besides her strike defense, is her vortex reversal. I don't have this leveled, but at max level, it scales up. Because I don't have Murphy. I don't believe in pulling for limited lollies. Now, G Murphy is older, so I'll make an exception for her. She's older, okay? Now, this, when fully upgraded, removes half of your sacrifice stacks. So that means sacrifice is not a big issue as long as you have Vortex. Her Divine Maiden is also an extremely powerful card. It's one of the only cards in the game that grants you shield based off of your max HP, plus a base value. In exchange, you take an equal amount of that as sacrifice stacks the next turn. However, typically you can Divine Maiden Vortex to remove the sacrifice stacks. It's very good. Now, recommended dupe level, E1. Why E1? It makes Vortex Reversal retain. That means you can hold this card in hand. It's a very good card. It gives weakness, it gives bone, AoE, to all enemies. It's an AoE weakness vuln, and it removes half of your sacrifice stacks. That means you can keep this in your hand for a burst turn. You can keep this in your hand for the weakness. You can keep this in your hand to remove sacrifice stacks. It is very good. So her E2 and her fucking E3, This is the only thing that's valuable, but again, she's an older unit. 5 hours ago, I was talking about how power creep. Look, 5 ALMS per turn and 24 does 10. Recent unit does more. This is just an example of an old kit, for example. Her overexalt, just temporary technical damage and stuff. Yeah, you know, you care about her for her exploit. She helps you live. That's the reason why you use Murphy. She's a very good tank because of this exalt. One of the most unique exalts in the entire game. Miriam. Miriam, Aether. She's one of the best blue supports and the best alien miss battery in the game for most people. Because the amount of alien miss she gives to your units is insane as a support. People generally don't use her for her crit damage buff. But a fully whaled out Miriam does do numbers with her damage. One punch Miriam is a thing. This card does hit hard if you whale her out. Whale her out super hard. But she also has one of the best rouses in the game. She has a 3-part rouse, which I'll go over later on this video with gameplay clips. I actually go into a stage and show you it. Now, her entire mechanic, besides feeding ailments with this card, is sacraments. So at the start of battle, you get 1 sacrament card and obsessions. Sacraments are yellow cards. Obsessions are purple cards. I'll actually just go in the stage and show you it. So these things scale off sacraments. See this? Ritual. So how many sacraments you have in your hand, which are cards, which are the yellow cards, she eats them up and buffs her cards. So if you only have 1 sacrament, it gets an additional 13, then 33, then 65. It scales more than it gives you. So these are the effects, whether it's giving more ailments, which most people use her for. This, or her defense, which is better than Clem, by the way. Enemies temporary strength down. Look, level 60 Miriam is already 86 strength down. If it's a multi-hit enemy, they are fucked. They are fucking fucked. You typically delete her strike because you're not building her S damage. This is final damage. This does hit hard if you whale her out. Most players are not going to whale out a Miriam. They're going to use her as a support, not as a DPS. And her as a support is very good because of these 3 cards here. And sacraments, if you use them, they heal you for 10% of your missing HP. Percentage. Insanely strong heal. And her exalt has 3 different forms. Whether you're in blue stance, white stance, or red stance. In blue stance, they scale you strength and technical damage. In white stance, they give everyone alien miss. In red stance, they trigger poison on the enemy. You don't really need to even use her in poison comp. You use her as an alien miss battery. Because eventually at a certain dupe level, this has retain and prepare. Now, what is her recommended dupe level? Her recommended dupe level is E2. Why? Her chosen one gets prepare 1 and retain. Before this, she's not that good of a unit as a support. Because her main support card is not retain and prepare. It's a heavy 3-cost fucking brick. It's a 3-cross brick. Her E3, it's good. It's not mandatory as her E2 is. It's good to have. Her OE is one of the most unique OEs in the game. Over exalts in the game. Why is it one of the most unique? It is the only overexalt in the game, only exalt in the game that increases your tentacle limit and your tentacle count by 1. It is the only one in the game that does this. What does this mean? What this means is that you can have 100,000 tentacles until you hit tentacle cap. There are a lot of videos of Kai, the main tentacle runner, with 40 plus tentacles. It's because of OE Miriam. Because you are tentacle cap without this. Because the tentacles you can get from overcap is only +5. This is infinite. As many times as you can overexalt her. You can make a lot of memes with this. Extending a stage. You're not going to use as much. In reality, you're only going to trigger this twice or 3 times to fight. At best. But it's pretty good overexalt because of that unique effect allowing for optimal memeing. Now, as I covered earlier, she has a secret thing, which is she scales off crit damage. Because, again, she's a support DPS. More crit damage makes this card stronger. Chosen One, it makes her give more alienness to your units. Why does it do that? Don't ask me. Ask the devs, dude. Why did they decide to do this? I don't know, dude. I have no fucking idea. Now let's go into practice gameplay so I can show you what the Sacraments does. So this is in-game right now. So this is Chosen One. Retain. See? 53. It's higher because we have that crit damage. I don't build crit damage on her, but I have a little bit because of her wheel at E0. And this is Obsession. You start with an exception in purple. So, this Obsession, it nerfs your draw by 1, but it will transform into a Sacrament. Generally, people play this to not nerf your draw and defeat her alienness. But if you're sometimes you want to hold on it for the transformation. So let me just play out this turn, and I'm going to rouse her to show that effect as well. So now we're only going to draw 4 cards. Now we're going to, okay. Now this is Retain 1. See how her cards are glowing. Because she has the ritual effect. That Obsession turned into a Sacrament. This restores 10% of lost HP. When you use any of her cards, let's say this. For example, I'm going to keep the Chosen. I don't need to use it. Let's say I use this. It consumes 1 Sacrament to get the additional first effect on the text here. So it reduces their strength by 18 numbers, scaling up to 86 on my level 60 Miriam. Now let's rouse her. Her rouse is the most unique and powerful rouse in the game. I would argue to say it's the most powerful rouse in the entire game. It's a 3-part rouse. So every rouse increase your tentacle limit and tentacle count by 1. This is insane. Also, it buffs the crit rate of her cards by 100%. So it basically makes her auto crit. Let me just play this. I don't want to play any attack cards. I'm doing this low level because I don't want to stress about anything. Let's just white thing is. It's about low level. We're gonna try to avoid killing them. I should have done at least A2. But yeah. So this is every part has a different effect. So this is part 2 rouse. Part 2 rouse starts at a 6 cost. Every turn you keep her rouse in your hand, it has prepared 3. It doesn't say on this because AI translations and prepared 3 is too long to fit on this card text. So every turn, the cost is reduced by 1. This was a 6 cost, now it's a 3 cost. just to show you, just to show you what I'm talking about, I'm gonna wait. Let me rouse GDOL real quick here. I'm just gonna play this. So this is next rouse. So you choose between the second part rouse. You choose between one of these options, either infinite scaling or this puny little shield. 99.999999999% of players choose this options, unless you're brain dead. Like, look at the numbers. Infinite damage scaling or this amount of shield. Yeah, the answer is quite obvious there. So yeah, let me waste it. So again, this is a 9 cost. The third part rouse starts off at 9 cost. Next turn, it's going to turn into a 6. It has prepared 3. And the last effect is the most powerful effect in the entire game. Let me just exo on GDOL here. Again, the GDOL permanent buff. Give everyone ailments. Yeah, I don't care about that. So do this. Now I can play it. I could have just waited, but I'm going to play it now. So we're going to get the final effect, and we have our overexalt. Overexalt, very strong. We get a tentacle cap. Look at our tentacles. See? It creates another cap. We can scale tentacles infinitely with her. And now look. We have 4 sacraments in hand. It generates 3 sacraments. So this will give another Awaker 121 Alien Miss. She is the best Alien Miss battery in the game because of this. And this scales harder the more crit damage you have on her. Why would you want that? This is the reason why. So we can just put this on Ramona. Boom. Overexalt done. And it consumes 3 obsessions. And it doesn't use all of it. So let's get that obsession. Strength down. Yeah. And let's get rid of these obsessions to not nerf our draw. So that is her entire. Okay. We're gonna kill the thing soon. So every turn you get a random one of these cards. Again, our tentacles are scaling too fast. The boss is dying next turn. You get this card every turn, a different version of this. It's always choose an Awaker to get 25 Alien Miss plus another effect. The effects are obtain 2 Alien Miss, draw 2 cards, inflict vuln and weakness. Those are the effects. There might be another effect that I'm missing, but those are the general effects here. So, you get 2 Alien Miss. Yeah, 2 mana. It is insane. She has the most powerful rouse in the game because of this. So, that concludes the Miriam overview. Ramona. Next is Ramona. I'm going to go over to Ramona too. So this is a 2-for-1. Ramona and Ramona. They're the same unit in practice. One is unlocked by spending 60 standard pools. Ramona, A tier. Actual base Ramona, A tier. You know why? She's more general use. Ramona is very good. I use Ramona most of the time, but she's more niche. Ramona, all you guys know use her. She's in the tutorial. She's one of the best general use Awakers in the entire game. The reason why is like her kit, her exalt is so good. You choose 1 card from the draw or discard pile and add it to your hand and make it a 0 cost and it shuffles 1 insight. That's why she's good. Just because her exalt, she can fit in any team. she scales wonderfully. You can fit her in every team. You can use her for most of the story mode, the entire game, minus specific story sections. Because of her Exalt alone. She is a general use. She fits into basically every team in the entire game. I need to end the stream soon and start another stream. But yeah, this key flare regen is the same as G Ramona. So this kit is insanely good. Reduced strength, key flare, everything. So let's go over G Ramona, which I use a lot. Very few people use. She's very niche. G Ramona makes her into more of a damage carry. This form. That's why I place a bit lower. I'm not going to put her in tier list. Because the thing about them and why you don't want to unlock G Ramona is in the end game content, they count as the same unit. And you can only use each unit once. That means if you use Ramona, you cannot use G Ramona. If you use G Ramona, you cannot use Ramona. Most people will only use Ramona because she's more general use. She can fit into more teams. G Ramona is more niche. Okay, because her thing is she scales off posse usage. So every time you posse, the strength multiplier on her predetermined strike is increased by +1. The entire battle. That means if you posse a lot, she gets stronger, stronger, and stronger. And her other thing is she gets key flare and stuff. She loses the extremely powerful general use Exalt for this Exalt, which is the last 3 cards you play from the previous turn, non-derivative command cards, gets added to your hand with a -1 cost. Now this is more niche, you have to keep track of it. It's more hard to use than just Ramona's card, which is more, and she costs 60 standard pools. You want to use your standard pools elsewhere. And she has this whole Negrin trophy stacks. I'm not going to try to pronounce it again. I'm not going to get canceled. This old N stacks. I'm going to call them N stacks now. Which loops. Once you have enough N stacks, you get the loop effect of each of her cards. Some of the loop effects are very strong. The loop effect of Sight Unbound, instead of choosing one card to draw from your deck and adding your hand -1 cost, you can choose a card to draw from the draw or discard pile and reduce this cost to 0. That means you can play a high value card and then Sight Unbound loop it back in your hand the same turn without waiting to reshuffle your deck. This is very strong. Predetermined strike. What does the loop effect does? It's Rebirth Tribunal or Ode to Tomorrow. Now what this does generally is you either pick Rebirth. Most people use Rebirth, which is 3, you gain 3 Rift, which makes this a free card, basically. This makes it a free card. Ode to Tomorrow, it exhausts the card. Everyone who plays card games know what exhaust means. In case you are new, it basically removes it from your deck the entire battle. Generally, you only use this as the last option. So this defense, you can just read what it does. Generally, I would not recommend this. But she is a welfare unit. You can get her dupes insanely easily by leveling up your account level. Everyone will have +12 Ramona eventually. That's why she's A tier. She's a very good unit, and you get free dupes of her by just playing the game. I'm not going to show any gameplay of her, because all of you guys have played Ramona or see me play or calf with G Ramona. Banish, yes. So this stream is almost 12 hours long, so I'm going to restart the stream for a 3rd time. So those of you who want to continue for the part 2 or part 3, go to the next stream so this saves as a VOD. Thank you for watching.